This 12-hour mixing course is going to cover everything you need to know to reach a professional level in your mixes. We're going to cover fundamentals like volume balancing, session setup, EQ, compression, reverb, and delay, then some more advanced techniques and mixing tips for saturation, parallel processing, workflow, and more. And it's easily the most comprehensive video you're going to find about mixing on YouTube. So let's dive right in. If you're new here, then welcome to mastering.com. Our mission is to re-engineer audio education from the ground up and create a more impactful way to learn mastering, mixing, and production. Now, we created a free mixing workflow cheat sheet that goes with this course, and it's going to take you step by step through the entire mixing process, which will simplify everything and make sure you don't miss any crucial steps. So I highly recommend you go and grab that free cheat sheet and reference it when you're doing your next mix. And we've also included some additional cheat sheets and frequency charts to help you get to pro mixes faster. So just click the link in the description to get access to those free resources, and then you can follow along with the course properly. All right, I'm going to hand you off to Dane Holmes now. He's a professional engineer, but he's also a great teacher, and that's really hard to find. So I think you're going to like him. Take it away, Dane.
So to start us off, let's simply define what mixing is. I think it helps to first see where it fits in the context of the entire music production cycle. In this cycle, there are 5 distinct stages for creating a finished, ready-for-released record. First, we have the songwriting and arrangement, or the composition. Then there's recording our various instruments like guitar, vocals, drums, etc., whether audio or MIDI. Then production, which has taken on new meanings over the years. Then we have mixing, and then finally mastering. So, mixing, simply put, is the second to last stage of the entire music production cycle. It is the process of combining and blending individual track elements such as vocals, instruments, drums, and any other various sound recordings. And this is to create a cohesive and balanced piece of recorded music. It involves adjusting the levels, panning, equalization, dynamics, and spatial processing and other effects to enhance the overall sonic, dynamic, and spatial qualities of the music before its final stage of mastering. So all of those different elements I've just mentioned in that definition are the things we're going to cover in great detail in this course. With mixing, we get access to all of the individual tracks, especially if we're the ones that produced and recorded the music. This ultimately gives us plenty of control over achieving a desired sound. Once you've reached the place where you feel like the mix is completely finished and you've done all that you can do to make it sound radio ready, you then combine all of those individual track elements together into one single stereo file. And just as we indicated in the 5 stages of producing a finished record, you would then send this stereo file off to mastering, which is the last and final stage before it's released. Don't worry, there's an entire mastering course that we've created that you can watch totally free when you're done with this course. With mixing, the process involves all kinds of tools, effects, and techniques that you'll use to get your music sounding amazing. And in the beginning of your journey, starting a mix can feel a bit like standing at the bottom of Mount Everest. But don't worry, I'm here to simplify the process in this course and help you focus all of your energy and attention where it will best serve you and your music and get you the best results. Achieving a really great mix comes down to how well you manage 3 major components of the music: the sonic spectrum, dynamic spectrum, and spatial aspects of the mix. The sonic spectrum, otherwise known as the frequency spectrum, spans the breadth of human hearing from 20 Hz on the low end and all the way up to 20 kHz on the high end. 20 Hz and 20 kHz are simply examples of frequencies, and they're manipulated and controlled through the process of EQ. EQ is what allows us to shape the tone of our instruments. If you want your vocal to sound brighter or more dull, that's what EQ is for. When you think of frequencies, think of vibrations. Sound vibrates at different speeds depending on the frequency, or pitch to use a more musical term. The higher the frequency, the faster the vibration. The lower the frequency, the slower the vibration. Don't worry, we'll dive a lot deeper into this subject in section 2. The dynamic spectrum has to do with the difference between the loudest and the quietest parts of the music. This is all about volume and volume-related tools. In this spectrum, we control things like punch and reduce or sometimes expand dynamic range. And the tools we use to manipulate this are the volume fader, compression, clipping, and limiting. Side note, You'll find out very soon in this section just how powerful and important the volume fader is for laying the foundation of a great mix. There will be a whole entire lesson coming up dedicated to this subject. At a high level, the spatial dimensions of the mix are what give your music a sense of space and/or realism. This can greatly enhance the listener's feeling of immersion in the music. Our ears and brains are tuned to the way sound reacts in different spaces like bedrooms, bathrooms, or large concert halls. We have an emotional connection to these spaces, even if on a subconscious level. Our spatial tools and processors like reverb and delay help our mixes to come alive with this sense of space and give them a three-dimensional quality. We'll cover this in much greater detail in section 4. So, why is mixing so important? In the entire process of creating a record, there's a particular spectrum when it comes to the kind of listening we do as musicians or engineers. On one end of the spectrum, we listen objectively, and on the other, we listen subjectively. We would consider the objective to be more left brain and the subjective to be right brained. The objective side of listening is where frequencies and volume come into play. There's not really anything inherently subjective or creative about them. They're just numbers. However, they're tools we can use to enhance the subjective and creative aspects of the mix. If you put objective and subjective on a spectrum, you could say that production occupies the more right or subjective creative side of our brain. And as you can see on the complete opposite or objective side would be mastering. And mixing falls somewhere in between the two. And that's because of these three, production, mixing, and mastering. We would say that mixing requires, activates, and strengthens both the objective, left, and subjective, right sides of our brain, especially when it comes to learning how to do it. And this is simply due to the fact that as a mix engineer, you'll have control over the sonic, dynamic, and the spatial aspects of the music, all of which tap into both sides of our brain. The more you strengthen your technical skills and objective ear with things like frequencies, volume, and learning your tools really well, the more you'll be able to tap into the subjective and creative side of your decision making when mixing. In turn, this allows you to mix with the emotional intent of the music in mind. And that's very, very important and paramount to any amount of technical knowledge you'll gain throughout your journey. Remember that in this industry, the technical is there to serve the creative, not the other way around. If there's no emotion, I would strongly argue that not very many will care to listen. The goal of mixing is simple. It's to blend the individual tracks containing the various instruments and sounds in a way that creates a polished, unified, and pleasing auditory experience for the intended listener. How we accomplish this goal is by learning to do the following. First, we need to understand how to achieve the right volume balance in the mix. Again, you'll soon learn to realize how important and foundational volume is for achieving a great sound. Next, we need to learn how to manipulate frequencies in the mix. Frequencies determine the sonic footprint of your mix, how much low end, highs, or mids end up in the track. Frequencies also help us to achieve clarity, separation, and intelligibility in the mix. Also, we need to learn how to manipulate dynamics in the mix. This helps us establish punch, impact, and determine how loud and soft things get. And then we need to learn how to manipulate the spatial aspects of the mix. This helps us to further create depth and separation in our mix, create realism or surrealism, immersing our listeners in that experience. So, why is mixing so important? Well, it's what allows us to do everything we just talked about. Next, I think it's important to talk about what mixing does not do. This will help us to further clarify the purpose of mixing in the context of the entire music production cycle. First, mixing does not fix timing and tuning issues. That's editing. Next, mixing can't fix a poor performance. This ties into the timing and tuning issues mentioned above. Again, editing can help there to an extent. The better and tighter the performance of the musicians being recorded, the less that has to be done in editing. Also, mixing does not fix a poor recording, things like bleed, pops, clicks, digital clipping, etc. Mixing isn't producing, arranging, or making decisions about sound selection. And finally, mixing does not master the song. I'd strongly encourage you to not master in the mix session, especially while you're mixing. Mixing absolutely helps you to get the best master possible in a song, and you should keep mastering in mind while mixing. But again, mixing is not mastering. They're separate. Now that we've got an entry-level understanding of what mixing is and isn't, let's talk about what editing is and does just for a moment. Editing basically comes down to three distinct processes. There's tuning, which is aimed at fixing pitch issues for vocals or other instruments. There's timing, aimed at tightening the timing of recorded performances for instrumentals like drums, bass, guitar, keys, etc. We have cleanup, which is aimed at cleaning up or reducing problems found in recordings. This can be reducing pops, clicks, hums, mic bleed, removing unnecessary audio in between performances, creating fades, crossfades, etc. Tools like Isotope RX have come an incredibly long way in helping to remove or reduce unwanted noise from recordings. But one thing that is unfortunately truly destructive in audio is digital clipping. Digital clipping occurs when a digital recording system receives more signal than what it is able to handle. This results in an unpleasant, momentary distorted clipping sound that sadly can't be removed from a recording. However, as a quick side note, there are many analog systems that, when clipped, produce a more usable and pleasing sound known as soft clipping. This can result in more subtle to dramatic amounts of distortion that can be used for creative and mixing purposes. But I digress. We'll get into more of that later. Now, there are tons of editing tutorials and demos on YouTube already, and we have a great one on our channel by Rob, so I won't do that here. Besides, and again, editing is not mixing. This next lesson is all about session setup and references. Let's dive in. Session setup can be broken down into 5 different operations or steps. First, we build a new session. This is where we match sample rate, set project tempo, increase the buffer size, and import the multi-tracks and references. Step 2, organize the tracks. This is where we sort, rename, color code, and group. Step 3 is where we identify phase and polarity issues. This is where you need to check all multi-mic'd sources like drums, amps, etc., and align phase as needed, and also invert polarity as needed. Step 4 is noise gate unwanted bleed. This is where you can reduce or eliminate any unwanted bleed if possible through gating, and this would be mostly for things like drums and vocals. Step 5 is to gain stage everything. This is where you'll set a healthy input gain on all channels, with an average of -10 to -20 dBFS per track, with the occasional peak no higher than -6 dBFS. Before we dive into a demonstration for session setup, I want to take a moment and talk about references. References will often be provided to you if you're mixing for a client, and it's something that we stress heavily here at mastering.com. If you're mixing your own projects, then you should have had some references in mind even earlier in the production phase. References can be any professionally recorded, mixed, and mastered tracks that you can use as a guide for each of those stages of the production process. In the case of production, you can reference for any aspect of the production process. For example, you might like the way that the drums were recorded and produced on one record, but then reference the vocals on another. And you can honestly have as many references as will help you achieve the sound that you're going for. In mixing, however, you'll want to stick with using references based on the aspects of the mix that you have control over. For example, if a client gives you a mix with all 808 drums and they say, "I like the way the drums sound on Sweet Leaf, a Black Sabbath song from 1971, then you may want to find another reference for drums which features an 808 kit instead. If you didn't already know, an 808 kit comes from the classic Roland TR-808 drum machine from the early 80s, which features all electronic drums. Black Sabbath's Sweet Leaf, on the other hand, features a very dry 70s acoustic drum kit, making that a pretty poor reference. Remember the aspects of the mix that you have control over. It's basically all the things that we're going to cover here in this course. Frequencies or EQ, dynamics, which includes compression, clipping, and limiting, spatial processing, and other stereo effects. These are the aspects of the mix that you can reference, and it's totally acceptable to use multiple references if necessary to communicate to other engineers the type of sound you're wanting to achieve within a mix. However, if you're providing references to an engineer or yourself, if you're mixing it, You'll want to do your very best to, at the very least, roughly stick within the same style or genre of music that you're working with. These days, with so much crossover with styles and genre, it would totally be normal to reference the hip hop drums from a Drake record while looking to the country vocals and maybe even guitars of a Chris Stapleton record. So long as the elements of your music roughly match the production elements of the various records you're referencing, you'll be fine to use them. We have a great video already out that dives deep into finding and using references. But a quick tip for Spotify users would be to use the Fans Also Like section under the artists that you're working with. If you think you're breaking brand new ground with a style of music that no one has heard of, just think about all the music you're influenced by and put together 1 to 3 tracks that can be used for referencing the different elements of your production and mix. All right, let's jump into the DAW and show you how we set up a session. Hello and welcome to this video demonstration on session setup. We'll go ahead and just jump right in. On the right hand side here we have a nice step-by-step guide we can follow along with. So we'll go ahead and start with the first step, which is to build a new session. I've already started that process just by opening up a brand new blank slate here. And first thing we need to do is match the sample rate. And the way that we do that is by simply looking at the files that we're going to import and find the sample rate there. And as you can see, the sample rate is listed on a Mac in this little window here. If you don't have that window, maybe use this viewer. There's these different view options, right? And I find it helpful to have this so that I can see where everything is coming from and nested under. So there's your sample rate, 44.1. You can also right click and get info, and it's going to be right in, let's see here, sample rate 44.1 right there. Also gives you the bit rate as well, or the bit depth. So the next thing we need to do is just actually make sure that the session is in that same sample rate. So I'll go to record settings, and to audio. And right now it's set to 48, so good thing I checked. We're pretty much ready to go. And the next we want to do is set project tempo. So I need to find out what the tempo is. And I actually don't have the tempo here, but I can actually kind of cheat and find it in the Logic session here. I'm going to blow this up. And I can see it's 145 right here. It's probably hard to see that. A little cheat code if you're using Logic. You can just highlight and hit the space bar on the project and it'll open up just an image of the session. But it's good to actually include the beats per minute, the BPM, in the title of the project so that your mix engineer has that info. So we'll go ahead and change this to 145 and we're good to go there. Increase buffer size is what we want to do next. In mixing, we can use high buffer sizes because we're not recording, so we don't need to worry about latency. Buffer size is the time that it takes for the computer to kind of process the audio. So you'll get a delay with higher buffer settings. A lower buffer size means that it's having to work harder to give you less latency in the recording process. So lower buffer size is for recording and higher buffer size is for mixing. I'll go ahead and go to settings, audio, and here I'm already set to 512. I just pretty much keep it there for mixing. Next we have import multis and references. So we're finally ready to do that and get going. So I'll go to the mix stems here. This song is called Bounce. I just think it's funny because bounce is what we say for export in audio. So gonna use new tracks, so create new tracks, and it'll do some thinking. It'll just take a moment for all these to populate the audio. Okay, so awesome. And now we are ready to move on to organizing the tracks. So we can sort, rename, color code, and group. Sorting is just getting all similar instruments next to each other and in the order that you prefer. So I like to have vocals at the top and then I do drums after that. and then I do bass, and typically we'll do, synths and pads and everything else after that. So let's go ahead, and these are all named already, which is nice. So here's the drum bus. Looks like I bounced that out. Nice and crunchy. So we'll go ahead and put that. Well, let's go ahead and find all the vocals first and put those at the top. So we have, let's see, Vox shouts. Put that at the top. Then we have our background vocals. Tell you what I'm going to do is I'm going to color code these at the same time, and that'll help me to sort it, because then I can find just which ones have the same colors. So background vocals get a kind of a darker yellow and ochre yellow color. Vox shouts, we'll do that ochre yellow. Gonna get rid of this. Actually, I'll call this my reference while I'm at it, and put this at the very bottom. Cool. Now we have bass bus. So that's going to be a dark purple. Then background vocal. Let's go ahead and just highlight all of the vocals. Drums, drums, drums. Funky guitar, keys. Those are leads, so I'm not going to want to. Vox hum bridge. Chorus hums. Let's see. Distant note, high pad, hollow. Kick, riser, stereo synth. Okay. So I think these are the only leftover things to color. I'm going to move those to the top. Then I have my, let's see here, background vocals, chorus hums, Vox hum bridge. I'm going to put that down there. Put the BVs next to each other. Okay. And then I'll do my lead vocals. So it looks like LV. Lead chorus synth. Okay, I think that's the vocal as well. Cool. Lots of processing on these already. They're sounding pretty good. So let's go ahead and do yellow for lead vocal. Verse 1, verse 2, verse 2 dub, and the chorus. We'll put all these at the top. So far, so good. Bass. Thought I saw some other bass. Maybe it was like synth bass. Sweep. Let's see. Looks like we're good there. Guitar, bass, fuzz. Okay. Cool. Color that purple. Put that next to these guys. Breath perk. That can be kind of like effects. I'll put that under, and I like to do effects like a kind of pinkish color. Drums, 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 conveniently all next to each other because I titled them the same. Funky guitar, guitar, bridge, lead chorus, RC, bouncy, Vox. Looks like there's another Vox that we'll want to check out here. So that's like a synth, basically. I'm going to treat that as a synth. Clap, bridge, clap, hollow perk, kick, sweep, sweep, tuned perk. Okay, so these are all drums. Let's go ahead and move those next to the drums. I like to have my kick at the very top. I like to have my cymbals. What is this? Floor tom. Crash and cymbals go towards the bottom of the drums. Perk, perk, claps, drum snare. What is this? Lo-fi. Okay, so that's like I'm going to put like anything that's like drum bus, parallel drums type stuff. I'm going to put that towards the top and then kick below that. tom's going to go below the snare. Let's see. Cymbals, crash, perk, clap, clap, snare, snare. Okay. Snare's going to go up here and put this up below the kick. Perk. Put all the perk together. Clap, clap. Crash. I think we're good. Floor tom. Rack tom. So we can have those next to each other. Overheads. Okay. Cool. I think we're good. Drums, I think, are all the way that I want them to be. Floor, tom, okay, overhead, claps. You know what? Overhead. Yeah, no, I'll keep it there. Filter drums. Same thing. I'm going to have this at the top here. And I like to sometimes order things. If things are similar, I'll order them in terms of when they come in, as you can see here. Let's see what else. I think I'm good. Let's see. I thought I had more than just... Oh, yeah. Clap bridge. There we go. Moving on. Funky guitar, guitar bridge, guitar riser. These can be red. I like to do guitars red. And then I like to do... Oh, there's a kick. And see that? Color that blue. Get that up by the drums. Kick chorus. And that's like the verse kick. Cool. Lots of sample-based instruments and sounds. All right, so keys. Cool. Lead chorus synth. Boots. What is this? Interesting. So this is totally blank. And if I crank it up, I don't see any audio. So I'm going to mute that for now. I'm going to mute it. And since it's percussive, I'm going to bring it over by the drums. And then I'll look into that offline and see if there's not anything missing. All right, our keys, lead synth, ARP sweep is going to be in effect. So, oops, let's go ahead and do option C. And then I can turn this like that. Pink, bouncy Vox. I'm going to put that with my synths. Dissonant note. That's like a pad-y, synthy type thing. I'm going to put that here. Maybe that's actually kind of playing along with the sweep. Maybe, I'll consider that like a sweep. It only happens once. So I'm going to go ahead and color it the same color as our effects there. Okay, riser, same thing. It's going to be pink. Pad, sweep, here's another sweep. Sweep again. Almost ready to move on. High pad can go up here with the rest of our synths. So these are all our keys. We'll just call these keys and group those together that way. So I'm going to go ahead and do like this color here. Typically, I like to separate pads, though, from synths, so maybe I'll do that. So lead chorus synth, okay, keys. Okay, I'm going to go like this. Bouncy Vox, staccato synth. Cool. Pad. All right, so pad's going to be kind of a softer color. Let's do something like that. Synths will be green. I like effects to be by my drums. So I'm going to do that. Boom, underneath. I like my drums. Let's go ahead and put this. Let's see, breath perk. You know what? I am going to, I think, make that a drum thing. So I'm going to turn it that color. That'll be kind of with our perk. All right, now we just need to finish kind of sorting. I'm good on the names, so I don't need to do that. They're all named appropriately. They're all color coded. We just need to kind of finish sorting and grouping. So let's go ahead and put all our drums underneath the vocals, bass. Okay, everything else is the way that I want, so we're good to go. Except I need to move this pad. Nope, I don't need to move that pad. That's great. Let's go ahead and, just kind of group these all together. I'm tempted to leave this separate, this drum bus separate, and maybe even mute it depending on what's going on. This might be like a parallel thing, so I'm gonna keep that separate. So let's go ahead and not group those together. And cool. So yeah, we can group all these together. And the way that I do that in Logic is do Shift Command D. And that gives me a summing stack. So I'll call this drums. And then we'll go to our vocals, all our lead vox, Shift Command D, and we'll call this lead vox. Okay, collapse that, collapse the drums. I'm gonna do PLL for parallel, because that's probably what's going on there. It's been a long time since I worked on this, so I don't know. All right, so Vox Hum Bridge, along with all these others, are going to be background vocals. I'm tempted, however, to actually fit in the Vox Hum Bridge in with the pads, depending on how this sounds. Cool. All right, so I'm going to put these down at the bottom. And I'm going to call them, I'm going to basically have these be pads, but I'm going to keep them that color. You know what? Backtracking. I'm going to go ahead and just leave it as it is. We'll go ahead and group these. Oh, you know what? Kind of going back and forth. So I will group these in with the pads. So let's do that. This color. And then drums are good. Okay, let's go ahead and do these guys all together. This will be BV for backing vocals, background vocals. Bass bus. Okay, so it looks like I bust out a couple things. Let's see how these things sound together. So that sounds like the same thing. So this is another case where I might not use this. I'm going to mute it for now, just like the drums parallel. I'll call this bass bus parallel. And then I'll go ahead and just group these together. Cool. And let's do... There we go. Call it bass. All right, so these are going to be effects. This is going to be guitars. This is going to be synths. You can call them keys or synths or whatever you want, and these are going to be my pads. Now I can solo. What's cool about this is I can just solo all the vocals. I can solo all the background vocals, all the drums, etc., etc. And that just gives me a nice, clean session to look at, to collapse all these things and to, work at a higher level when I need to, maybe process all of the background vocals together, process all the drums together, etc., etc. So moving on to step 3 would be to identify phase and polarity issues. This is where we want to check all of our multi-mic'd sources like drums, amps, etc. Anything that has multiple mics on the same kind of sound source, you want to just make sure that there's no phase issues. And then what we do is we just flip the polarity or the phase. You can kind of use these interchangeably, these words, phase and polarity. They are different. Think of phase as like kind of left to right time-wise in the waveform, like where it is on the waveform. That's more like phase. Polarity is just whether it's positive or negative. So if I zoom in on any one of our waveforms here, you can see that it goes, up and down, up and down. That's a waveform. And there's a positive side and there's a negative side when it dips below the 0 line here. We want to just make sure that things are lined up properly so that there's no cancellation of sounds, right? There could be moments where low end, especially in the low end with things like a kick drum or a snare, a lot of times you want to check like your direct close mics on your snare to your overhead mics, because the overheads are a distance away, so many feet away from the actual snare. And that delay causes a delay and a shift in that waveform compared to the actual close mic waveform. So it's going to cause like a phase shift there so that it might not sound as punchy and you might get some cancellation in the low end frequencies there. We've got some live drums here that we want to check. Really, I just want to check those against anything like overheads or just any samples that might be layered on top of these live drums. So let's go ahead and just check for those. Really what I want to check first is the snare here. So this is a live snare sound. Sounds like there's a lot of processing on there already. And then we have this snare sample. So yeah, what I want to do is kind of zoom in here. I mean, you can really hear it if you know what to listen for. You'll hear kind of an empty sounding or a thin sounding snare. And the way I would know very quickly if it was out of phase, right, is that I would come in here and take a gain plugin, and it might not be a gain plugin in yours, it might be called something else, but pretty much every DAW is going to have a utility plugin that allows you to phase flip or just like phase invert. So I would just click on both of these to invert the left and the right. And if it improves the low end punch, I know that it was out of phase. So it goes in and out. It's interesting. Like that whole section right there is better. See how thin that sounds? Versus this. But then all of a sudden this hit right here is in phase. So really what we'd want to do is go in and correct this one by one. And I'm going to do it instead of like lining them up manually. You can do that. So essentially I would just come in here. Right. So this first hit is lined up just fine. If I zoom in here, you'll see what I mean. Right. So these right here are lining up with, the positive side is lining up with the positive side, negative with the negative, etc. Right? For the most part. I could probably improve this a little bit. And so I'm going to actually take some time to do that, because you'd be surprised. Like just that alone, getting things to line up in terms of phase will give you so much more impact and punch out of your drums than any other plugin. Do not skip this step, because this will maximize the punch of all of your drums, right? Especially when it comes to the low end. This is pretty much exclusive to low end, but there are things like comb filtering or weird phasey things that can happen in multi-mic sources like acoustic guitars where there's a mic on the neck and a mic on the sound hole. I want to check for those things. But in this case, it's really just kind of the low end punch of different drums like kick and snare maybe toms that I'm interested in checking. So I might just like kind of fast forward through this for you guys and then just show you the result. All right, so what I actually need to do, this is actually a really good demonstration because these will go out of phase from each other, right? I have the snare live with the overhead. So these have to stay locked into each other. So if I move this around, I need to move this around. And I don't want to do that. So what I'm going to do is actually move the sample and shift the sample around so that it matches up with the snare samples. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. With the gain plugin on, there's an improvement in that punch there. Listen to this. Just between the overheads and the close mics. So here's without, and then here's with phase invert. It's only like a dB louder, but we're getting a lot more perceived punch than that. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna get moving. And then I'll go ahead and hit apply. Yeah, that was a good move. So I'm just doing with and without, so listen again. So here's without. Here's with. Just more full-bodied. So I've gone through, and as you can see, I have done individual instances where we've applied selection-based processing to the snare samples, right? Again, I didn't want to do it to the live snare because then I'd have to chop both the overhead and the live snare tracks together, and it would just be easier because these move around, right? Humanization is in the human imperfection of the live drum. So I'm just basically moving around these, or in my case, I'm just using the phase invert on individual instances. So I've done that, and we can kind of move on. Let's go ahead and do our last stage or last step of gain staging everything. And the easiest way to do that is to simply use the gain normalization setting or function under functions, but we have to select all the tracks first. So what you'll see happen is some of these will stay relatively the same because they're already within that -10 to -20, but then others will either increase or decrease depending on how loud they are. So if I did this by hand, I would have to go to each one of these and turn the gain up and down. As you can see, the clip gain right there is what is moving. But what I'm going to do is speed this up quite a bit by going to functions after selecting all of them and going to normalize region gain. I already have it set to -10. You might have to change that from another default amount. And then I set it to individual tracks, and then I set it to peak and just hit apply. Let me go ahead and do that again. -10, hit tab, hit apply, And this will take a moment. You'll see these change. There, that one changed. Some of them stayed, again, relatively the same. But now we have a nice uniform volume averaging between -10, -20. Peaks no higher than -6. So if you have rogue peaks in some of the more dynamic instruments like your vocals, that's fine if you have a couple of those. But the kind of cruising altitude should be between -10, -20. And that will help us to feed our processing a really nice, healthy volume. Some processors, like analog emulation plugins, work best receiving, kind of an optimal level between -10 and -20. So this will be just a great way to give us a lot of headroom as well as feed some of our plugins a healthy volume. So now we get to move on to the next section of volume balance. Really pretty straightforward stuff here. The only thing that takes a lot of time, I would say, is when you have phase issues that you're trying to deal with, where you're wanting to invert phase and polarity, and that is arguably going to take the most amount of time. But it is so worth it, because then when you get into mixing, you're not running into those little tedious tasks that I was doing earlier of splicing all these regions up, so that way you can maintain focus on what's really important, which is mixing. Next, let's talk about one of the, if not the most important aspects of your mix, volume balance. Volume balance might be the most straightforward and simple aspect of the mixing process, and yet so many people overlook and underestimate the impact it has on a successful final mix. It really does constitute the mixing part of mixing. In fact, at mastering.com, we argue that volume balance alone accounts for 80% of a great mix. Volume balance refers to adjusting the volume faders of the individual tracks in order to achieve a balanced and cohesive static mix prior to any processing, with the exception of any effects that help with mic bleed or phase inversion. We do this early on as sort of the first step of the actual mixing part of mixing, because it helps to establish the overall frequency balance of your mix up front. In fact, it carries by far the most weight when it comes to establishing the right distribution of frequencies in your mix. I'll explain. If we were to take the various instruments from a great mix and place them all along the frequency spectrum, you'll notice that A, it fills up the entire frequency spectrum, and B, each instrument sort of slots naturally into a different part of the spectrum. There's going to be overlap, of course, but in terms of fundamental frequencies, each of these occupies its own space along the spectrum. As a refresher, the fundamental frequency refers to the frequency of any sound where the energy or volume of that frequency is greatest. So the reason that this ties into volume balance is because we can sort of treat our volume faders much like you would the gain parameter on an EQ. If you want more low end in your mix, turn up the bass or kick drum. Want more mids? Turn up the guitars or synths that hold a lot of mid-range frequencies. Want less high end in the mix? Turn your hi-hats, cymbals, and shakers down. You'd be surprised with how many mixes I critique where the feedback is as simple as turning something up or down. Not to sound harsh, but if you really can't nail the most basic tool of all, volume, then you really have no business asking about someone's vocal chain or mastering chain, etc. I don't mean to say that you can't work on improving your volume balance and vocal processing technique at the same time, but rather I'm trying to help you understand the importance and the weight of establishing a solid static mix. A static mix is one with only volume balance. It's the very first attempt at striking the right balance of your instruments and sounds in the mix. So, upon first listen, after you get all of your tracks imported, you'll be tempted to start hearing areas of improvement or opportunities to fix and enhance different instruments with EQ, compression, effects, etc. But it's really so critical to use your fresh ears to establish the right volume balance first. The volume balance can and will change to some degree over time as you progress along in the mix, but you have to resist the urge to add plugins or effects to any of your tracks during this first stage of establishing a great initial volume balance. If you've watched any of my other videos on YouTube, You may have come across me saying this: I would bet that a real pro mixer could get a better sounding mix with just volume faders than an amateur that has all of the tools in the world at his or her disposal. All right, hopefully you get the point here, and hopefully this is somewhat of a relief to you, because the volume fader is really the easiest tool that there is to learn. The only real challenge with the volume fader, or any tool for that matter, lies in knowing or hearing when you've set things just right in the mix. Now, I'm about to demonstrate volume balance, but before I do that, I want to quickly explain the approach we're going to take for these demonstrations moving forward. For each new process of mixing we demonstrate, I'm going to show you how to apply it on 3 levels. Level 1 will be with a 2-track and a vocal. Level 2 will be with a stem mix. This is where we'll have groups of instruments assigned to different faders. And then level 3 will be with all of the individual tracks and faders available to us. So now for the demo of volume balance. Welcome to this video demonstration on volume balance at the first level using a 2-track and our vocal. Our vocal consists of a background vocal track and a lead vox track. I've blended both and volume balanced both the chorus and the verse lead into the same track. Those were on separate tracks, so I blended those together, and then all the background vocals I blended together and volume balanced and bounced out into this stem. And then the instrumental here, we have our 2-track. This is already volume balanced in and of itself. That's what you're going to get when you download a beat or instrumental to sing or rap over. A lot of times you'll get this situation and scenario in the hip hop realm where you have a beat that was purchased or licensed, and then you rap or sing over that. So you're going to have a fully kind of mastered, in a lot of cases, like a mixed and mastered 2-track. This is just produced and mixed using volume only, but it's a pretty decent balance overall, and will be good to demonstrate volume balance at this level. So what I want to do is just start with the faders down, and then I'm going to go ahead and normalize region gain. And I think it should already be normalized with the lead vox and the background vocals, but this will most likely change the instrumental. So let's go ahead and highlight these, and then we'll go up to functions, normalize region gain, and make sure it's set to -10, apply, and there you could see the instrumental was brought down a bit. So we'll start with the instrumental, bring that up, and then we'll bring in the vocal. And I like to start with the chorus. Cool. And let's bring in the lead. I'm going to bring up the overall track volume on the stereo out, just so we can better hear it. I think this is in both the instrumental and the background vocal, the dope. I'm gonna shred it, check it out. Check it out. Hit that show. When I'm busting and you see me in a make. And that's it for this. It really doesn't take that long to just use the faders for only 3 tracks. But you can see that volume is really important just at this level, because the right balance of the instrumental to the vocal is everything before you start applying any processing. So we're going to get more and more complex as we go to level 2 and then finally level 3, and we'll see you in those demonstrations. In this lesson, we're going to demonstrate volume balance on the second level using stems only. Now, I want to kind of preface what I've done to prep this in the right way so that I can give this an honest go without cheating, because I've had to volume balance everything within each of these stems. These are all the groups of instruments, all the synths in one fader now, pads in one fader, etc., etc. And so I had to go in and volume balance those, of course, in order to demonstrate this. But what I've done in addition to that is I've normalized the gain of all of these, right? So that means it has reset the volume and I've brought them all down to 0. So I'm going to have to essentially start from scratch, but on the stem level. So let's go ahead and get started. The first thing that I like to do, as you can see here as well, we have the color-coded markers showing us our, different sections of the song. This is huge. You want to make sure that you have this set up so that you can bounce around from section to section really, really easily and quickly. So don't skip this step. That's something you can do at any time during session setup or just before you start throwing up the faders. Just make sure you have your markers for the song structure established. First thing I like to do is start with the drums, and then I actually pair that with the vocals. So drums and vocals, I sort of treat that as one volume balance step, and then I bring in the bass, and then I'll bring in everything else. Let's go ahead and do that. So the volume of this is actually quite low. I'm going to go ahead and bring this up to nominal. Let's see here. Not that much. So we have one rogue spike around 8. That's fine. I'm actually going to bring in the bass guitar.
Yeah, things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it, cause I ain't about to quit it. Hey, hey. And everybody about to see me feeling steezy, cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out. Check it out. Shaking my way. Gotta get back in it, cause I ain't. On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it, cause I ain't about to quit it. Hey, hey. And everybody about to see me feeling steezy, cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out. Check it out. I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shake it, showing everybody I can make it. Feet on the ground. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce. Watch out. Fake it.
That's got a cool rhythmic element to it.
I'm better than the rest of I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shake it, showing everybody I can make it. Feet on the ground, I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce. Second verse. Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down. Showing everybody I can make it. Feet on the ground, I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Showing everybody I can make it. Feet on the ground, I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce. Showing everybody I can make it. Feet on the I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce. Ain't about to quit it, hey, hey. And everybody about to ain't about to quit it, hey, hey. And everybody about to see me feeling physical. Ain't about to quit it, hey, hey. And everybody about to see me feeling physical. I'm up, check it out. Fake it, I'm better than the rest of never patient. I'm coming around. Fake it, showing everybody I can make it. Hit that shit, yeah, you. Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down. Yeah, we're living in it cause we're chilling, we're not here to sell out. When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feelings that I hit that shit, yeah. Hit that shit, yeah, you got it. Chillin', we're not here to sell out. When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sitting on a Saturday night. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight.
I actually want this to be louder, this section here. So I'm going to bring it up with just a simple clip gain automation here. Go ahead and extend this out. Actually right around there, yeah. So we'll go like that and then bring this up just a bit.
Chillin', we're not here to sell. Chillin', we're not here to sell out. When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight. I'm better than the rest of never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shake it, showing everybody I can make it. Feet on the ground, I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce. When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Don't wanna fight. I'm better than the rest of never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shake it, showing everybody I can make it. Feet on the ground. I'm better than the rest of never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't.
That's great. That's all I really want to do. Let's just double check and make sure everything's up. Yep. I'm going to check this last background vocal right here. Oh, that's just the dope. Kind of like a Homer Simpson thing there. All right. That's all for this lesson. This is really short because, again, we're working with stems. We only have in total about 8 or 9 tracks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So what we'd want to do, though, is just kind of check against the reference. I'm going to go ahead and show you kind of checking the reference in the level 3 video demonstration, which will have a lot more detail in volume balance. So just want to give you kind of that next level, sort of high level look into volume balance, and just show you how important it is to really get that right, because that's going to make all the difference. You could tell how things kind of just slowly came together as we were adjusting, listening again, adjusting again. You really have to just use your fresh ears for this stage to get a really great balance. And that's it for this lesson. We will see you on the next one, which will be level 3, where we'll have access to all the individual faders and show you how to volume balance using all of that control. This is kind of exciting because this is the first time that we're going to start to feel like we're actually mixing. And I want to show you a couple things that I've done offline here. One of them is I've brought all the faders down to 0, except for the buses. We want to start with no volume at all because we're going to bring in one track at a time, starting with the most important elements first. Once you bring in the very most important leading role elements, then you can kind of decide after that what you want to bring in. That's entirely up to you. But you really just need to ask yourself, what is the leading role? And in this case, it's going to be our vocal and our drums. And so I'm going to get those two things sitting well together. And once I can do that, I can go and blend in the rest of the instruments. So again, what I've done offline here is I've brought all of these faders all the way down. And then I've left all of the actual buses. These tracks are all left at 0 or nominal. Okay, so each one of these the bus tracks are left at nominal. You can see that. So we're not going to change these, at least not yet. We may do that later on down the road. But for now, we're just going to start with all of the faders down. And I've also kind of color-coded our track headers here. I didn't have that done. So that shows up in the mixer window as the same color as our actual track regions. So you can see they're all matching. Oh yeah, one more thing that I've done is I've actually taken that snare live track, or I think it was the snare sample track right here. This was chopped up so that we could apply our kind of phase flip instances, and I went ahead and cleaned that up and just kind of bounced it in place, rendered that in place to one clean audio file. Let's get started. I'm going to go ahead and start with the drums first, and then I'll mix that with the vocals. As soon as I feel like I have a really good drum groove going, I'll bring the vocals in to match. The reason I start with the drums is because I like to start with the loudest element first, which is typically the kick. That's going to be low-end information that in modern pop genres is going to occupy the most sort of, volume real estate. And we'll go ahead and do that. So first things first is kick. Go ahead and bring that up. And I like to start in a section where kind of all the instruments are firing at once. Some people like to just start bringing up the faders based on what comes in first, but I typically like to start with a chorus section where all of the instruments are going at once. So let's go ahead and find and make sure we got the right chorus with everything. Let's go ahead and start in the end here. Yep. Looks like I've got a different kick, though, for the chorus, so I'll go ahead and start with the chorus kick. Okay, so I just bring it up to 0, the fader that is, and I can see that we're hitting right around, minus 10. I'm not going to fret over 0.1 dB, but it's pretty much at negative 10. Let me make sure that my Let's see, stereo out fader is turned down. I'm going to turn that back up. So yeah, what I'm going to do is just kind of bring in the samples first. Tell you what, I'm going to do one more step here, and I'm going to create a bus within the drums. So I can actually create a bus within a bus, which is nice. That's actually a recent update to Logic. So if you haven't updated Logic recently, you may not have that feature. I'm going to call this my snare, and then that way I can kind of process these down the road all together. Let's go over here. Filter drums. So I consider this like a snare top almost. So that's a hi-hat. I don't know why it's labeled cymbals. Go ahead and change that really quick. Well, I guess we have both. I'll say hat and sim. This is like a downer. I'm going to actually rearrange these super quick. I'm going to put my two sampled kicks next to each other. This keeps messing me up. I'm going to call this clap. We'll say clap and shake. So I thought that this was a clap, but this is actually just my production partner, Caleb, saying clap your hands. So I'm going to change this to a different color. We'll have this be... You know what? Actually, because that's it happens one time and it's pretty rhythmic, I am going to leave it that way. I'm going to start to bring in, I think we've got all of our drums, there's maybe a few here. I think what I want to do here is put a gain plugin and let this grow. So I'm going to go ahead and automate this. And maybe just a little bit less. Gonna go ahead and bring the whole thing down just a hair. I'm going to do the same thing to these tracks and just put a gain. Let's see. Well, I already have a gain plugin there with the phase flip, so I can just use this. So I'll go to my gain parameter. And I just want to do like a 2 dB kind of a move here, where we start a little bit lower. Like this, maybe 2 or 3. Yeah, and I want to do this one as well. While playing it and latches on, I can click on any parameter in the plugin and it'll automatically create that lane, automation lane, which is great. Cool, start bringing in the vocal.
On the fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it, cause I ain't about to quit it, hey, hey. On the fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way.
We're really lucky because these are all dynamically pretty consistent. So that's there's not going to be too much in terms of compression or limiting or any dynamic control. We'll get to that later in another lesson. But this allows us to volume balance everything really well since it's been controlled in the production session.
On the fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. Gotta get back.
Okay, I am wanting that like breath thing that I'm hearing. It's really cool. Kind of want that turned up.
On the fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. Gotta get on the fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it, cause I ain't about to quit it, hey, hey. And everybody about to see me feeling steezy, cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out. Check it out.
I don't like how loud that is. I'm actually just going to bring down the gain of it.
And everybody about to see me feeling steezy, cause I'm up in the clouds. Check it out. Check it out.
Interesting. Those little clicks are cool. This is just too loud, and this is too loud. So I'm going to bring these down with gain.
Check it out. 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 Check it out.
That's super cool. All right.
Check it out.
I think, yeah, we need to get the chorus vocal up.
Check it out.
Let's see what's going on here.
Check it out.
These are,
Out.
yeah, let me bring these up together. In fact, let me put these together.
Out. Check it out. Out. Check it out. Out. Check it out. I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out. Check it out. I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shake it, showing everybody I can make it. 10 feet on the ground. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce. Up where I
Nice.
look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon. I'm gonna sweat it, check it out.
Interesting, just a different tonal character.
Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down. Up where I left,
This one's a lot brighter.
up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna sweat it, check it. Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down. Check it out. Up where I left it, but this hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down. Yeah, we live.
I don't know if I want to hear as much clap here anymore.
Yeah, you gotta admit that you're down.
I think it works there,
Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit.
but I don't know if it works here. So I'm sort of I'm thinking that maybe I'll just take this whole thing down. Just a hair is all.
Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down.
Yeah, it feels a little bit better.
Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down. Yeah, we're living.
I like how this is grooving.
Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down. Yeah, we're living in it cause we're chilling, we're not here to sell out. When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on Saturday night. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing. Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that. I'm better than the rest of never passion. Around, I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Show me every check it out. I'm the rest of never passion. I'm coming around, I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Showing everybody I can make it.
These two things are sort of the same purpose.
I'm better than the rest of never passion. I'm coming around, I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Showing everybody I can make it. Feet on the ground, I'm on, ready to bounce. I'm better than the rest of. Showing everybody I can make it. Feet on the ground, I'm on top, ready to bounce. Showing everybody I can make it. Feet on the ground, I'm on top, I ain't coming down, ready to bounce. Sing a verse. And everybody about to see. And everybody about. And everybody about to. And everybody about. And everybody about to see. And everybody about to see me feeling. And everybody about to. And everybody about to see me feeling steezy cause I'm up. And everybody about to see me feeling steezy cause I'm up.
Super cool.
And everybody about to see me feeling steezy cause I'm up in. And everybody about to see. And everybody about to see me feeling steezy cause I'm up in the clouds. And everybody about to.
These things are kind of masking. I'll have to deal with that in EQ. but you can hear how those elements are masking the vocal.
And everybody about to see me feeling dizzy 'cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up, left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out. Out. Fake it, I'm better than the rest of never patient. I'm coming around now. Fake it, I'm better than never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. I won't stop till I'm winning. Shake it, showing everybody I can make it. Feet on the ground, I'm on, ain't coming down, ready to bounce. Now, showing everybody I can make it. Feet on the ground, I'm on top, I ain't coming down, ready to bounce. Showing everybody I can make it. Feet on the ground, I'm on top, I ain't coming down, ready to bounce. Fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it 'cause I ain't about to quit it, hey, hey. And everybody about to see me feeling dizzy 'cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out. Check it. Fast track, bouncing back, yeah. Dizzy 'cause I'm up in the clouds.
Might bring this in.
Everybody about to see me feeling dizzy 'cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out. Fake it, I'm better than the rest of never patient. I'm coming around, I'm on top, I ain't coming down. I won't stop till I'm winning. Everybody about to see me feeling dizzy 'cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it, time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out. Check it out. Fake it, I'm better than the rest of never patient. I'm coming around, I'm on top, I ain't coming down. I won't stop till I'm winning. Shake it, show me I can make it. Feet on the ground.
That's kind of cool. I'm just debating whether to automate the volume here. Yeah, I think I want to just bring it up slightly, so I'm going to put a gain plugin on it and just kind of give it some movement in terms of volume. So we'll do that real quick. Right at the bridge here. Looks like I already have it. Here we go. Maybe we'll just start low and then go high. Production decision, maybe I would do differently. I mean, I did work on this production, so something that I'm thinking about now is maybe extending this section here, but I'm not going to do that because I'm acting as a mix engineer, not a producer. But that's something you could go back and forth with the producer to make a suggestion. And depending on your relationship with that artist or producer, maybe something that you can really quickly and easily do. Just copy and paste. There is one more track here. This is going to be something I split here. I think what I'm going to do is do the same thing here and automate this right here. Latch, gain plugin, and get this to grow a little bit more from a lower volume.
I'm coming around. I'm on top.
Interesting. So I don't know why I would have kept these on the same side. Yeah, I just want to swap the left and right. Let's see if I can do that. This right here. Oh, missing one sweep here. I think we're almost there. Let's go ahead and listen through.
On the fast track, bouncing back, dead things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it, cause I ain't about to quit it, hey, hey. And everybody about to see me feeling sleazy, cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it, check it out. Check it out.
I'm tempted to bring in this parallel drums just in the chorus to give it just a slight lift here. Let me try that. I'm going to section this off here and here, and we'll just make these cuts even though we may or may not use it. Go ahead and do it here as well. Marquee tool does this quicker. And we'll mute there, we'll mute there, and we'll mute here.
Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out. Check it out.
The only thing I don't like about it is it's bringing up the level of the highs, so I may end up just EQing this and using just the more mid-range energy of that. So I'm going to make a note and say tame highs. Now, okay, let's just keep listening, making sure that we have everything in. It looks like we do. Just at a glance, we'll continue from.
About to see me feeling sleazy, cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out.
I am tempted to bring the kick of our verse down just a hair. So I'm going to bring that down just like a dB and a half.
But about to see me feeling steezy 'cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out. Check it out. I'm better than the passion. Around, I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shake it, showing everybody I can make it. 2 feet on the ground, I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce. Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down. Yeah, we're living in it 'cause we're chilling, we're not here to sell out. When I'm busting, but about to see me feeling steezy 'cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out.
Ah,
Out. 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 When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Out. When I'm out. When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing, give me feelings that I don't wanna fight. I'm better than the rest of their passion. I'm coming around, I'm on top. Feelings that I don't wanna fight. 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 Feelings that I don't wanna fight.
those little breaths can make a big difference in the production value. So what I'm thinking right now is I may want to make some really high-level automation moves. I'm not quite sure. I'm just feeling like the energy from the verse to the chorus needs to be slightly greater when we go to the chorus.
I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing, give me feelings that I don't wanna fight. I'm better than the rest of their passion. I'm coming around, I'm on top, going down, and I'm shaking, showing everybody I can make it. 2 feet on the ground, I'm on top, I ain't coming down.
I think bringing some of that high-end energy in from this pad is working. Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down. Yeah, we're living in it 'cause we're chilling, we're not here to sell out. When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on Saturday night. Pick you up and I'm staring through last track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a
Feeling bustin' and you see me and I'm
I may want to pan these out just slightly. Go to 15 or 20.
bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy. Yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you up. Check it out.
Let's make sure these aren't the same track.
Check it out. Check it out. Check it out.
Those might be the same. I'm going to flip the phase on this really quick and see if indeed it is the same thing. Because if they're exactly the same, it'll cancel out. Yeah, same exact track. All right. So again, this is kind of hearkening back to our quick little lesson explanation on phase, inverting the phase. When you have a positive and a negative polarity of the wave kind of meeting at the same exact time, if it's the same exact signal, then the positive and the negative cancels out and there's no sound. No sound. If I take off the phase flip, you get the sound. But over here, I have a feeling... Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and just get rid of one of them.
Check it out. Check it out. Check it out.
You know what? For the sake of simplicity, it's adding the right amount of volume that I want. I'm just going to keep it.
Check it out. Check it out. Check it out.
And because I'm slightly OCD, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of those splices there.
Check it out. Check it out. Check it out.
Part of me wants them to be just slightly louder, so I might do that. Just bring these up gain-wise, like a dB is all.
Check it out.
Yeah, that's good.
When I'm busting down and down, ready to bounce. Second verse. Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down. Living in it, not here to sell out. When I'm down and down, ready to hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down.
Part of me doesn't like the clap layer there.
Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down.
I'm going to go ahead and just make a decision here since I am actually the producer on this with my production partner Caleb. I'm going to mute that and just make the call.
Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down. Yeah, we're living in it cause we're chilling, we're not here to hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down. Living in it cause we're chilling, we're not here to sell out. Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down. Yeah, we're living in it cause we're chilling, we're not here to sell out. About to see me feeling dizzy cause I'm up in the clouds. Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down. Yeah, we're living in it cause we're chilling, we're not here to sell out. When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah.
Yeah, I really like that decision. Get the claps in. That's a subtle layer. I mean, not super subtle, but it's just the right amount of kind of variation, bringing that into the second half of the second verse.
Hit that shit. When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday
tempted to bring up the volume of the vocal. I'm going to leave it though.
When I'm busting and you
I really want to EQ all this stuff, but I can't because I'm just doing volume balance. Part of me wants to have a little bit more of the crash cymbals coming from, I believe, the overheads. Verse is feeling really good to me. I'm gonna sweat it, check it out. Check it out. Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down. Probably will automate some EQ, kind of like filtering out the high end on this. Might put that down as a note. Automate EQ. I'm just going to say low pass. Show you what I mean by that. Cool. Yeah, I'll do that later, but that's an effect that I think would really enhance that section. Brought the kick down on the chorus at half dB. Lots of listening. Again, that's why this is so critical that we save this for a very specific session, that we have all of the kind of dotting our I's and crossing our T's in the session setup and everything, so you can just focus on these volume moves, because this is such a critical part of this whole process of mixing. I'm feeling pretty good about this. I'm going to call it good here. You saw me do some, basic automation moves with gain, just a little bit of panning. Actually, that's one thing that I did not finish. Let me go ahead and...
Bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy. Yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you up and...
I think what I want to do here is use, let's see, sample delay. Sample delay will be delaying the left or the right, depending on what you choose. If I delay the left here and then I delay the right here, it'll spread these out. So we'll show you. 25 and 25. There's not much of a difference, honestly. So I'll stick with it.
Bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy. Yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Check it out. Check it out. Check it out.
Let's see if we do it on just one of these. What would happen?
Check it out. 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 Check it out.
You know what? I am not going to use it. I'm going to remove it.
Me and I make it look so easy. Yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Hook you up.
I may do some processing later on to further kind of spread those out, but for now I think we're good.
Bustin' and you see me and I make it look so...
The last thing that I want to do is actually check against our reference track here. Now, we are a little bit limited due to things like copyright strikes and our ability to use, a lot of different reference tracks that I would probably rather use. And so we're using a service that allows us to very affordably license legitimately the tracks that we use for our reference tracks in these lessons, in these videos. So I'm going to pay attention as much as I can to just kind of overall volume balance, frequency spectrum, rather than comparing this, apples to apples production wise. So, but I've done my best to pick a reference track that, I would want to maybe aim for in terms of sonic quality. So let's go ahead and bring this down, solo the reference.
You're terrifying, beautiful, like a fireball through my body. It's enough to make me feel supernatural. Supernatural, I'm untouchable. I'm unstoppable. I'm supernatural. I'm coming around. I'm on top. I ain't coming down. I won't stop till I'm supernatural.
Obviously, a lot more high-end information that we can take care of with things like EQ and such. I feel like the high end on this track is almost a little overbearing. What I'm going to do is bring up a PAS Analyzer plugin. So this gives me kind of a look objectively at what's going on in the frequency spectrum, and then we can make that comparison. So if I go to metering, I've got this by Waves, really affordable plugin and really, really useful. One of the most underrated plugins by Waves, in my opinion.
You're terrifying, beautiful, like a fireball through my body. It's enough to make me feel supernatural. Supernatural, I'm untouchable.
Okay.
Bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy. Yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing. Gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight.
I'm better than the rest of their passion. I'm coming around. I'm on top. I ain't
Yeah, overall, I'm satisfied with that. I'm satisfied with the overall trend of the frequency spectrum. Again, I don't know that I'm going to want it as bright, but we can see here there's going to be opportunities to enhance with EQ. These are all things that I'm going to be, thinking about in the back of my head as we move on to the next section, which is EQ. So we'll get to jump right into doing all kinds of moves that are going to help us, get closer to the finish line and kind of go in the direction of the reference without trying to copy it exactly. I'm going to take what I like from this reference and leave the rest. All right, that's it. I'm going to go ahead and call it there. This is, again, the most important foundational element of your mix is just volume. Just using the volume faders and some panning here and there if you need to. A lot of the width and panning was done in the production session, so I don't need to really do, as you can see, I don't really have any panning going on. But in some cases, you might get all of the tracks in mono, and it's up to you to really create that stereo field. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Section 2, Frequencies. This section is all about understanding and harnessing the power of EQ in your mixes. EQ, in my opinion, comes in close second to the volume fader when it comes to ease of use and the power of the tools we use in mixing. So, I have one goal in mind for this section, and that's to deepen your understanding of and strengthen your skill with using EQ in your mixes. I want you to remove the guesswork and empower you to make intentional moves when pulling up any EQ. And at this point in the course, I want to introduce a unique perspective and analogy that may or may not be new to you, but it's one that I think will help you understand how EQ fits into the overall picture of crafting a great mix. That analogy is all about comparing our mix to a three-dimensional cube. The analogy of 3D mixing has actually been around for a while, but it's not something I see being emphasized a ton. So, we'll get into that very soon. But real quick, I want to let you know about our totally free 9-hour course that is completely dedicated to the topic of EQ. So I highly recommend you watch that in addition to this course. You can find it both on our YouTube channel as well as our free courses section on the mastering.com website. All right, let's jump in. First, what is EQ? EQ is short for equalization. Let me put it this way. If the volume fader allows us to control how loud each instrument is in the mix, then EQ allows us to control how loud each frequency is for any given sound in the mix. EQ can be thought of as the sculptor's chisel that shapes the sonic landscape of your mix. Think of each track in the mix as a block of sonic marble. EQ is how you chisel away the unnecessary, enhance the beautiful, and bring balance to the overall picture. In order to better understand EQ, we need to know what frequencies are. Frequencies refer to the specific pitches or tones within a sound, spanning from low to high. In our sonic universe, everything vibrates, and these vibrations occur at various speeds, known as frequencies, which are measured in hertz. These frequencies are the backbone of sound, ranging from the lowest bass at around 20 hertz to the highest highs at 20 kilohertz. Each instrument and sound in your mix occupies its unique spot in this vast spectrum. The more intimately you can get to know this frequency spectrum, the more intentional you'll become in your use of EQ. And it's not just for engineers who mix or master, but producers that know their frequencies well can produce and arrange music in a way that more naturally fills up this frequency spectrum. And that's because each and every instrument sort of corresponds to a specific set or range of frequencies. Each frequency also corresponds to a particular pitch, and again is measured in hertz. As we've already mentioned, frequencies are manipulated using EQ, or equalization, to shape the tonal balance of the music. So here's just a quick demo of using an EQ. Here I have two basic EQ moves, one for the low end, boosting 6 decibels at around 83 hertz, and everything below that as well, and another move at 5 kilohertz and above, but this time I'm actually dipping that down. So listen to how the tone of this drum track or this drum group changes dramatically when I shift these up and down. So I'll take this off so you can hear what it sounds like before. We lose the high end, we feel more low end. Let's do the opposite and actually switch these. So this is 6 decibels down, and this is 7 or 6 decibels up. So EQ has the ability to dramatically alter the overall tone of any sound. Let's see what it sounds like to boost 250 hertz. Interesting. So now I'm hearing more of the percussive elements that live in this frequency range. All right, let's see what it sounds like to boost here at 750. So now we're hearing, some of the other percussive instruments like some bongos that live higher up in this frequency range. Again, these are simply points at which we can alter the volume of different frequency ranges. So why is EQ so important in mixing? It's simple. EQ is about control. Control over these frequencies, control over sonic texture or character, and therefore control over the emotional impact of your music. It's the main tool used to enhance clarity, depth, and overall sound quality. This involves boosting, cutting, or altering specific frequency ranges to achieve the desired sonic characteristics in a mix. Frequencies are fundamental to how we perceive sound, affecting everything from the deep rumble of a bass line to the crispness of a hi-hat. Now, I want to introduce the concept and perspective I mentioned earlier that will change the way you think about mixing. Imagine your mix as a 3-dimensional cube. This cube has height, width, and depth. Each dimension corresponds to a key aspect of your mix. The height dimension is where EQ comes into play. Frequencies can be thought of as the vertical aspect of your mix. By adjusting different frequencies, you're essentially moving elements of your mix up or down within this sonic cube. Higher frequencies give the perception of height and airiness, while lower frequencies provide a sense of grounding and depth or weight. Just think about the hard-hitting kick and bass of an electronic dance track. Imagine where you feel that in your body. I personally think of a nice punchy kick drum as something that hits me in the chest. Conversely, when I hear a high string section on a track, that's something that I feel higher up in my head. The width dimension is controlled through panning and stereo imaging tools. It's about how you place elements in the left to right field. A well-panned mix can give a sense of breadth and space, allowing each element to be distinctly heard without clutter. This is one of those aspects of the mix that really allows us to immerse the listener in the listening experience. We'll cover this in great detail in Section 4 of this course. And then there's depth. Depth is about how far or close elements feel in your mix. It's largely controlled by dynamics processing like compression, limiting, and volume, as well as reverb and delay effects. Depth creates the front-to-back placement in your mix, adding a sense of space and location. However, depth can also be controlled with EQ. We'll get into the depth dimension later on in Section 3. Understanding and manipulating these three dimensions is key to achieving a well-balanced, dynamic, immersive, and engaging mix. Remember, each tool you use in mixing, whether it's volume, EQ, panning, or compression, affects how your mix occupies this cubic space. But before we go deeper into the practicalities of EQ in the next lessons, it's vital to remember this. EQ is not a magic wand. It works best when the source material is good. A common mistake is to try to fix fundamental issues with EQ where they should be addressed up front in the recording and production. If there's a problem at the recording or production stage, try to address it there first. Whenever possible, EQ should enhance, not repair. As the saying goes, get it right at the source. This will make the process and results of EQing your tracks much more enjoyable. In summary, this introductory lesson is just the tip of the iceberg. We're going to explore the intricacies of using EQ in depth through demonstration, from identifying and fixing problem frequencies to enhancing the sonic relationships between different elements in your mix. But always keep the cube analogy in mind, as it will guide your decisions and help you visualize the impact of your adjustments in a three-dimensional space. Coming up in the next lesson, we'll be delving into using EQ to solve specific problems in your mix, improve sonic relationships, achieve balance, and enhance. Remember, every adjustment you make shapes the story your music tells. Let's make it a story worth listening to. Welcome to Lesson 2. In this lesson, we're going to get more specific and granular as we cover the following steps and concepts with using EQ. First, we identify and address problem frequencies with EQ. These are the very first moves we make with EQ in our mix. Then, after that, we'll discuss the concept of using EQ to improve the sonic relationships between instruments. This is all about EQing in context. Then, we'll discuss using EQ to bring balance on the global level of our entire mix by addressing tracks individually. And then finally, we'll cover using EQ to enhance each instrument. This is the last step in the process of EQ. Now, I want to simplify how we approach EQ in these steps as much as possible with this statement. All we're doing when using EQ in mixing is boosting more of the frequencies that we want to hear and turning down the frequencies we want less of. That's it. Now, obviously, the challenge comes in knowing what frequencies we want more or less of and how much. So let's get started with discussing how we address problems with EQ. First, what do we mean when we say problems? When we talk about problems in a mix, we're primarily referring to issues with specific frequencies. These problems can range from harsh resonances, where certain frequencies are overly prominent and distracting, to a lack of presence in a specific frequency range, leaving the mix feeling unbalanced or incomplete. Now, everyone in their mixing journey eventually faces disappointment when their mix sounds boomy, harsh, muddy, empty, thin, or weak. These adjectives highlight problems in the mix, which typically correlate with specific frequencies or frequency ranges. Identifying and describing the problem is the first step. The key to resolving these issues, however, lies in accurately diagnosing and addressing the specific frequencies involved. So, let's give specific examples for different problems commonly encountered in a mix. A common problem, especially in home studio recordings, is an excess of low frequencies. This can make the mix sound boomy and unclear. For instance, a bass guitar overlapping too much with the kick drum can create a muddy low end that lacks definition. This is because both these instruments share much of the same frequencies. Most of the time, low end is the most difficult part of the spectrum to get right for home studios. And this is because home studios oftentimes don't reveal accurate low end information in the room they're working in, or even in headphones. This is a much deeper topic to go into, but it's one we care about deeply at mastering.com. In our flagship full-stack mentorship program, The Reverse Engineer, we take our students through an entire 2-week process to ensure they have the most accurate listening environments possible. This in and of itself yields incredible results. Okay, regarding low-end muddiness in a mix, specific problem atom frequency areas include 20 to 60 Hz. This is the sub-bass region, where too much energy can cause a mix to feel overwhelming or excessively boomy. It's important for the weight of kick drums and bass lines, but needs to be managed very carefully. You can also use this frequency to blow out your car speakers if you'd like. 60 to 250 Hz. This is the general bass range, including the fundamental frequencies of the bass guitar, the kick drum, and lower register of other instruments. Excess energy in this range can make a mix sound muddy and unclear, as these frequencies can easily overpower other elements in the mix. Too little of these frequencies, however, can make a mix sound empty and weak. The mid-range is often overcrowded, leading to a mix that feels congested. This can happen when multiple instruments like guitars, keyboards, and vocals compete for the same frequency space. Let's get specific about what these frequencies are. 250 to 500 Hz. This range often contributes to a sense of muddiness or thickness in the mix. It's where you might find the lower harmonics of instruments like a guitar, piano, or lower register of the human voice. Overemphasis in this area can make the mix sound congested or overly dense. 500 to 1 kHz. This frequency range can add a boxy or honky or nasal quality to the mix if it's too prominent. Let me repeat that sentence in a way that actually emphasizes this frequency range. This frequency range can add a boxy, honky, or nasal quality to the mix if it's too prominent. It's a critical area for the clarity of many instruments and vocals, but too much energy here can make the mix sound nasal or stifling. This is common in poorly recorded vocals or close mic'd drums. This is also often a range where we might hear a bad room tone that is overpowering and clouds the vocal or any other instrument being recorded. 1 to 3K. This is a crucial range for intelligibility and presence, especially for vocals. However, too much energy in this range can cause the mix to sound harsh and can lead to listener fatigue. Getting this frequency range right is super critical because it's what our ears are the most sensitive to. This is actually related to a scientific fact that comes from a study that produced what is known as the Fletcher-Munson curve. Understanding this concept is actually super crucial to helping us achieve a balanced mix. The Fletcher-Munson curve illustrates how human ears perceive loudness at different frequencies. It shows that our ears are most sensitive to frequencies in the mid-range, around 2 to 4K, and less sensitive to very low and very high frequencies. This means that at lower volume levels, bass and treble frequencies seem quieter compared to mid-range frequencies at the same volume. As the volume increases, our perception of bass and treble frequencies becomes more pronounced. This phenomenon is crucial in mixing and mastering, because it affects how we perceive the balance of a mix at different volume levels. Harsh highs. Excessive high frequencies can make a mix sound harsh and fatiguing. This is often noticed in cymbals or vocal sibilants. where the S and T sounds become too pronounced. Depending on the singer or vocalist, you can also get the ch plosive to cause some excessive high frequencies. So for the issue of harsh highs in a mix, sibilance issues usually that come from S and T sounds typically will fall in the 5 to 8K range, but sometimes extend down to around 3K. Cymbals and high-pitched percussion often have significant energy around the 6 to 10K range. Excessive energy in this range can make the high end of a mix sound harsh and can cause listener fatigue. Adjusting these specific high-frequency areas using EQ can help soften the harshness while maintaining clarity and brightness in the mix. This will help your high-end sound much more smooth. By identifying and addressing these specific frequency problems using EQ, you can dramatically improve the clarity, balance, and overall quality of your mix. Now that we've identified some of the problem areas for different frequency ranges, I want to demonstrate what these sound like and show you how we'd correct these problems. I want to show you just a move that I'm making to kind of help clear up some mud in the 200 to 300, 200 to 350 hertz range. Go ahead and take a listen to this quick little 5-second radio spot of music. So it's big, it's bombastic, it's going on radio. I've got these horns here layered up. On top, I have kind of a more thinned out layer of the same thing. Okay, and then that's kind of taking care of frequencies above 300. And then about 300 hertz and below, I've got this. And there's still a lot of frequencies up top as well. And so what I might do is actually attenuate some of those frequencies because I've already got some of that detail in this layer. And so I'm going to help kind of fit these two things together even further. And the primary move that I'm making that is really kind of help clearing up a feeling of mud or congestion is in these two moves here. I've got one at 246 and then one at 404. So I was a little bit off, between about 200 to 400, kind of just scooping this out with two different frequencies and using that to create kind of this unique shaped curve, as I just want to kind of focus in on this area here. I could have used one, but the shape of one is different, and I just wanted more of kind of a flat, taking down frequencies, kind of broadening the amount that I'm lowering here, if that makes sense. And then I'm doing it again. So that's about 2.5 decibels there. And then I'm doing it again on another EQ. And basically doing roughly the same moves, right? I wasn't trying to match them exactly and just trying to use my ears. But let's go ahead and listen to kind of before and after. I'm going to go ahead and remove both of these moves and listen to kind of how we lose clarity in those horns. Here's with. Here's without. With. Right? That's kind of that, mid-range or low mid-range that we were talking about earlier, where things can quickly get muddy if we don't, pay attention to that. If I take this off and solo this, what's happening is there's almost an octave above the really low, growly, bum, 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 bum. Right? There's almost an octave or two above that's creating that mud that we don't necessarily need as much of. So I'll go ahead and put this on and off. So here's with. And without. So we're cutting out, quite a bit. And I like to do, when I do kind of bigger cuts like that are more focused, sometimes I like to spread it out over 2 EQs, kind of doing the same move. And then let's go ahead and see if we can't kind of make the high end fit together a little bit more with regards to high end, making that sort of blend together so that we're not overstepping high frequencies. The high frequencies are stepping on each other, and we can kind of get this to fit more. So what I'm going to do is just kind of attenuate this just a little bit, and maybe a couple dB there. Make this kind of a really gradual, natural sloping down. I'm going to bring it down to there and see how that sounds. Okay, great. And now let's play that together. Let's see if we like that move in the context of everything. So, it's a little bit darker, which is causing it to not be as forward. So I might not like that. Let's see if we can move this up a little bit. I like it without actually, and so we're going to go ahead and keep that in. But that's an example of how you might consider fitting 2 pieces together. This sound here has plenty of high-end detail that we could, maybe even consider bringing out just a touch with some EQ, just a shelf. And then maybe we bring it down on this one just a little bit, kind of fit these 2 together. I go and take that off there. I actually like adding this to it. Another kind of problem, kind of frequency area that I was noticing is in how the high end of the snare was actually competing with all the other high-end elements, especially when you combine the top end of this kind of ticking sound here, the high end of both of these synth horns. It just felt like it was too abrasive. And so what I did is I simply rolled off the high end. Let's go ahead and listen to without these 2 kind of high-end moves there. Listen to the snare. And then here's with that move on. So it moves the snare a little bit further back, but to my ears, it actually helps to kind of tighten things up. I might bring this up just a little bit. And that feels good to me. That feels natural. That way, those really high frequencies above, 8K aren't stepping on everything else. We have plenty of that high-end information from, this ticking sound as well as the high end of these synth horns. And especially when we start to get, closer to kind of the end here as we're ramping up with this sound, this riser. There's some high end there that you can hear. And I'll even show you in the analyzer here. All that information, that's all going to add up. So those are things that you need to be aware of when you're using EQ. You can use that to kind of solve those potential problems where things will build up. I want to show you another example of a sharper resonance that exists in this kind of mid-range area here with a guitar, an electric guitar. I'll go ahead and play this guitar really quick. Really, sometimes you get some chimey frequencies, some really narrow resonant frequencies that can be piercing. Once everything goes through dynamics processing, compression, everything gets brought up in level, and some of these mid-range kind of harsh frequencies will get exacerbated. So what I've done is just dipped that out. Let me go ahead and actually draw your attention by raising it about there. You get the point. So by bringing that down, just gets rid of it, cleans it up. And when we go up higher, the frequencies are often more narrow when it comes to problems. Lower frequencies tend to be more broad in terms of how we cut them. And that's because the numbers get tighter, right? Or they exponentially sort of increase in speed. The frequencies are closer together. The wavelengths are closer together. So we can get more narrow frequencies up in the kind of upper registers. Okay, here's without. Here's with. Here's one more area in sort of the honky frequency range that can often be a problem with things like vocals and pianos, where you just have a really resonant instrument that builds up in this sort of 500 to 700 range. So go ahead and listen to this piano in solo here, and I'll go ahead and turn this off really quick. EQ on. We have an SSL native channel strip boosting some of the mid-range frequencies. Let me get rid of that actually and get rid of all these other moves as well. We'll leave the low cut on for now, but I'm gonna go ahead and turn this up so you can hear this kind of honkiness I'm referring to. So cutting that about 4 or 5 decibels really cleans it up. Without. And then by attenuating these lower frequencies a little bit, we're getting just a little bit more clarity and room for our other low-end instruments like our kick and our bass. And then add the SSL on top. A little bit of brightness there. Presence, I should say. So let's go ahead and listen and toggle these moves on and off in the context of the mix. So here's without. And with. Without. And with. More clarity, more kind of definition between the instruments. That's what can happen when you clear out some of those congested frequencies. Next, let's talk about the nuance of using EQ to improve the sonic relationships that occur between different instruments or elements in your mix. Doing this well can significantly help improve the overall definition and clarity of the instruments of your mix. This is just one way in which we reduce or mitigate the problem known as frequency masking, thereby creating more separation between instruments in the mix. There's a few main concepts or techniques to consider when it comes to sonic relationships. The first and most common is known as frequency carving. This is a technique where specific frequencies are attenuated or sometimes boosted to create pockets for each instrument or voice, thus enhancing clarity and separation. Here are just some examples of where this will come in handy. Bass and kick drum clarity. If a bass guitar and kick drum are muddying each other out, carving out some mid-bass frequencies around 100 to 150 Hz from the bass guitar can allow the punch of the kick drum to come through more distinctly. If the punch of your kick is lower than this range, simply carve out some of that frequency from the bass guitar. Vocal and guitar separation. When an acoustic guitar and a vocal track compete in the mid-range, selectively reducing frequencies around 2 to 5K in the guitar can give more space for the vocal to shine, enhancing its clarity and presence in the mix. Synth and snare definition. In a mix with synths and a snare drum, if the snare is getting lost, carving out a narrow frequency range around 1 to 2K from the synths can help the snare cut through more effectively. With all of these examples, the key to knowing where to carve frequencies from one instrument lies in knowing where the other instrument shines on the frequency spectrum. There's never going to be a one-size-fits-all answer. The more you mix and train your ear, the more familiar you'll become with the frequency ranges mentioned above. In each case, the key is to identify overlapping frequency ranges and make subtle adjustments to create distinct spaces for each element, ensuring clarity and a balanced mix. Boosting with context. The next concept or technique has to do with boosting specific frequencies on various instruments while understanding how that might affect the clarity of another. For example, you might have a keyboard part that you want to have cut through the mix while also allowing some guitars to do the same. In addition to carving out frequencies to make the two blend together, you might consider boosting mid-range frequencies on both instruments, but in two different areas. One could be in the 1 to 3K and the other could be the 3 to 6K range. Another example is the common issue I hear in amateur mixes where the vocals are boosted high above 8K in an attempt to bring out the vocals' intelligibility, clarity, and airiness. Oftentimes this is done without considering the clashing going on between those upper frequencies of the vocal and the high-end percussive elements of the drums, like hi-hats, cymbals, shakers, tambourines. This results in excessive high-end that is harsh and fatiguing to the ears. One more example is with regards to snares and high-end percussive instruments. Shakers, tambourines, hats, and similar high-end instruments occupy frequencies above 8K, but sometimes extend down even further. It's important to realize that your snare doesn't always need those frequencies, and there are cases where it makes sense to cut or filter out the high end to improve the relationship between the snare and high-end percussive elements. Frequency slotting. This leads me to the last point I want to make with regards to sonic relationships, which has to do with an interesting phenomenon that we experience as listeners. In the beginning, we often don't realize that in order to actually hear or perceive a sound clearly in a mix, we don't actually need all of its frequencies to be present. For example, a bass guitar that inherently has frequencies below 100 Hz may not actually need those frequencies in order for us to perceive that instrument clearly in the mix. Same goes for a piano or acoustic guitar or really any other instrument. This is especially true in the context of a busy section of a song where several instruments are playing at the same time. For example, you could have an intro or verse section where only a piano and a vocal are playing. The piano can come in more full-bodied in that verse because there's no other instruments really competing for space. But then when you get to the chorus section, we all of a sudden have bass, guitars, synths, drums, etc., and now the piano can be more of a skeleton of itself, where we might filter out a ton of low end as other instruments now fill up that part of the frequency spectrum. And guess what? We don't perceive the piano as being any less full-bodied because those frequencies we carved out of the piano are present in other instruments. This technique is known as frequency slotting. Essentially, you're choosing which instruments get to occupy specific parts of the frequency spectrum. Without at least some degree of frequency slotting, you end up with a lot of overlapping frequencies, which can result in distracting resonances, cause masking, and overall lose the clarity we all seek after in a mix. However, this doesn't mean that we're trying to get rid of overlapping frequencies altogether. That's pretty impossible to do and would probably result in an unnatural sound. This is something to simply keep in mind and be aware of and mitigate as you mix with EQ. Balance. Next, let's talk about the concept of achieving an overall balance in our mix. All of the things that we've talked about up to this point can potentially lead us to getting lost in the weeds if we don't look up to see where we're going. This is why it's crucial to keep the overall balance of the mix in mind, because that is what will help guide our decisions as we bridge the gap between where the mix currently is and where you're headed. And remember, where we're headed is best determined by, you guessed it, the reference. There are two concepts to keep in mind when it comes to achieving balance. The first has to do with the frequency profiles for different styles and genres of music. It's important that you take the time to become familiar with the overall trends in the way that frequencies distribute themselves along the spectrum for each genre. You can analyze these trends by using a reliable frequency analyzer that has a slower RMS response time. I highly recommend one by Waves called the PAS Analyzer. There's also another free frequency analyzer called the Voxengo Span, which I'll flash up on the screen now. To help start you out, here are 4 very broad genres of music along with descriptive frequency trends for each. Hip-hop and rap tends to emphasize strong bass frequencies around the 60 to 100 Hz range for a deep, powerful low end and clear present vocals often emphasized in the upper mid-range, around 2 to 4K for intelligibility. Rock. Rock features a broad frequency distribution with a focus on mid-range frequencies, around 500 Hz to 2K. This genre also highlights electric guitars in the before-mentioned frequency range, but also a punchy low end for bass and kick drums, and clear highs for cymbals. Classical has a wide and dynamic frequency range. Lower frequencies below 250 for warmth from cellos and double basses, a rich mid-range from 250 to 2K for the body of violins and brass, and highs above 2K for clarity and brightness of flutes and piccolos. Electronic dance music, EDM for short, is characterized by a pronounced low end, below 100 Hz, for the kick and bass synths, scooped mids to leave room for vocals and synths, and sparkly highs above 7K for hi-hats and effects. Having listed these genres broadly, let's take a look at a more unique subgenre of hip-hop, one that has risen in popularity as the style of lo-fi hip-hop. Lo-fi hip-hop leans heavily on a subdued, sort of warm frequency spectrum, often emphasizing lower mid-range frequencies around the 200 to 500 Hz range. And this is for a cozy, kind of intimate feel. The bass is present but not overpowering, maintaining a soft touch around the 100 to 200 Hz range. Contrary to all the other genres mentioned above, the high frequencies are usually rolled off, sometimes as much as 10K, to give that characteristic old vinyl warmth and reduce brightness, creating a relaxed, mellow atmosphere. This careful distribution creates the genre's signature sound, soothing, nostalgic, and perfect for concentration or relaxation. Now, it's really important to keep in mind that with any frequency ranges mentioned so far in this section, there will be situations that will venture slightly outside of those ranges. Achieving a balanced mix is going to be unique to the style and instrumentation of the mix that you're working on. This is why it's critical that you rely on your ears and the context of the instruments of your mix to strike the right frequency balance. The way in which we achieve this balance is by addressing problems with EQ while keeping sonic relationships in mind. We can do this on 2 levels. One is the individual track level, and the second is the bus level. Keep in mind that buses are the technical term for how we group more than one instrument together. Let's say we have 5 to 6 tracks total of a combination of pianos, synths, and other keys. We can route the audio of each of these tracks to a single group key channel known as a bus. You may already know this, but just in case. Mind you, there are free recording programs like GarageBand that don't allow you to create buses or groups. Ideally, we've done enough of the problem solving on the individual track level that by the time we arrive at the group level, there isn't much work to be done. However, there's one specific example of how a problem is best solved at the group level, and that's with regards to improving the kick and bass relationship. Oftentimes in more modern styles of pop music, you'll have multiple layers of bass instruments playing the same notes in order to create a unique and full bass tone. Rather than apply a 60 Hz cut to all of the bass tracks to make room for the kick drum, you can simply do that on the bass group/bus level. This is just more efficient and frees up computer processing power. Typically, a lot of moves made on the group level are done for reasons of efficiency. Sometimes I catch myself making micro adjustments to each track when I find that it yields the same result, if not better, to make the adjustments on the group level. For example, if I hear or see my mix is lacking mid-range compared to my reference, I might go to my keys, synth, or guitar bus and make some broad boosts to fill that in. Also, at this point in the course, I want to give you a guiding principle that should help you in deciding how broad or narrow you make EQ cuts or boosts. Generally speaking, but not always, boosts are more broad than cuts are. Boosting with a broad lower Q is often preferred because it results in a more natural and musical enhancement. Broad boosts gently elevate a wider range of frequencies, avoiding the artificial or overly processed sound that can come from narrow surgical boosts. This technique helps in achieving a more cohesive and pleasant sound, as it mirrors the natural variations in frequency response found in acoustic environments and instruments, leading to a smoother and more integrated mix. A quick demo to show you the difference between broad versus narrow. When we say broad in terms of EQ moves, we're talking about a Q factor of, I would say, less than 3. Anything over like 2 or 3 is going to be more sharp and is going to isolate that specific frequency even further. So the reason that we would have access to this control is sometimes we want to cut very specific frequencies out that are problematic to our mix or to our instruments. So if there's a resonant frequency, we might be able to target that very specifically and isolate that using a narrow Q. Narrow Q has a higher value. Broader Qs have a shorter or smaller value. So as we go wider, it starts to blend in with the frequencies around it, because as you can see, we're not just boosting this one frequency. We're now, as we broaden it, bringing up frequencies around it. And so it creates a more natural effect. So if you want more natural sort of musical EQ moves, those are going to typically be broader in nature. So let's go ahead and take a listen to narrow versus broad. So here's narrow. Right, and here's broad. Listen to how less defined the frequency is. And generally speaking, we use more narrow Q values, right? Higher Q values to remove any nasty frequencies or resonant issues that we may find. If you have like a specific feedback frequency, like in a live show, for instance, those are very narrow notches and cuts. So typically speaking, but not always, when we make cuts, we do moves that are more on, I would say, the narrow side, but they can be broad as well. There's no rules here. Just understand the effect that will have if you choose to do a wider cut. I do wider cuts all the time. You just need to listen for what that is doing to the sound. The final step in the process of EQ can be the most rewarding if everything else has been executed well, and that is making enhancements on both the individual instrument and group levels. At this point, you've gone through the mix and solved any frequency problems on different tracks to the point where there aren't any distracting resonances or issues left. This is where everything starts to come together. The tracks are sitting well together and the mix sounds pretty great. The idea is that enhancements are the more subtle and final moves we make to bring out character, vibe, or simply improve the presence of particular instruments in the mix. This is where we bridge the last 5 to 10% gap between the finish line and where things currently sit. As you train your ears through a lot of practice and dedicated ear training, you'll come to rely on and trust your ears more to determine how much and where enhancements are needed. As always, using references is one of the very best ways to know what the goal and destination is sonically. Generally speaking, I think of enhancements as any opportunities we have to further emphasize and bring out the best parts of particular tracks to make them cut through the mix and shine. A couple examples. As you're listening to your mix and you're done making problem-solving moves, you can hear that the vocal could probably cut through the mix a touch more by bringing out the high end. So, you grab an EQ and add a 3 decibel shelving boost above 8K. You then realize that's just a bit much, and it's bringing out too much vocal sibilance. So, you back it off to 1.5 dB, and it's perfect. Another example might be with a low-end enhancement. You listen to your mix, and everything is sitting nicely in the low end, but you listen to your reference and hear that the kick drum is a bit more pronounced in the reference. So, you grab a bell-shaped EQ to boost the fundamental of the kick drum around 50 Hz. 2 decibels of that, and it now rivals the reference. Not all of your EQ enhancement moves will be in this type of flow. As you mix, you're making enhancements little by little, sometimes going back to those moves and making adjustments to help fit everything together in context. Remember, context is everything. Making one move on a track can potentially wreak havoc on another part of the mix. Everything is symbiotic. It's all connected. And that's it for this lesson. Now it's time to dive into our demos at the 3 levels and really show all of this in practice. Let's get started with level 1. Welcome to this EQ demonstration on level 1, which will be with just a 2-track and a vocal. And we're going to go ahead and walk through sort of how I set up using references, both manually and with this really cool plugin here, reference 2, and then we'll jump into solving problems and addressing enhancements. And again, we're going to keep the sonic relationships in mind, as well as the overall frequency balance of the entire track in mind as we make those adjustments. We only want to make adjustments based on problems we hear. Okay, I know that sounds really kind of simple and kind of a duh comment, but you'd be surprised at how many people will just start moving things around without really doing so intentionally. We always want to make intentional moves wherever possible. In the beginning, it's going to be a little harder, a little bit more difficult for you to hear what the problems are and identify what those are. And that's where ear training comes in. That's where just doing this a lot of times really is going to help you. So this is not an overnight sort of success. This is not an overnight thing that you grasp it and you go and you replicate this exactly and do that successfully. This takes lots of practice. Let's go ahead and kind of walk you through the process of using references. I have my reference track that I've just imported manually here onto a track. And you have to do a couple things. One is you need to level match, and 2, you need to kind of move this track around in a way that lines it up with a similar section to your track. So I've got the chorus section laid out here, the second chorus, and I've lined that up with the chorus in this track here. What I've done also is I've muted this track. So in Logic, what you can do is mute it, and then I can just toggle this on and off, and it'll seamlessly kind of switch between my mix and the reference so that I can just go back and forth with the click of a button. So I've already level matched it. And one last thing that we do with references is it's helpful to have a frequency analyzer so that we can kind of see and make comparisons as to, what we're hearing, in terms of the difference between our mix and the reference, but then we also match that with what we're kind of seeing. And we always have to keep the instrumentation and the genre in mind, our mix in mind, or just really need to make sure that you're not trying to match these exactly between the reference and your mix, because it's never going to be an exact kind of one-to-one comparison. There's going to be differences, instrumentation, just the way things were mixed level-wise. So we have to keep those things in mind and not try to match every single little detail here. We're just not going to be able to do that. But we can use this as sort of a general, hey, let's get in the ballpark, right? And by the end of this, we'll have hopefully done that. The cool thing about this plugin that I have here, though, is that this does everything I've just talked about in one plugin. It volume matches it perfectly for you. It allows you to, choose a section that you want to loop through. And it gives you kind of a delta, or the difference between your mix and the reference here in this frequency analyzer section. So let me go ahead and just show you a demonstration of the manual, and then I will show you, when I say manual, I mean manually using a reference. And then we'll show you a quick little demo on reference 2. So here is manually using a reference track. So right off, I'm hearing like a lot more high end in theirs. There's a lot more hype up in the very top end above 8K, and you'll see that here. A lot of it's coming from like the high end of the vocal, the cymbals, and you can see kind of a it's a very gradually sloping curve, but a very even distribution of the frequencies here. And so if I look at ours, so it looks very similar, but we're missing kind of this tippy top end here. And then we also have kind of a little bit more just information around this 1K, 800 to 1K area, and here. So let's see how the Reference 2 plugin sort of handles that comparison. All right, let's make sure that we've looped the right section here. By the way, I've just simply dragged and dropped the audio file into the window, anywhere in the window, and it'll automatically load it up for you. You have to manually go in and decide which area or which part of the song am I going to loop. So I'm going to go ahead and get that right up there. But the volume matching is done for me. And then watch and pay attention here, and let's see if those differences we've kind of identified kind of show up. Really cool. So just with volume balance alone, we've really come close, because this is a 5 decibel plus and minus increment here. So we're seeing that we're no more than 2 decibels above in this kind of like 2K range, and then it's pretty much within a decibel in the low end, right? The biggest difference is this high end here, and you can really hear that. It's kind of got that blanket over the speakers vibe. So what I could do here, if I was like a mastering engineer, I could simply throw an EQ on the top end here. Let's go ahead and just bring that up. Yeah, and then if we were to like dip 2K down, I think what's happening here is it's not picking up on the difference because, oh, you know what? My EQ is after the reference plugin, so it's not picking up on that change. So let's go ahead and do this. We'll start here. So you can hear just like with this one move, without any EQ moves anywhere else, we've really done quite a bit there to bring it closer to the reference. You could see the line was closer to the center here, showing us that they're really were super close. But again, we had a little bit more kind of in this 2K. And that's going to come from a few things. That's coming from our vocal, that particular frequency range between 1K and like 3K, or between 1 and 5. That whole area is where our ears are really sensitive. We need to like dynamically kind of control the frequencies that sort of poke out in that range. There's a lot of overlap going on between synths and drums and, you know, the snare hitting, and there's going to be a lot of buildup between vocals, instrumentals in this area, and that's going to poke out there as well. What we can do is kind of mitigate that in the EQ moves that we do, kind of this problem solving phase in the lead vocal and in the instrumental. I want to be very careful though, because again, we're keeping in mind that this is instrumentation unique to this song. We're not going to try to match to the reference perfectly. We really need to make sure that we're keeping the instrumentation and the intention of the song in mind here. It may be that this is just a more 2K heavy song, and that's fine. And it's going to, maybe that just works well for the, for everything that's going on in the instrumental and the vocal here. All right, let's go ahead and listen all the way through, make some notes, and we'll get to work. Let me turn off the reference plugin here. I'm going to go ahead and bring the stereo out up a little bit more.
On the fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it, cause I ain't about to quit it, hey, hey. And if you're right about to see me feeling sleazy, cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it, check it out. Check it out. Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down. Yeah, we're living in it cause we're chilling, we're not here to sell out. When I'm busting and you see me in, I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing, gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight.
So I've got some notes here. Vocal sibilance, 1 to 2K buildup in the vocal. Bring down this one shot vocal sample here. It's actually my voice. Me saying dope right before the chorus here. I think I've got it just in this section. And then right before, yeah, it's just these two places. So in fact, I can just take this down here. Bring this down quite a bit, actually. Oh, I was bringing down the wrong. Oh, no, that was the right one. Let's bring it down to there. Maybe even a little bit more.
Feelings that I don't want to fight.
That's better. Also want to clear out some of the mud from the instrumental and bring out the top end of the instrumental. I also want to bring out top end of the vocal. And as we listen to these individually without layering, we might hear some additional things. So let's go ahead and just address these things first. Wait a minute. Vocal sibilance. The only way that I can deal with this is if I had separate tracks, because our problem is only in the verse, really. So listen to the sibilance. I'm going to go ahead and pull up an analyzer here, and you'll see some information around 10K. Spike up in some of the sibilance.
Fast track bouncing,
Fast track, fast,
fast track bouncing back.
right there. And what you can do is kind of sweep around for that information just by bringing up an EQ, narrowing the band. You don't want to go too crazy with this. A rule of thumb that I like to kind of tell people is no more than 12 decibels. Don't boost any more than 12 as you're sweeping, because everything's going to sound bad. Everything's going to sound terrible. So no more than 12 as you're sweeping through. Our ears are more sensitive to this like 2 to 4K range, so we're going to pick up on that a lot easier without having to boost so much. But I digress. So here's the problem. Problem's around 10K. Listen for it.
Fast track, fast track,
Yeah, if you can't hear that,
fast track,
check your hearing,
fast track.
because that'll make your mind bleed if I listen too much. So I'm going to go ahead and dip that down.
Fast track bouncing back.
Right. But then the problem is that now our vocal in the chorus
I'm better than the rest, I'm never
sounds like a lisp.
back. I'm better than the rest, I'm never back. I'm better than the rest, I'm never back.
So we can perhaps automate that, and maybe we'll do that. That'll be the way that we get around that issue. So just pulling up a stock EQ, and we'll go ahead and automate the gain parameter. Okay, let's bring this back. What I'm doing is hitting Option. If I have a parameter that's like way turned up and I want to turn it back to 0, I just hold Option and click right there, and it brings it back to nominal or 0. All right, to create an automation lane, you can come in here and select, let's see, EQ, and then we can select from these, but that's a long list, and the easier way to do it for me is just to turn this to latch mode, and then while I am playing, any parameter that I move will show up as an automation lane here.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never back.
So it records that automation.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never back.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and undo that move, and we'll create a null point here and bring down, let's see here. Nope, we want to bring this, yeah, we'll bring this up to 0. Yeah, that's fine. And then we'll bring it back down here. Let's see, yeah, 4 dB should be fine. Let's test that out. We'll test out 5.
Never to quit it, hey, back in it, cause I fast track bouncing. On the fast track, bouncing back.
See if we can get away with any less.
On the fast track, bouncing back. On the fast track, bouncing back. On the fast track, bouncing back.
So we'll go ahead and just live with that, and then it'll go back up in the chorus. You'll see this null point go up.
Fake it, I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around.
So let's go ahead and do the same thing. Let's see, it's already back up to 0 there, so we're good. Okay. All right, so we've dealt with the vocal sibilance, and we have some 1 to 2K buildup in the vocal. I think I was hearing that in the chorus, so we'll just go ahead and deal with that first. Make sure to turn latch off to read so that you don't start creating automation lanes when you're making moves.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Fake it, I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. Fake it, I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient.
Yeah, so it's right around kind of this 800-900 area here. When it goes up really high, I'm going to go ahead and actually roll off the low end because we don't need all this information down there. This is information that is not going to be audible, but it'll actually build up over time and we'll lose headroom. Information below like 100 hertz. So I'm going to go ahead and roll that off just to be safe. Okay, you can hear that. Let me sweep around it. You'll hear it go away.
I'm better.
Yep, right around there. So I can turn that down. A little bit goes a long way here. So we're going to make just slight adjustments. So I don't want to go overboard because you do want some of this information. There's overtones and kind of harmonics here that if we get rid of completely, it'll make it sound really unnatural.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming.
I'm also hearing something way up top here. Not way up top, but in the mid-range.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming.
And narrow this in so I can find it.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shake it, showing everybody I can make it.
Yeah, it's right around this 3K range. I'm going to go ahead and dip that down a couple dB.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around.
And then I'll just use just this generic kind of shelf to bring up the high end.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient.
What I'm doing here is I'm changing the Q. So if I bring this up more and I change the Q factor, it changes the slope of how this energy dissipates. Sorry about that. So I'm going to go ahead and kind of gentler change, you know, in this curve here gives us a more natural, gives us kind of a more natural sound.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around.
And that way it's kind of grabbing this information, you know, above 4K gradually.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down.
So let's go ahead and listen before and after so far.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient.
Cool. I'm happy with that. Let's listen in context.
Check it out.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. I won't stop till I'm winning.
Maybe there's some, let's see here. When he sings up here, He goes, I'm on top, I'm coming down.
I'm on top,
Yeah, it looks like there's some stuff around here.
I'm on top, I'm on top,
Yeah, it really kind of spikes up there. So I'm going to go ahead and bring that down a little bit as well.
I'm on top, I ain't coming down. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning.
Maybe a little wider would be better.
I'm on top, I ain't coming. I'm on top, I ain't coming.
That's fine.
I'm on top, I ain't coming down. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning.
Just cleaning it up. So let's go ahead and listen to that.
Check it out.
I'm better than the rest of never passion. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Showing everybody
I'm going to kind of compensate. We've cut some things, so I'm going to compensate for the volume. Just bring it up like a half dB.
Check it out.
I'm better than the rest of never passion. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Showing everybody I can make it.
Great.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way.
So remember, we got this dip here taking care of that 10K problem in the sibilants and just the verse.
On the fast track, bouncing back.
But it's, we're kind of going to have to live with that. There's too much sibilants to my ear. I would want to de-ess this, but we'll show you de-essing in a later section where we go over advanced tools, and that will take care of that really well.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it, cause I ain't about to quit it, hey, hey. Gotta get back in it, cause I ain't about to quit it, hey, hey. Gotta get back in it, cause I ain't about to quit it, hey, hey. And everybody about to see me feeling steezy, cause I'm up in the clouds. And everybody about to see me feeling steezy, cause I'm up in the clouds. And everybody about to see me feeling steezy, cause I'm up in the clouds.
I'm going to do another EQ here and cut just a touch maybe of this kind of boxy range. Now, this is something something I want to keep in mind here is that this is a kind of stylistically a boxier sound. We've kind of narrowed the frequency spectrum on purpose here. That's what the artist kind of chose in their production. So if I sweep around here, you'll notice that as I go from like 4 to 5 to 600, kind of around this area, we're going to get some of that boxy nasally quality.
And everybody about to see me feeling steezy, cause I'm up in the clouds. And everybody about to see me feeling steezy, cause I'm up in the clouds. And everybody about to see me feeling steezy, cause I'm up in the clouds. And everybody about to see me feeling steezy.
Yeah, this kind of particular overtone here
And everybody about to see me.
is...
And everybody about to see me feeling steezy, cause I'm up in the clouds.
So let's go ahead and now listen to that, kind of the combination of these two EQs, before and after. Here's before.
And everybody about to see me feeling steezy, cause I'm up in the clouds.
And after.
And everybody about to see me feeling steezy, cause I'm up in the clouds.
The difference is subtle, but it's there. Listen.
And everybody about to see me feeling steezy, cause I'm up in the clouds. And everybody about to see me feeling steezy, cause I'm up in the clouds.
Seems to breathe better to my ears. So let's go ahead and listen to that in context.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way. On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it, cause I ain't about to quit it, hey, hey. On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it, cause I ain't about to quit it, hey, hey. And everybody about to see me feeling steezy, cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it.
I also just want to do, I think, some volume automation here.
On the fast track, bouncing back, yeah.
Let's see here. Let's go up a dB while the instrumental comes in. Or when the instrumental comes in.
On the fast track, bouncing back, yeah.
Or you know what? I think I just want to bring it up overall in this section. So if you're wondering, what I'm doing is I'm using the marquee tool as my command click tool. That's the tool right here, marquee. And so when I hit command, it gives me this little plus sign. And if I hold that and click and drag, it'll allow me to create a section of audio that if I click now anywhere in this area, it'll create automatically 4 points altogether. 1, 2, 3, 4 points to be able to do these really hard sort of edit points there. These really sharp edit points. Let's go ahead and undo that. And then we're gonna, don't need those points there. We can bring this up about a dB, I think.
On the fast track, bouncing back, yeah. Things are shaking my way. And you're hard about to see me feeling dizzy, cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out. Check it out.
Yeah, and then let's just, I mean, we might as well bring it up overall. So yeah, you know what? I wonder if I don't even need this automation at all. I can just literally go like this and bring it up to there.
On the fast track, pick it up where I left it, but
You can see the volume's already louder here.
on the fast out. Check it out.
I'm better than the rest of never passion. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shake it, showing everybody I can make it. Feet on the ground. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce.
Yeah, I'm good with that. All right, let's go ahead and move on to our background vocal. There's nothing really to do here. I think we're fine where they are.
Check it out.
Okay, that's already processed. Yeah, it's already processed. Lots of processing there.
Feelings that I don't wanna fight. Bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, with sex and
I don't hear anything wrong with that. Let's go ahead and move on to the instrumental. So our vocal has already received kind of problem and enhancement treatment. We've brought out the top end. Let's go ahead and move on to our notes with our instrumental. The problem that I hear is kind of just an overall muddiness. And it sounds like we actually don't need this because we accidentally bounced out the those background vocals in the instrumental there. So I'm gonna go ahead and remove that. Let's make sure. Yeah, you know what? We have our background vocal, but it's already in there. Ah, okay. Yeah, so we don't need it in here at all. Let's go ahead and just mute this altogether. What I would do is if I had access to this individual guitar, bass guitar element, I'd want to make this instrument speak just a little bit more. maybe between like 4 and 600. But I don't know if that's going to mess things up in the other parts of the instrumental. So let's go to the chorus. So maybe we'll automate that. I don't want that in the chorus, that frequency. Let's hear it in context with the vocal. Let's see. Maybe just a dB of that. I'm going to go ahead and automate this move here where we have it up more aggressively in the verse section than in the chorus. Okay, so now I can bring this up. I'm going to create some points here on the automation. And then another point here. Boom. Make sure that lines up there. Yep. That lines up there. Yep. And then, yeah, we should be good. Let's see here. Cool. And what we're doing is bringing it up a couple dB in the verse. We don't want to overdo it because we have this section here. I'm going to turn this back to read. But now it's kind of messing with the volume. Maybe I'm going to backtrack on that move altogether. So let's go ahead and just leave it the way it was. Yeah, because again, this is a perfect opportunity to talk about how making one move kind of messes with the other parts of the song.
On the fast track, bouncing back, dead things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it, cause I ain't about to quit it, hey, hey. And everybody about to see me feeling sleazy, cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left.
I think what I might do is just kind of take the overall instrumental and clean it up in this kind of mud range here around 300. Let's go ahead and listen here. Let's kind of shoot overall, just kind of a broad. And then we'll just go ahead and enhance it. Let's see if there's any places in the mid-range we can clean up. Yeah. I don't want to encroach on our snare hit right here, right around 180. In fact, I kind of like that. Yeah, we'll keep it. Let's go ahead and do a before and after. Keep that around there. Here's without. Okay, let's listen to everything together now.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shaking, showing everybody I can make it. Feet on the ground. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce. I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shaking, showing everybody I can make it.
All right, I think I'm about done there. Not much we can do other than that, really. Let's go ahead and do a before and after on our reference.
I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shaking, showing everybody I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce.
Biggest thing I'm noticing here is this dip, this hole around 500. We may have gone overboard with some cutting. I'm not cutting anywhere there, and I'm not really doing an aggressive cut. I wonder if perhaps that move would have made sense, the one that I backtracked on. Let's go ahead and add another EQ. We don't have any more instances left. We just need to come in here. Sure. This just happens to be right there. I'll just use this EQ, Pro Q3.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shaking, showing everybody I can make it. Feet on the ground.
So instead of sweeping for trying to listen and hear something that's a problem, I'm sweeping to hear where it sounds best so that I can just bring that up.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shaking, showing everybody I can make it. Feet on the ground. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce. Watch out. I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top.
Yeah, I think that's great. I think it needed that. Let's go ahead and listen to the reference compared to ours now.
I won't stop till I'm winning. Shaking, showing everybody I can make it. Feet on the ground. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce.
just for fun, let's crank this up and see how it sounds if we tried to match it exactly. What's interesting is that that's a huge move there, and it doesn't sound bad. In fact, that maybe tells me something about either the volume balance or, I'm not sure there. So I would want to figure out a way to go in and maybe kind of correct for that in the individual instruments and see where I can kind of bring out some of this energy here in the, in the instrumental. I'm going to go ahead and do a little less here. So it's interesting. It's almost like the whole was an opposite kind of a problem. Usually we're trying to dip stuff, but this is a problem in just the fact that there's this kind of like hollow sound when we take this off. So I'm going to go ahead and not do so much. You can see that in the Paz analyzer here too if we take this off. It's kind of a dip there, whereas with the reference track, there's a lot more information there. Cool. So you'll train your ears and kind of hear what that hollow sound kind of feels like. It'll be a feeling. It's kind of hard to... your ear will just kind of get clued into when things sound hollow. Now, I, for some reason today, wasn't hearing that, and that can happen. Some days you're hearing it, some days you're not. But I think this sounds better with this kind of filled in. Let's go ahead and listen to our mix again. I want a little bit less. Let's just bring it down to 3 and be good there. It just starts to sound congested and stuffy, and that's just our mix, right? That's just our instrumentals.
Shaking my way. Gotta get back in it, cause I ain't about to quit it. Hey, hey. And everybody about to see me feeling steezy, cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Yeah, things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it, cause I ain't about to quit it. Hey, hey. About to see me feeling steezy, cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out.
I just want a little bit more, just a hair more of that body. I'll do it before and after, and you'll probably not hear it, but I feel like it's giving it just a little bit, it's filling it out a little bit more in the way that I want. So I'll go ahead and toggle this on and off. Here's without.
Yeah, things are shaking my way. have to see me feeling steezy cause I'm up in the clouds.
Roll that back a few times if you want. Don't feel frustrated if you can't hear it now. That type of a 1 decibel difference may not be super audible to you in the beginning. All right, let's go ahead and do a before and after every EQ move that we've done and see if we've made progress. That's what you want to do, is just check in with yourself and see, hey, are we going backwards or forwards? What's going on here? And make sure that we're actually making the right moves. So go ahead and do before, and we'll loop this chorus section here. Yeah, and there's things I like about it, and there's things I don't. I don't like the kind of digital high-end sound of the top-end cymbals. Let's see if we can correct for that and instead bring the high-end out with a more analog style EQ. Use the SSL native channel strip. Waves has this, really cheap, and it works great. This is just happens to be the SSL's native channel strip. I'm going to go ahead and do about the same move, bring it about to 5K, bring it up a couple dB. So let's see if we can hear a difference there. Sometimes we can trick ourselves into thinking it's better just because it's an analog EQ. You never want to do that. But let's go ahead and match these settings. So here's 3 decibels. Sometimes these moves will be more dramatic. They'll sound more dramatic for some reason on one EQ over another, even though you're boosting it the same amount. Here's the channel strip, high end on the channel strip, that is. Let's make sure we're at the same frequency, 5, and we're about 5. Okay. I think at this level, only boosting 3 decibels, it's not as noticeable as if you were to kind of boost it quite a bit. Doubling them up there. I'm going to settle for the SSL native channel strip, but you could honestly, in this case, at that level of frequency difference, it's really not going to make too much of a difference. In fact, you know what? I'll just stick to my word. I'll just leave it here. I'm going to bring this down just a hair, though. You know what? I do like it better. I'm gonna go ahead and stick to the analog. All right. Let's compare. Let's do one more time. Go before and after plugins on and off. Here's off.
Check it out.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shake it, showing everybody I can make it. Feet on the ground.
Let's go ahead and, because this is adding quite a bit of difference there, I'm going to do a before and after without the SSL channel strip and see how that sounds. So here's before.
Check it out.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shake it, showing everybody I can make it. Feet on the ground. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce.
I think that's an improvement. And now I'm hearing that I don't want as much of this. I'm going to bring that down as well.
Check it out.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming.
Let's listen to the reference before and after. Not before and after, but just go back and forth. A, B. We've closed the gap. We've brought this down here. We've brought this closer in high end. This is not as big of a dip. Okay, so what I need to do is loop this in the right. Let's go ahead and loop this over here. It was picking up on frequencies before the chorus hit, so it wasn't comparing the right place. I'm hearing another frequency that I don't like. I'm going to go ahead and find it. It's actually only comes in when this guy comes in. As that was bothering me. But again, this is going to affect other parts of the instrumental. So you're seeing here, just as we're going through and making these moves, you're really seeing in real time how this idea of like sonic relationships comes into play. When we're making a move in one area to affect one instrument that might have a problem, it's going to affect another instrument or another set of instruments. If we're in this case, actually EQing the entire instrumental. Yeah, that instrument is bothering me and I'd want to treat that individually. It's like this. It's in the right ear. Listen. It especially comes out when I take this off. Listen. That cleans it up for sure. Okay, that's it. I'll go ahead and end it there. We're going to have a lot of other opportunities in levels 2 and 3 where we're going to EQ and address problems and enhancements using EQ on the stem level, and then in level 3 it'll be the individual track level. So we'll see you in those demos. Welcome to section 2, live EQ demonstration for level 2, which will be only stems. As you can see here, we have all of our groups, our stems, same thing. This would basically be the same layout if we were to collapse all of our grouped tracks, like our buses. So we have these all just printed out and stemmed out. So as you can see, all of our vocals have been volume balanced and put into one single stem. So our background vocals as well, all of our drums, bass, etc. And we're going to go ahead and follow along with this step-by-step process. When I say step-by-step, there's only really 2 steps, right? There's addressing problems first and then enhancements. And while we do that, we want to make some considerations and keep the sonic relationships and the overall balance in mind. So let's go ahead and get started by listening to the entire track and just make some observations. I'll go ahead and jot down some problems that I hear overall, and then we'll address those things one by one. I have some helpful tools here. I have the PAS analyzer, which gives us some analytics as to the frequency spectrum, the frequency response of the song. I have my reference down here, so you can use these two in tandem. Here I have the reference 2 plugin, which gives me the ability to listen to my reference compared to our mix here. So you just toggle back and forth between the two. This is really convenient because it allows me to cycle through a very specific section of the song. It also level matches this for me really, really well. So we'll go ahead and listen to the original and then switch between the original and the reference. Let's go to the chorus section here. And already I can kind of hear these high-level differences, and it's also displaying the differences in this section here. On the left here, we have kind of a scale that we can choose between. So this allows us to get a little bit more granular as we go to, 5 decibels plus and minus, 0 dB. And so I like to keep it on there. That allows me to see a little bit more in fine detail the differences between my mix and the reference. So let me play it again, and notice you'll see some dips and some boosts. Those are the differences. So if there's something that occurs above this line, that shows me that I have too much of that. And if there's something below, like a dip, that tells me that I don't have enough of that frequency compared to the reference. But we want to keep the instrumentation in mind. With ours, we have different instruments, so it's going to produce a different curve. We can use that as a sort of general direction that we can head it into if we want. So this is telling me, for the most part, I'm pretty dead on with the low end. Bit of a dip at 500 compared to the reference, and then I've got a lot more energy in these kind of mids here between 1 and 5K. So I'm going to translate that to the instrumentation as much as I can, and just make sure, okay, is that because of the instrumentation, or are there real problems that are in that area that we want to address? So I just need to keep those things in mind. But let's go ahead and, one more thing to note is the significant difference in the high end. Obviously, this is a master track. When we go to master, we'll add some high end, but we want to get as close as we can so we don't have to do as much work in the master. The less you have to do in the master, the better. That's our goal. And let's go ahead and just kind of listen through and make some notes on our notes section here under the problems. I'm going to go ahead and turn reference 2 off.
shaking my way. Gotta get back in it, cause I ain't about to quit it, hey, hey. And everybody about to see me feeling sleazy, cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out, check it out. Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down. Yeah, we're living in it, cause we're chilling, we're not here to sell out. When I'm busting and you see me in, I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you up and I'm staring, Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight.
I want to listen to the chorus one more time. One of the most powerful tools is the solo and mute buttons. So I'm going to mute the bass and just see kind of how that cleans things up. Yeah, the bass is taking up a ton of sonic energy, so that's something that I'm going to address with EQ first, just a standard EQ. Later in the advanced section, I'll probably do some sort of advanced like ducking that I'll show you how to do, which will create more space for the vocal. Just this is such a hog, this instrument. It's really cool, and it's definitely like the main, I would say, instrument in terms of the overall like instrumental. So if we were to mute the vocal, it's really cool. But when we put the lead in, there's a little bit of competition there. So I just want to do some cleanup. But let's go ahead and get into this. One thing I'm also noticing is the level of the second verse versus the first verse. Let me just check that really quick. There's also tonally different. This is like a little bit more full, a little bit more mud, and this one's like more telephone booth in that direction. Thinner. It's also a lot of vocal sibilance, so I can jot that down. I can't really do much about it. Sibilance, that's going to have to be dealt with some de-essing, which I'll show you how to do in the advanced section, but I'll put it down here anyways because we can show you what frequencies they are and start to wrap your head around, okay, where is the objective frequency, that we would need to address in solving vocal sibilance. So I'm just going to put de-esser later. We'll just go ahead and address this right now since we're on that topic. Let's go ahead and listen to this.
Fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are
Bring up an EQ.
fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. Fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking. Fast track, bouncing back.
Notice the little like bump here, this area right here when he says bounce. The word bounce has the sibilance in the C.
Fast track, bouncing.
Or fast track.
Fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking.
So not bounce. It's on the fast track when he says fast.
Fast track, bouncing.
Yeah. So I'll go ahead and accentuate that a little bit here.
Fast track, fast track, bouncing back, fast track, bounce.
If I narrow this.
Fast track, bouncing back, yeah, fast track, bouncing back, fast track, bouncing, fast track, bouncing, fast track, fast track, bounce, fast track, bouncing back, yeah, fast track, bouncing back.
Yeah, it's about there. So I'm going to bring that down.
Fast track, bouncing back.
We're going to lose some high end on that.
Fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking.
If I had access to the lead verse versus the lead chorus, I would EQ these totally different. But we'll go ahead and do this for now.
Fast track, gotta get back in it cause I fast track, bouncing back. Gotta get back in it cause
There's some boxiness here that I'm going to get rid of, especially when he says the word back.
gotta get back in it. Gotta get back in it cause I gotta get back in it cause I ain't gotta get back in it cause I ain't
Deal with that right there.
gotta get back in it. Gotta get back in it cause I ain't about to quit it. Hey, hey. Gotta get back.
And these are overtones, so you don't want to gut them completely, but it'll certainly sound cleaner.
Gotta get back in it cause I ain't about to quit it. Hey, hey. Gotta get back in it cause I ain't about to quit.
That's not really a problem, I would say.
Gotta get back in it cause I ain't about to quit it. Hey, hey. Gotta get back in it cause I ain't about to quit it. Hey, hey.
It's a little bit of
Gotta get back in it cause I ain't about to quit it. Hey, hey. Gotta get back in it cause I ain't about to quit it. Hey, hey. Gotta get back in it cause I ain't about to quit it. Hey, hey. Gotta get back in it cause I ain't gotta get back in it cause I ain't about to quit it. On the fast track,
Okay, so let's listen to that in context now.
on the fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it cause I ain't about to quit it. Hey, hey.
And then without.
On the fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my.
Not much needs to be done here. These aren't huge moves. This is the biggest move just because we're taking care of that sibilance.
On the fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it cause I ain't about to quit it. Hey, hey.
And let's see if we can enhance this a little bit. But problem is we're going to have to.
On the fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. On the fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. On the fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it cause I ain't about to quit it. Hey, hey. And if you're hard about to see me feeling dizzy cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out. On the fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it cause I ain't about to quit it. Hey, hey. And if you're hard about to see me feeling dizzy cause cause I'm up in the clouds.
Problem is when we get to this chorus section, it's gonna be it's not gonna work for this probably.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient.
But that's what we have to deal with. We're working with stems here.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around, I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning.
I'm gonna need another EQ to deal with this. So there's this like frequency up around here.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient.
There, when he goes up the octave. That first note he sings.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around, I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shake it, showing everybody I can make it. Feet on the ground.
So a couple things here. There's some 3K-ish.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around, I'm on top, I ain't coming down.
Yeah, right there.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around, I'm on top, I ain't coming down.
This area here could be attenuated a bit.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around.
Okay, I'm gonna dip this down here.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top. I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top. I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient.
It's a lot of listening.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top.
And then I'm gonna enhance it with EQ. That does a lot of work without even touching the knobs.
I'm better.
This kind of enhances the high end. So let's go ahead and listen to this. Let's make sure that everything works.
On the fast track, bouncing back, dead things are shaking my way.
Yeah, I think we're good there.
On the fast track, in it cause I ain't about to see me feeling sleazy cause I'm up in the cloud. But this time I'm gonna
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around.
Yeah, these moves are all helping, especially the chorus. Let's go everything off.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming.
I'm going to use some gain automation to bring up the vocal now in the chorus section. So I'm going to go to utility gain, just because it's kind of, with all those cuts and things that we've made, feels like it's a little too sunken back. So I'm going to go ahead and turn this into latch mode. And that way any parameter I touch, it actually gives me the automation lane for that particular parameter. So let's go ahead and make I'm using the marquee tool here, by the way, and this allows me to make a selection and bring it up or down. So I'm going to go ahead and bring it up just a hair here. Let's try that.
get out.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient.
Let's turn it down just a hair.
Get out.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around.
That works for me. Okay, let's move on to, okay, so I said 1 to 2K build up in chorus. I just want to make sure I address that properly. I think that's what this was here.
Get out.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around, I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shake it, showing every
There's some like right here. Let's see what I have available. No EQs available. No. C12. Oh, I do have this one.
Get out. Fake it. I'm better than the rest. I'm never patient. Get out. Fake it. I'm better than the rest. I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top. I ain't coming down. And I won't stop.
Yeah.
Get out. Fake it. I'm better than the rest. I'm never patient. I'm coming around. Get out. Fake it. I'm better than the rest. I'm never patient. I'm coming around.
Let's make sure that we're going in the right direction. You always want to make sure that like the moves that you're making aren't adding up to be worse. So let's just go before and after. That can happen. Happens to the best of us.
Get out. Fake it. I'm better than the rest. I'm never patient. Get out. Fake it. I'm better than the rest. I'm never patient. I'm coming around. Get out. Fake it. I'm better than the rest. I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top.
Yeah, I think it's more like here.
Get out. Fake it. I'm better than the rest. I'm never patient. I'm coming around.
That's much better.
Get out.
So yeah, let's go before and then after. So before everything.
Get out. Fake it. I'm better than the rest. I'm never patient. I'm coming around. Get out. Fake it. I'm better than the rest. I'm never patient. I'm coming around.
Cool. I think we're good. Let's go ahead and move on.
Get out. Fake it. I'm better than the rest. I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top. I ain't coming down. Last track bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. Last track bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. Last track bouncing back,
It's cleaner.
last track bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way.
All right, let's go to cleaning up the kick or tightening the kick, I should say. Actually, I can't do that. Never mind. I suppose I could just by bringing in like a low cut. Need to be really careful here with how I do this. Low cuts on low frequencies can really cause phase issues, like phase shifting, which can negatively impact the low end of your kick and whatnot. So you have to be really careful there. Sometimes it makes sense to use a linear phase EQ, but that can also cause what's called pre-ringing. Just look those things up. Yeah, that's a whole other topic that we won't get into now. But just be aware when you make low cuts that it's actually improving things. You'll see a bump in volume when I make this cut versus without. So here's without. Let's go to the verse or the chorus. So we're peaking at about negative 11.4. And then when I bring this in, it's jumping up in volume a bit. Usually I don't worry too much. I just need to listen and see if it's doing what I want. And what I want is a tightening of that kind of bottom end. And it feels tighter to me, so I'm not worried about losing that dB there. Yeah, not a big deal. I'm going to be doing some clipping, some dynamic processing later on that's going to help kind of mitigate, some of the headroom issues from there. So, all right. Overall, I just want to bring out the top end in these drums. gonna do that. I'll just do that with the stock EQ here. I don't hear any problems really, so. Maybe could clean up a little 300 in the drums. Bring that down just a hair. I want to be careful not to get the fundamental of the snare. Yeah, much better. Part of me wonders if we need that much bottom end in our kick, so I'm going to go ahead and lower this like a dB. Low end is a big kind of hog of sonic real estate when we're feeding our compression. That takes up a lot of the kind of the energy that the compressor sees.
It up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out, check it out. I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around, I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shake it, showing everybody I can make it. Feet on the ground.
Cool. Okay. Clean up bass guitar. That's what I want to do next.
About to see me feeling steezy 'cause
and with this, I'm going to be a little bit more aggressive on the low cut here, but gentle on the slope. This is kind of where the bass, this bass instrument kind of speaks. It's interesting. I know that there's several layers going on inside this bass, and so I'd probably want to go into those individually and kind of treat them in a unique way, because part of me wants to cut this. But that's what's going to allow it to cut through, right? So you have to be, this is the sonic relationships context that we need to keep in mind. When I cut this in solo, it sounds cleaner. But that frequency needs to be there in order for this to cut through. We might actually be able to get away with something like this. Let's see how that sounds. I think I'm okay with that. Let's go ahead and just do a before and after. So here's before. Lots of listening, you guys. This is the name of the game. Noticing that the this little cut around like 188 is kind of where the fundamental of the snare is. Yeah, so that's actually working out nice to give me a little bit more punch from the snare. That's cutting through a little bit better. It's subtle, but this stuff adds up. Yeah, I'm tempted to bring this back in just a little bit more. I like that. I'll go ahead and keep that. Didn't need to do a ton, but we'll keep it there. High end and vocals, I've addressed that. Bring out the top end on the drums. Bring out upper mids and guitar. Let's go ahead and see what that's about. Go to our guitar. What I like to do is kind of cut all the way until I feel like, it's too thin, and then I back off until it's just right. So and we might be able to get away with not having all this information there because we have plenty of other frequencies happening, or plenty of other instruments that are playing those frequencies. Let's make sure I'm not messing with anything else, though. Yeah, we don't want to mess with that. We can automate this, though. Let's go ahead and do that. A little bit of automation won't hurt us. So what I'll do is automate this to be basically like this. During this section. I'm going to put this in mono really quick because I am hearing it's kind of difficult to hone in on the... Clean that up quite a bit.
Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight.
I'm hearing that. Let's go ahead and attenuate this here. That should sit better. So now it's not cutting through as much. So I'm going to raise the volume and see if that helps.
About to see me feeling dizzy 'cause I'm up in the cloud. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out. Check it out. sexing on a Saturday night.
Yeah, I would want to treat this completely differently. Carve out some of the mud here, volume adjust. Those are things that I would have to do with the individual tracks that I don't have access to.
Bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night.
Right, so maybe you just automate this. So I'm gonna go ahead and turn this on. Bring it to there.
Bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night.
And I'll go ahead and bring this
Hit that shit.
there we go, right here. I got those two nodes. Bring that to about there. And then I want to bring this down a couple dB.
Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down. Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down.
Quite a bit, actually.
Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down. Yeah, we're living in it cause we're chilling, we're not here to sell out. When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexy
Much better.
Saturday night. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shaking, showing everybody I can make it. 2 feet on the ground. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce.
With high end, a lot of times I like to use analog EQs. They can sound a little better up on the top end. So I'm going to go ahead and use this SSL native channel strip. Waves has the same channel strip, more affordable, and I think it's pretty much just as good.
Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down. Yeah, we're living in it cause we're chilling, we're not here to sell out. Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shaking, showing everybody I can make it. 2 feet on the ground.
Okay, let's listen to our reference.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient.
Just bringing out some air in those synths. Part of me wants to cut that frequency out altogether. Yeah, so a lot of our kind of 2 to 3K that we're seeing in the difference there is coming from our vocal. And that's fine. That the vocal sounds the way it is because of the type of vocal it is, the style, genre, and all that. If we wanted to gut this, we could. Don't know that it would necessarily sound all that great. Take another EQ and take out, this 2 to 3K range pretty aggressively. It just would sound weird.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around, I'm on top. I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around, I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shaking, showing everybody I can make it. Feet on the ground, I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient.
Yeah, it wouldn't sound good. Helps it to cut through a little bit more, so I'm okay with that. I'm okay with those differences. Let's go ahead and do a before and after with all our EQ moves. Make sure that we're making progress here and not going backwards. Notice how I haven't done anything with the background vocals. They don't really need anything. Oh, you know what? I did want to bring out the high end in this guy here. I'm going to do that with just a standard Pultec EQ and just bring out like 8K. Here's off and on. So that dope cuts through a lot better. Part of me wants to bring out more high end, but I would have to have separate control from those cymbals because I don't want them to get too crazy. Okay, let's do it before and after. I'm feeling pretty good about it. Let's go like this. Take all of our plugins off. I'm certainly happy with that. We've gone through that whole process of solving problems. We're keeping sonic relationships in mind. We're keeping the overall balance and the goal in mind where we're headed sonically. We've cleaned things up quite a bit, made this thing, I think, breathe a lot more. So this is actually a really great exercise to try to do this on a higher level with just stems. And there's this thing called top-down mixing. We don't necessarily teach that, but as sort of a reverse engineering concept, it can be helpful as a learning tool to figure out, okay, where can I go into the individual elements to basically make these moves. We had to get creative, as you could tell, with some of our EQs to make things work from, verse to verse here. The chorus vocal, compared to the verse vocal is a little bit different. We got kind of lucky and things seem to work across the board, but I'd probably want to treat those things separately and differently. But there you have it. There's EQ at the second level, stems only. And we will go ahead and see you in the next one. We're going to walk through the entire process of EQ from start to finish here in this demo, and we're going to do that on level 3, meaning we'll have all of our tracks available to us. So I'll be applying EQ on the individual track level as well as the bus or group level. And the first thing that I like to do is just listen through the entire song and make some high-level observations about the differences I hear between the reference track and our mix, which again only has volume balance moves up to this point. I'll go ahead and state what those observations are, and then from there, I might listen again and actually make very specific notes in terms of the problems that we need to address. And one thing that I want to emphasize is that your decisions as to which EQ moves you make needs to be entirely based on what you're hearing, not on what someone else is showing you in a tutorial. And that might sound like an obvious, but it's actually a really important reminder, especially for those starting out, because so often people will make moves based on what they've seen other people do instead of listening critically to what is actually needed in their music and their tracks based on the production, based on the instrumentation, style unique to the mix, etc. But one quick addendum to that statement, though, is that I completely understand for those that are just starting out that you're not going to hear all the same details that another engineer with 10 plus years experience is hearing. So if you need a starting place, feel free to copy what somebody else does on a certain instrument and make the goal, though, to really understand why they're making those decisions on those instruments. Again, be patient. This comes with a lot of practice. All right, let's hit play.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it, cause I ain't about to quit it, hey, hey. And everybody about to see me feeling sleazy, cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it, check it out. Check it out.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shake it, showing everybody I can make it. 10 feet on the ground. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce. Watch out.
Sing a verse. Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down. Yeah, we're living in it cause we're chilling, we're not here to sell out. When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing, gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shake it, showing everybody I can make it. 10 feet on the ground. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to
I kept the loop going, the cycle region going, so it just flipped back to the beginning. But we pretty much heard the song, so that's good. Already made some notes here. Now what I want to do is actually go through again, and I have a really cool plugin here called Reference 2. And what I've done, this is by a company called Mastering the Mix. This is not by any means like a paid endorsement by them. We are in partnership with them, but this is just a really great plugin. We don't partner with anyone that we don't really, believe in terms of their plugins. So this is a really amazing tool to look at the difference between what our kind of frequency spectrum is. You have this frequency spectrum analyzer down here at the bottom from 20 to 20K. And what this will do is give you, let me go ahead and change this actually to 5. There we go. So this is going to give us the difference between our mix and the reference track that I've already imported. All you have to do is drag and drop a reference track anywhere into the plugin, and it will load it as a reference. And then you can flip back and forth between your song and the reference. And what's cool about this plugin is you can cycle a specific region of the song as you're listening to yours. So you don't have to do any kind of like lining up. This is the manual way to do it. Obviously, I've already imported the reference here, but I've also imported it here. So I've muted it, and I'm going to actually use the reference plugin. And what's happening is it's actually level matching for me. So I don't have to level match. It's doing that really, really well so that I can kind of, compare fairly to what's going on. So we'll go ahead and listen, and we're going to make some observations sort of as to the differences between our mix and the reference. And then I'm going to translate that into what that means, or try to translate that and speak to that, because there's going to be reasons that we wouldn't want to match this perfectly, and there might be reasons why we might want to get closer to the reference. So I've gone ahead and changed the scale here. It was at 10, so this is now a 5 dB scale, so that we can see kind of more fine details and the differences. So what's happening here is when this dips down, that tells us we are missing that frequency. When it's above the line, that tells us there is too much of that frequency in our mix. Let's go ahead and listen again. So, which tells us if we wanted to match the reference, we need less of this, and we need a little bit more of this, and our low end is within like a decibel of the reference, which is really, really great. So that means the volume balance was done really, really well. And I know that sounds like really cocky, but this is a great way to start out by thinking, okay, can we adjust things volume-wise? I've taken a break from volume balance. I've stepped away from it. Now I'm listening with EQ in mind and can actually volume balance and make some fine-tune adjustments to the volume balance with kind of the overall frequency spectrum in mind. Or we can decide, are those things actual EQ moves that we need to make in the mix? So this is just, I can't, put enough of an endorsement on a plugin like this. It's not even really that expensive. But if you wanted to do this manually, the way you would do that, I'll go ahead and turn reference off. The way you would do that is you'd simply solo the reference track. right? And then you turn that, actually leave mute on in Logic. And then when you hit solo and then turn it solo off, it'll mute it again. And you can quickly go back and forth between our mix and the reference. So let's go ahead and I've already kind of level matched this. So let's take a listen and do it this way. And I'm going to pull up the Paz Analyzer and we'll just listen. This is a $30 plugin, really, really affordable. But we're going to listen and look at, again, the spectrum. It'd be interesting to see if that translates to what we were seeing in the Reference 2 plugin. Again, in the chorus, where it says that we're missing kind of this area here and that there's too much around here. So let's go ahead and see if that's true. Actually, let's go ahead and go here.
Supernatural, supernatural, I'm untouchable, I'm unstoppable, I'm supernatural, supernatural, I'm untouchable, I'm unstoppable, I'm supernatural, 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 I'm untouchable. I'm on top, I ain't coming down, and I won't stop till I'm winning. Shaking, showing everybody I can make it. 2 feet on the ground.
So yeah, we can kind of see that dip here, and then we can kind of see that there's this energy buildup. A lot of it's coming from the vocal here, and there is kind of I think what's happening is there's a perception that we have a lot more energy here because we have a slight dip here, right? And so I think that they're picking up on that because we don't have this high-end information that the reference has. It's translating to kind of a build-up in this area, right? That and in the Reference 2 plugin, as we can see, it is translating that way.
Supernatural, I'm untouchable, I'm unstoppable, I'm supernatural, I'm untouchable.
About 2K. Let's go back again. Look at our Paz Analyzer.
Supernatural, supernatural, I'm untouchable. I'm on top, I ain't coming down.
Yeah, so we have this spike here. That's probably contributing, to that information around 2K. I know that's about 1.5 or so, 1.3.
I'm better than the rest of them. Patient, I'm coming around.
But if I were to be, trying to match this just overall, I might do a move that's something like this.
I'm better than the rest of them. Patient, I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down, and I won't stop till I'm winning. Shaking, showing everybody I can make it. 2 feet on the ground.
And you know what? That actually does clean it up, kind of giving us some clarity and air in the track, taming this sort of harshness here, bringing up some of the kind of vocal information in this area here. And that gives us, and then, bringing this down just a hair, 1 dB.
I'm better than the rest of them. Patient, I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down, and I won't stop till I'm winning.
And so there you have it. That's kind of the start of, the mental notes, our notes that we've jotted down here. We're going to try to translate everything that we're hearing and kind of assessing with all of these tools into mix moves and mix decisions. So this is a really good kind of practice, especially in the beginning as you're learning to hear these things. You can lean on and rely a little bit more heavily on these types of tools to really get you there. And I can't stress enough the power of using these tools in connection with your ears. Don't lean on just the analytics of it, the analyzers. Don't rely completely on what you're seeing. You have to translate that to what you're hearing, because your mix is going to be different. It's not always, you're not trying to match this perfectly at all times, especially if the instrumentation's a bit different. You have to keep those things in mind. And truthfully, we don't necessarily have to match what we're seeing in the reference. We don't necessarily have to make those moves. But that's up to us, and it's up to kind of the direction that the client is wanting to go in. That's enough about that. I'll go ahead and turn these things off, turn reference off. I've got enough to kind of work with here. And let's just jump right in and start addressing kind of these problems and figure out a way, okay, how can we maybe kind of tame things in the mids there, that 1.5 to 3K area. How can we, maybe just bring the bass in a little bit more alignment there. Verse kick, clean up, too loud. Let's just start there. Let's just work our way down. I'm going to go to the beginning of the song here. One thing that we can't do is we can't really tame the sibilance in the verse. I've just made a note of that. We can use some EQ if we want, but I would rather use some more advanced tools that we'll actually cover in the advanced section in section 4. We're going to go over things like dynamic EQ, de-essers, that kind of stuff. So we'll go ahead and leave that problem. It's only in the verse. I don't hear that there's too much sibilance build up in the chorus. So we'll kind of, just keep this as a note for later. In fact, we'll move this towards the bottom. So right now what we're hearing is just this sort of lo-fi drum beat here. And that's fine. To see me feeling dizzy 'cause I'm up in the clouds. I think we could bring that down just a hair. So I have a gain plugin on here, and I can do that with the volume fader. So let's make sure that there's no... Okay, let's check the bridge really quick. Yeah, I think we could bring it down to just a dB, so we'll do that. About to see me feeling dizzy 'cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up. What I'm going to do is just kind of tighten things up here. About to see me feeling dizzy 'cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out. Check it out. So what I'm doing in my headphones, depending on the headphones that you have, you may or may not hear that there's just a bit more information down here below 40 hertz than we really need. I'm really wanting just this 40, maybe a little bit of 30. In fact, I'll just bring this down a little bit more. You will see a little bit of a volume jump. Because of the phase shift that's happening. About to see me feeling dizzy 'cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out. About to see me feeling dizzy 'cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it, but... I'm gonna go ahead and actually use I am gonna use a linear phase EQ for this, just because, let's see. That should avoid us having that kind of volume jump. Anytime you do really hard cuts in the low end on a bass instrument like this, you oftentimes will get a phase shift, and what will happen is it will create sometimes these bumps in volume. You won't actually see those here, but... So now I can bring this down. About to see me feeling dizzy 'cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out. Check it out. We'll go ahead and get rid of this one here. Cool.
But about to see me feeling dizzy cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out. Check it out. Fake it. I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop.
I think what I'm going to do is address the sort of build up in the vocal around this 1 to 2K area. So if I play this,
Fake it. I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shake it. Showing everybody I can make it. Feet on the ground. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce.
so what we'll do is just a little dip. There's some build up here and there's some build up here. You can see that in the analyzer. I'll go ahead and boost these frequencies, and then you'll really hear this. And we'll do one kind of around like 800 or 900, I think it was.
Fake it.
It's actually closer to 900, yeah.
Fake it.
Yeah, we'll make it a little bit more narrow. Same with this one. In fact, we'll go one by one. So let's listen to this one first,
Fake it.
right?
Fake it. Fake it. I'm better than the rest of.
It's almost like a whistle.
Fake it. I'm better than the rest of.
Can you see that spike go up?
Fake it. I'm
Yeah, so I want to tame that just a bit. I don't want to do too much, but just a little bit will kind of add up.
fake it. I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning.
Little moves like this will just clean things up over time.
Fake it. I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning.
A little bit of build up here. So I'm going to cut this out. I don't want to do too much.
Fake it. I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Fake it. I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shake it. Showing everybody I can make it. Feet on the ground. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce. Ooh. Fake it. I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm
Little rule of thumb, as you're kind of sweeping for certain frequencies, it's a good practice to not do this too high, because everything sounds bad when you're boosting it really high. So what I'm doing is I'm keeping this within, I would say, no more than, plus 10 or 12 while you're sweeping. And that way, as you're sweeping, you're not hearing all these problems because you're just cranking it way, way too high. This will change. How much you need to sweep will change depending on where you're at in the frequency spectrum. You can get away with boosting sometimes a little bit higher in the low end because lower frequencies need more volume for us to hear them. We're a lot more sensitive in our ears to these frequencies here, so you don't need to be going up and above. Really, I can hear problems right around like 6 dB as I'm boosting. And then you get really, really high, you can kind of crank things above 10K, in order to hear resonances, because again, our ears lose sort of the ability to hear up really, really, really high and really, really low.
fake it. I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. Fake it.
Watch what happens when we sweep between like here and here. You'll hear where the buildup is. You'll hear kind of a spike, an unpleasant kind of like sharp tone.
Fake it.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient.
It's right there. So I'm going to go ahead and dip this out.
Fake it. I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient.
And now what I want to do is just kind of enhance this. Honestly, I'm ready to kind of bring up some high-end information. And what I'm going to do is use a Pultec here. This is a great analog EQ. It's got some tubes in it, so there's a little bit of coloration. When I turn it on, it's going to give it a different sound. That'll be a little bit more subtle to a beginner's ear, but this is coloring the sound, which just means it's changing it, and you're going to hear that a little bit in terms of excitement without even turning the knobs.
Fake it. I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shake it.
You know, and let me just say something. We're not having to do a lot of work here because there's been a lot of production on this vocal already. We have a lot of like effects that are already baked in here that we don't need to add to the vocal because the producers did that, right? And so we don't need to worry about a ton. There's just some minor things that we can address here. But let's go ahead and listen to before and after. I'm going to go ahead and turn these off and then turn them back on. And then we especially need to make sure we're listening in context of the other instruments so that we can make adjustments there as well.
Fake it. I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. Fake it. I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. Fake it. I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. Fake it. I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient.
So what's cool is that we've already got enhancement without turning a knob, and that's just sounds a lot cleaner to my ear. Let's go ahead and play this in context. And what's great about this is because we're removing frequencies, right? And we're getting a little bit of excitement in high end from this box here, from this plugin here. It's kind of doing everything I want without having to boost a ton. And we're not having to worry about like losing headroom. We've kept the volume right around the same, and this sounds more exciting, kind of more upfront. In fact, I bet that when we turn this stuff on in the context of the mix, we're going to have to consider turning it down. Really great. That cuts through the mix just the way I want it to. Don't need to do anything more than that. All right. So in other cases, you might need to boost a lot more. And in fact, in a lot of cases where the vocal hasn't been mixed very well in the production session, where they haven't really touched that, it's just a raw vocal with no processing. This vocal already has a bunch of processing on it. In those cases where I have a raw vocal, I'm going to have to boost a lot. I'm going to have to do a lot more in terms of cutting. A lot of times there's low-end information here. We're going to have a course all about vocal processing, all about, vocal mixing. So we're going to keep this one high level, but you'll get to see another free course that another one of our teachers here is going to create. And so that'll go a lot deeper into kind of EQing vocals, adding effects, and things like that. So let's go ahead and move on. I'm pretty happy with that. Let's see if there's anything we can address EQ-wise in the verse vocal.
On the fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. And everybody about to see me feeling steezy, cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it, check it.
Yeah, a little bit of build up here in this like 400 to 500 area.
On the fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. On the fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way.
And you can see those little spikes. I don't necessarily want to get rid of those. Those are kind of harmonics and overtones that contribute to the sound of the vocal. It's important to have those there, but they can be tamed just a little bit. So we'll go ahead and bring this down. I think it was around like 4 something that we were hearing.
On the fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it, cause I ain't about to quit it, hey, hey. And everybody about to see me feeling steezy, cause I'm up in the clouds.
So it kind of changes. I'm going to do a more narrow cut here. So we'll bring that down a little bit. And I'm going to do another narrow cut right around here. By the way, this is just the stock Logic plugin, guys. So anyone who's got Logic can use this tool, and it's great. I'll bring this down about the same.
On the fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way.
Widen this a little bit.
Gotta get back in it, cause I ain't about to quit it, hey, hey. And everybody about to see me feeling steezy, cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it, check it out. On the fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. On the fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way.
Listen to how this kind of unlocks some energy, kind of in the mid-range here. Let's go ahead and do it before and after. Here's before.
Fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. Fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way.
A little bit more clarity there. So that's, I think, going to help. And I'm going to go ahead and just roll off the low end just to make sure there's no rumble down there that's coming through. That all that low rumble can be stuff that is picked up from, air conditioning units or any number of things that can be in a recording that we don't necessarily hear. Unnecessary energy that we don't need that'll build up and add up over different recordings. So we can get away with cutting that out pretty aggressively. And I'm going to do a little bit more of an aggressive cut here just because this is a very stylized vocal, and I'm going to lean into that a little bit. So usually I won't go above like 100 hertz on a vocal. Sometimes I won't go above like 80 hertz even, just depends on the vocal. So
Fast track,
I'm going to lean into that kind of feeling of like, this is a bit of a telephone booth, not quite telephone booth style, but it's leaning in that direction of, it's kind of focused in this, kind of low mid-range area.
fast track, bouncing,
Let's go ahead and see.
fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. Fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. Fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way.
I'm going to do just a little bit less here, a little bit less here.
Fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. Fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. Fast track, bouncing back,
It's just giving us a sense of air without having to add it.
fast track, bouncing back,
And then I'm going to do the same thing that we did with the other one and just give it this pull tech.
fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way.
And without adding any knobs or anything, turning any knobs, we get a little bit more clarity. I'm going to bring the volume down just a hair.
Fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it, cause I ain't about to quit it, hey, hey.
It's starting to sound a little thin to me now.
Fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. Fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way.
So maybe I don't want that pull tech there.
Fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way.
There's not much going on. We'll see when things kind of pick up here if we want that in there.
Everybody about to see me feeling steezy, cause I'm up in the Everybody about to see me feeling steezy, cause I'm up in the clouds. Everybody about to see feeling steezy cause I'm up in the clouds. Party about to see me feeling steezy cause I'm up in the clouds. Party about to see me feeling steezy cause I'm up in the clouds.
I think we'll do without the Pultec.
Party about to see me feeling steezy cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up, grab
And then now I'm going to bring the volume back up.
Party about to see me feeling steezy cause I'm up in the clouds. On the fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. On the fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it cause I ain't about to quit it.
When he says the word back, I'm hearing something.
On the fast,
I'm going to go ahead and solo this.
gotta get back in it cause
Yeah, this thing is kind of popping up right here. I'm going to go ahead and attenuate that as well. So listen to the word back. It's right around here.
gotta get back in it,
Yeah.
gotta get back in it.
In fact, I'm going to ease up on these moves just a hair. And maybe what I was actually hearing is this frequency here that we can attenuate. I'll go ahead and bring that down just a hair.
Gotta get back in it cause I ain't about to quit it, hey hey. Gotta get back in it cause I ain't about to quit it, hey hey. Fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. Fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are
Yeah, so we're cleaning this vocal up. We're doing cleanup work right now. It just feels cleaner. Like this is a little bit more muddy when we have this off.
fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. Fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way.
And again, we'll address some of the sibilance that's happening up around 10K later on.
Fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it cause I ain't about to quit it, hey, hey. And everybody about to see me feeling steezy cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it, check it out. Check it out.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shake it, showing everybody I can make it. 2 feet on the ground. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce. Watch out.
Yeah, and I really am liking these moves that we made here. I think this is helping quite a bit actually to let this vocal sit better in with the chorus. I'm going to go back though. I'm second guessing the volume of the vocal here.
Fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. Party about to see me feeling steezy.
I think what's bothering me though, I don't think it's an issue of volume balance. I think I'm just bothered by all of this sibilance up top here. So if I took another EQ, I don't have any more, actually, let's see. Yeah, I guess I have this one I can use. I'm going to put this over here around 10K and I'm going to dip it down.
Party about to see me feeling steezy cause Party about to see me feeling steezy cause I'm up in the clouds.
Let's go ahead and do before and after.
Party about to see me feeling steezy cause I'm up in the Party about to see me feeling steezy cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it, check it out.
It's tempting for me actually to make kind of a bold move here. I think what I might do is accomplish some de-essing there, but there's something happening. It's kind of contributing to a lo-fi nature of this vocal. It's contributing to that stylization. And so that's not something I might normally do. It all depends though, right? This is a unique situation. And again, this harkens back to my comment at the beginning of the video where we don't make one size fits all moves ever. Okay. It's always case to case. Every microphone's different. Every song is different. Every style is going to, every song is going to have a different kind of stylization. Male, female vocals all have different, ways of responding in the microphone, frequency response wise, etc. But I think for now, what I'm going to do, just to have this sit better, I'm going to go ahead and make this more of an aggressive move there. Actually, let me undo that. And then I'm going to take this low pass filter, and I'm actually going to be pretty aggressive there. And what will happen too is this will help contribute to a bigger feeling of openness in the chorus when we transition, because all of a sudden we're going to open up these high-end frequencies to the cymbals, to the vocal, and everything else. So let's go ahead and kind of listen to that transition.
Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out. Check it out. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out. Check it out. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out.
And I might want to add some vocal processing later, or some like either delay or reverb that's very, very subtle, but that would be much later. So let's go ahead and move on to our next kind of note here, which is build up in 1 to 2K in the chorus. Or no, that's Vox build up. So we actually have taken care of that. Let's go ahead and get rid of that note. Snare needs excitement. Kick cleanup, too loud. We've gotten rid of, we can cross that off. Snare needs excitement. Let's listen to that. And it sounds like these snares have been dealt with in terms of frequencies for the most part. But I might... Yeah, I think what I'll do... I'm going to use like an analog style EQ, my channel strip here. Let's see how this feels. Always checking the context though. I want to address some things about the bass. Just cut out some unnecessary kind of low mids. And also cut out some of this low end here. I'm just bringing this down just a hair just to make sure I'm not going too high and interfering with any other like cymbals and things up in the high end. I mean, those aren't going to be in this area anyways. I'm just kind of nudging it down. I need to figure out where a frequency is coming from that I'm hearing. I think I'm going to cut out a bit around here in this.
and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight.
Interesting. So I have a separate verse here.
Sexing on a Saturday night. Sexing on a Saturday night. Sexing on a Saturday. Sexing on a Saturday.
Second verse.
Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit. Yeah, things are shaking my way. Get back in it, cause I ain't about to quit it. Hey, get back in it, cause I ain't about to quit. Get back in it, cause I ain't about to quit it. Hey, hey. Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down.
Okay. So definitely going to need to address this. Let's go ahead and just jump into it.
Bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight.
I'm hearing some percussion information that's like getting kind of in the way. Let me...
And you see me and I make bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight. Bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night.
Let's go into this vocal and clean it up.
Bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night.
Same thing, vocal sibilance up here. Kind of want to tame that in the same way that we did the other one. I might remove this once we get things tamed with de-essing later on.
Bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night.
Let's come in here.
Bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night.
In fact, I might use a shelf here and just bring it down.
Bustin' and you see me and I make it. Bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight. Bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on. Bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday. Bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night.
A little bit here.
Bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you.
And then maybe a little bit, kind of like we did.
Bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night.
Yeah, take a little bit of that out.
Bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday. Bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night.
Second verse.
Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down.
Yeah, let's go before and after. So here's before, EQ.
Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down. Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down. Yeah, we're living in it cause we're chilling, we're not here to sell out. When I'm bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you up. When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night.
And we don't need this much. We already have that information. I'm going to clear this up.
Busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night.
All this stuff just adds up an unnecessary amount.
Busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you up, busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on.
When he says yeah, that kind of pops up.
Busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing.
Yeah, right there.
Busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing. Busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing. Busting and you see me, busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah. Busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah. Busting and you see me and.
So we're losing 2 decibels here. We might want to make that back. I'm always kind of checking here, and I might bring that back up.
Busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah.
But these two together, listen to this. If we take these off.
Busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday. Busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing.
So I'm going to go ahead and listen in context because that's everything.
Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down. Yeah, we're living in it cause we're chilling, we're not here to sell out. When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing, gives me feelings that I don't want.
Kind of want to deal with these now. Almost want just more of these.
So easy, yeah, we're sexing on. When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing, gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight.
I'm better than the rest of never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shaking, showing everybody.
While we're here, I'm going to go ahead and just like lift this a little bit in the high end. And I'm going to do that with a Pultec. So it's adding some volume, but also adding a little bit of high end as well. Yeah. Let's see.
And gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight. That I don't wanna fight.
And then I'm going to go ahead. I think this will be more impactful.
That I don't wanna fight.
There's a couple drum hits here that I think we could get rid of and have this be just a little bit more effective.
That I don't wanna fight.
Yeah, I don't think we need all of these. Let's go ahead and show you what these are doing. That's just a big hit that was getting in the way, masking that sound there. So that's a production thing. Now, okay, so cat's out of the bag. I actually produced this with the band and my production partner, Caleb. And so these are decisions that I can make as kind of a part of that team, that production team. But as a mix engineer, you'd have to really check and see if they notice this, if the client wants that to be taken out or not. And then I just need to go ahead and make sure that these are faded out. So there's no clicking, right? So without that fade, there's a little clip there. And so we clean that up.
Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight.
Now it's a little bit too bright because it's not being masked anymore. So I'm going to go ahead and take this down quite a bit.
Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feelings that I don't want to fight.
Yeah, I think that's fine. But let's go ahead and listen before and after. Here's with that drum hit.
Want to fight.
And with
Want to fight. Up and I'm staring. Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feelings that I don't want to fight.
wondering if we can smooth out these cymbals. I'm just hearing more details now that we're kind of in the weeds. So again, these were my first initial high-level thoughts, and now we're kind of getting deeper into the weeds with each individual instrument. So let's go ahead and address these drums in the overheads, I think it is. They're sounding pretty good. I don't think we need all this low end information, that's for sure, so we can get rid of that. I want to be very careful though, because this is contributing to some of the snare sound as well.
Don't wanna fight.
Yeah, I just think there's stuff way up here in the cymbals. I think we could tame that a little bit. That might be kind of hard for you to hear, but it kind of smooths that out a little bit, just in the very, very top end. Listen to the ksh, ksh, ksh. It goes from left, right, and then left. So I'll do before and after. Here's before. and then after.
I'm on top, I ain't coming down, ready to bounce. I'm on top, I ain't coming down, ready to bounce.
And maybe that was just but too much, so I'll do it just a little bit less. These are things I'm thinking ahead of time with like regards to mastering, because I'm going to want to bring out the high end without these cymbals blowing out our ears. We'll keep it at 2.
I'm on top, I ain't coming down, ready to bounce.
Feelings that I don't wanna fight.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning.
Okay, so this is the only thing happening. I'm going to address it here. Let's see. Okay, so that's like a pad element. Let's actually hit these things one at a time.
Make it look so easy, yeah, with sex and all. Make it look so easy, yeah, with sex and all. When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, with sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight. Chillin', we're not here to sell out. When I'm busting and you're here to sell out.
Interesting. I'm wondering if this is getting lost.
Here to sell out. When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, with sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you up and I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, with sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feelings that I busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, with sexing on a Saturday night. That I don't wanna fight.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never.
Yeah, cutting this out very well might do what I want, which is to give this a little bit more attention right? So I'm just unmasking kind of other areas that I want to hear more of. That's basically what I'm doing. See if that has the effect we want.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop.
Maybe you went just a hair too far on that.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shaking, showing everybody I can make it. 2 feet on the ground. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce. Watch out. I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shaking, showing everybody I can make it. 2 feet on the ground.
Let's see where we're at with all of our EQ moves. I'm going to go ahead and remove every single move that we've made so far and just see how we're doing. Okay, before.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around.
After.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around.
Before.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around.
After.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't.
And now the kick feels like it's maybe overbearing to me, but you can hear just how that kind of cleans things up, right? All of those little subtle moves are going to add up over time. That's the idea. So I'm going to go to my kick, I think, because
Bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy. Yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing. Gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never.
I love how punchy it is, though, so I'm tempted to just keep it. Let's go ahead. I'm actually going to bring in and see how this track makes things go in the... I've gone ahead and separated this parallel drum track out. So... So it's just got a lot of like bombast, a lot of energy. Let's see how that sounds in the chorus only. There's no EQ or anything. It's just the way it is. I think it's fine.
Time I'm gonna shred it, check it out. Check it out.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning.
Time I'm gonna shred it, check it out. Check it out.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shaking, showing everybody I can make it. 2 feet on the ground. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce.
Time I'm gonna shred it, check it out.
Just checking the level of the vocal.
Time I'm gonna shred it, check it out. Check it out.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shaking, showing everybody I can make it. 2 feet on the ground.
I'm going to move on. I don't know if I like that or not. I'm just going to move on without it. Just kind of keep addressing different things. But let's Yeah, let's see. Guitar. I'm gonna listen to the bridge here. You know what? Yeah, I'm going to address what I was originally going to address, which is seeing if the kick drum is too loud in the chorus. Let's go ahead and bring that down just a dB or so. The do can come down just a hair now that we've kind of hyped up the high end of it.
Feelings that I don't wanna fight.
You know what? We're going to give this whole entire kind of drum section some compression, I think, later on. And so I'm not going to worry about the volume of it now. I think it's fine the way it is. I might just, for my sake, bring it down a half dB or so. Is that making a huge difference? No. But, you know, I'm thinking dynamically, low end's going to hit compression a lot harder than high end. So I'm just making little incremental adjustments here to make sure that everything is going to be hitting dynamics processing really well later on. And honestly, with like EQ, it's getting really close. I just want to listen kind of through with the moves I've made and see where we're at.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it, cause I ain't about to quit it, hey, hey. And everybody about to see me feeling sleazy, cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it, check it out. Check it out.
I want to see how much closer we are now to our reference. Let's bring this over here. Yeah, without mastering and anything else, I think this is a good spot to be. I might want to tame something else. Kind of just scooping these out a little bit. And maybe we give them a little bit more hype in the high end, and kind of just make these scooped. This contributes to so much energy in this track that I want to make sure I get this right. So much cleaner sounding overall. You know, rather than take this frequency out here, I think I might actually address it in the track that it's actually coming from, which is here.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. I won't stop till I'm winning. Shaking, showing everybody I can make it. Feet on the ground. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to
Yeah, trying to feel out the balance here with this. Let's go ahead and move that back down.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. I won't stop till I'm winning. Shaking, showing everybody I can make it. Feet on the ground. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce. I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient.
This is such an important instrument. Whoops. Let's take this off there. I think what I want to try to do is use an EQ for mid-range that I like, which is the MEQ 5. I am tempted to put a gain plug in here, and I kind of want to bring up the volume of the, let's see, the verse versus the chorus sections. So I'm going to do that. Let's see. You know what? Before I do that, let me bring up the volume just without that first, just to see. I'm going to bring it up 1.5 dB and see where that puts us.
About to see me feeling sleazy 'cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out. Check it out. About to see me feeling sleazy 'cause I'm up in the clouds.
Yeah, see, I like everything. So we're EQing a lot here, but it's affecting this here, and I don't want it to. So, you know, it's bringing the volume down.
About to see me feeling sleazy 'cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out. Check it out. About to see me feeling sleazy 'cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out. About to see me feeling sleazy 'cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it, but this on the fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things I should.
That's too loud. Bring it back down to 3.5.
On the fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. Gotta get out, check it out.
I'm better than the rest of never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top. I ain't coming down. I'm winning. Shake it. Show me everything.
Check it out, check it out.
I'm better than the rest of never patient. I'm coming around.
Yeah, it just needs more of this particular, yeah.
Check it out. Fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it 'cause I ain't about to quit it, hey, hey. And everybody about to see me feeling sleazy 'cause I'm up in the clouds. Out.
I'm better than the rest of never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top.
I think I'm going to make just one last adjustment. I'm just going to try bringing this up and down.
Out.
This track is the meat of, and I'm going to do that with, the gain plugin that I have here. So I'm going to put a node here. Let's go like this. And then I can drag this up and down. I'm going to bring it, let's bring it down 1.5 dB. And then I'm going to, need to bring that over to here. Like that. There we go.
Pick it up where I left it, but this time.
Yeah, you know, I just feel like we probably don't, maybe we just don't need that much overall.
I'm better than the rest of never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top. I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. I'm better than the rest of never patient.
It's tempting to go less with this even.
I'm better than the rest of never patient. I'm coming around.
So maybe I'll bring this down 1 dB here and have it up 1 dB more in the core, have it down 1 dB more in the chorus, just because we're filling in a lot of information with the other bass layers.
Clouds. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm
Yeah, I like that.
it out. Check it out.
I'm better than the rest of never
Gotta get this right. So I've taken enough time on that. I think as we progress along in the process of doing all our other stages like compression, dynamics processing, whatever else I'm going to be adding, I'm going to be doing more micro adjustments as I go. So I'll leave it at that. Let's just listen all the way through and see if there's any other opportunities to make enhancements. We haven't really addressed the guitars yet. So that's something I think I might want to do. They sound good though already. These have been produced well. And part of EQing and making the right EQ moves is knowing when to not make any at all. So let's maybe bring these in the center really quick. Take that off. I may want to automate some kind of upper top end information here, some upper mids above like 5, 6K here. So I'm putting it in mono. I'm just clicking the mono button here so that I can have it in the center and hear what's going on, but better. So it looks like it's been intentionally rolled off here, so I'm going to keep that in mind. Everything's been controlled pretty well. Yeah, just bringing it up a little bit more in the mix with those upper mids. Not sure what happened here. I think that was an accident that I had changed the shape of this here. Want to see what this sounds like in context? Okay, dip that down. So it goes up. I need to be careful there because the lower register is getting lost with these EQ moves here. So interesting. I might need to break that out into another. I think I'm going to do that here. I'm going to break out. Let's see. Let's hear this.
Bustin' and you see me and I make it easy.
I think that's good.
Bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy. Yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you up and I'm staring through.
Yeah, I think that's good. I think I might want a hair less when it goes up the octave. So I'm going to do one more kind of gain automation move here. Okay, let's bring this out or bring this down. Just a hair, just a dB maybe. Micro adjustments. That's what we're doing here. I'm feeling really good about that. I'm feeling really good about everything. Let's listen to the last chorus one more time. The only thing that we're missing is just a lot of high-end information, but I think I'm okay with that because, we'll bring some of that out in mastering. This is just the type of, I don't feel like it needs a lot of that tippy top end like we have in our reference here. So that's something I'm keeping in mind, just contextually, instrumentation-wise and everything. Let's go ahead and listen to this though. Yeah, what I'm thinking here is that I kind of want to leave room for adding high end in the master. So, for me personally, I'm pretty close there. Let's go ahead and see if we can close the gap just a little bit more though. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and look at areas of enhancement for top end. And I think what I'm going to do is do this on the bus level. Okay, I'm going to bring the volume down to compensate just a hair because this is bringing it up at about a dB or so.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around, I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around.
It's a little crispy.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around, I'm on
Let's give it just a tiny lift on the top end overall on the best level. Just like a dB from perhaps like from here on.
I won't stop till I'm winning. I'm better than the rest of them. Patient, I'm coming around.
It's bringing that move in the high end of the vocal is bringing out that P, which is kind of nice, just giving it a little bit more intelligibility.
I'm better than the rest of them. Patient, I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Showing everybody I can make it. 2 feet on the ground.
There might be some frequencies here in this guitar I want to address really quick. These are kind of the last minute moves here as we're nearing the end of EQing. This is arguably going to take the longest time, is just doing these EQ moves, clean up and everything. I'm going to bring it in the center. Okay, and then a little bit of a high-end move here to make this thing cut through.
Showing everybody I can make it. 2 feet on the ground. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Lady bounce.
Bring it up in volume a little bit. Oh yeah, it needs to be on the left, I forgot. Let's go ahead and take that off of mono. So it doesn't need to be that loud anymore. This one needs to go out wide again. I'm curious as to whether or not we actually need this. Yeah, I think it does. All right, I think we're good. I'm going to listen one last time through.
On the fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it, cause I ain't about to quit it, hey, hey. And if you're hard about to see me feeling steezy, cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it, check it out. Check it out.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shaking, showing everybody I can make it.
It's too loud right there. That's why we're listening through. It's too loud. This instrument right here. Not that one. It's in our synths, actually, which is right here. Where is that? Yeah, right here. Okay, interesting. Yeah, so notice how I forgot to bring it down. Let's go ahead and do that. There's not as much going on in this section here, so let's bring it down. Probably can bring it down a couple dB. That's better.
Sing a verse.
Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down. Yeah, we're living in it cause we're chilling, we're not here to sell out. When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing, gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shaking, showing everybody I can make it. 2 feet on the ground. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce.
We haven't done anything to the toms because they don't really need any treatment.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shaking, showing everybody I can make it. 2 feet on the ground. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce.
Cool. You know, when this was bounced out, should have been bounced out with that tail going longer. I believe it was this one right here, this pad. Let's find it. Yeah, but we don't have that tail, so that would need to be redone if we were to actually release this. But let's go ahead and do a before and after. No EQ plus EQ. We'll just remove all the plugins, in fact. Go like this. Listen to the chorus.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning.
and with. Cool. One more time, before and after. Let's check out reference 2 and listen this way. Let's see. So about 2 dB more in kind of this mid-range that we have in ours. And let's see what that's like if we were to kind of attenuate, if it makes an improvement. It wants us to kind of do a boost at around 500 or so. Yeah, so we're just kind of looking ahead in the future, like to a mastering perspective. But let's go ahead and just like keep what we have so far. I don't think there's really anything else that I want to do. I think in the context of our mix, our instrumentation, I think what we've got works. So I'm gonna toggle this on and off though really quick. The only thing that I like is maybe attenuating this kind of area here. Yeah, I think I like what we have. So that's it. We've gone through the process of addressing problems and enhancements, and we're keeping, again, the sonic relationships and the overall balance in mind the entire time. That's really the critical part, is keeping the high-level perspective of, okay, what's our balance from low to high? and making sure that we look, we're kind of like reverse engineering things. That's like our flagship program, the Reverse Engineer. You know, when you look at things from a mastering perspective, that actually changes the way you think about how to, you know, make adjustments to back in the mix, you know, back into the production. You can kind of work your way backwards. It's a really effective way to make sure that you're keeping that high level goal in mind, right, that you're trying to attain. So that's it, and we'll see you in the next one. In the last section, we broke down the way in which frequencies and EQ impact the height of our mix, helping us to shape the vertical aspect of our sound. Now, as we embark in section 3, we turn our focus towards the front to back dimension, the depth of our mix, which is governed by volume and dynamics. So now we're venturing into how we can push sounds closer or further away in our mix, creating a sense of depth that makes our music feel alive and three-dimensional. This is where dynamics and volume come into play. Later on in section 4, we'll also discuss how spatial processing like reverb and delay affect depth as well, but for now in this section we'll be focusing our attention on dynamics. What are dynamics? Dynamics in the context of our cube refer to the variations in loudness and intensity of our music. Simply put, dynamics is the difference between the loudest and quietest parts of our music. Through tools like compression, limiting, and clipping, we can manipulate the dynamic range of our various sounds, bringing them closer to the listener or pushing them back, creating a mix that breathes and moves with life. Why does this matter? Because in music, feeling is depth. When we control dynamics effectively, we're not just adjusting volume. We're enhancing emotion, tension, and release. We're telling a story, guiding our listeners through the landscape of our sound. In this section, we'll explore what controlling dynamics really means. We'll dive into the what, why, and how of the tools used for controlling and manipulating dynamics, like compression, clipping, and limiting. But it's not just about these tools, it's about the intent behind their use. We'll discuss how to enhance the character, glue, and punch of our mix, using dynamic tools to deepen the emotional impact of our music. So let's gear up to explore the depth of our cube, learning how to master the tools that control dynamics to create mixes that not only sound professional but feel profoundly moving. Welcome to the world of dynamic control. Let's dive in. Imagine for a moment that you're in the car with your buddy and you're showing off your favorite music. You've turned the volume up to a decent level, ensuring that your favorite section of the song doesn't get drowned out by the ambience around you. Your car hauling down the road, the AC blowing, etc. Things are rocking, but then, just as your favorite section comes around in the chorus, you stop at a railroad crossing and wait for a train whose horn wails high above the guitar solo you so desperately wanted your friend to hear. So you turn the volume up even more to hear the solo, and when the train's horn stops, the volume is all of a sudden way too loud. So you turn the volume back down to where it was. This, in a way, is an example of dynamic control. With your hand on the volume dial, you're controlling how loud and quiet the music needs to be at all times in order to ensure everything is heard at any given moment. Another example of this is when I'd listened to a particular choir album in high school on my bedroom CD player. I'm referring to Eric Whitaker's complete a cappella works, probably the only choir music I cared to listen to. This record, along with many other more traditional styles of music, is very dynamic. The soft parts get very quiet, and the loud parts get right up to the digital ceiling. I'd have to sit right next to the player with my hand on the volume knob at all times, constantly adjusting it to ensure I could hear all the details of the quiet parts, while also preventing the loudest sections from blowing out my speakers. Now, this is no slight or disrespect to the audio engineers and producers on that album. It's meant to be that dynamic. I simply loved dialing up the quiet parts so that it felt more immersive, like I was part of the choir. But I digress. The point is, I'm essentially controlling the volume manually in a way that reduces that dynamic range so that I could hear everything more evenly, the way that I preferred. And this simple act of riding the volume dial on my CD player is the same practice that mix engineers have done for years with riding the volume fader. The only difference is that they have control over the individual volume faders for each track to control the dynamics of each instrument. In the context of a mix, we need to have a way to control how loud and quiet each instrument gets. This way we can hear everything we want to hear above the rest of the other instruments at any given time in the music. It would be nice and easy if all we had to do is simply throw up the volume faders where we want them and be done. But it's just not that simple. The reason is because some tracks, especially vocals or other acoustic instruments, are very dynamic by nature. With vocals, there are times when the singer might get really loud in a chorus, but then pull back and get soft and intimate in a verse. That kind of dynamic on the overall macro level is actually normal and encouraged. But the problems arise on the micro level when we have inconsistent volume levels within a verse or chorus itself. Now, let's take a look again at our cube and focus on how this all ties in with the depth dimension. The concept is simple. The louder an instrument or element is in the mix, the more forward or up front it feels in this dimension. Conversely, the quieter it is, the further away or back it feels. Well, what if an element consistently goes back and forth between loud and quiet? Essentially, it's moving forward and back in the depth field all the time, making it difficult to give it its own space in this dimension of the mix. Sometimes we hear it, sometimes we don't. Sometimes it feels like it's right in front of our face, and other times it gets shoved way back behind everything else. Controlling dynamics is all about reducing this dynamic range so that we hear our instruments consistently throughout the track. All we're doing is shortening the difference between loud and quiet parts of the music. We're not trying to completely get rid of this dynamic range, but reducing it makes it easier to intentionally place the different elements of our mix in varying spaces along this depth dimension. If everything in the mix is loud and upfront all the time, the mix can sound flat, fatiguing, and lifeless. So, staggering the different instruments along this dimension is just one way that we create a feeling of space, separation, breath, and life in our mix. Before we move on to explaining how we control dynamics, I want to take a moment to explain the difference between what I would call intentional versus unintentional dynamics. First, let's start with intentional dynamics. Intentional dynamics have to do with the natural ebb and flow of loud and quiet parts of a music performance or recording. I've already given one example of this with regards to singers who deliver their vocals at different levels of intensity throughout a song. The verse might be quiet because a more intimate emotion is desired, then the chorus gets loud in order to express another kind of emotion. Same with a pianist, violinist, or any other solo instrument. There is a ton of intentional dynamic that breathes life, movement, and emotion into the performance. As engineers, we want to preserve what I'd like to call dynamic intent. And there is no one-size-fits-all for this, because dynamic range varies so widely between all the styles and genres of music that exist. Modern styles of pop music, for example, are not very dynamic. That's pretty consistent across the vast majority of modern pop genres. The only real dynamics in modern pop occurs between the different sections of the song. However, within each section themselves, especially in a big chorus or drop section, we often get very dense and loud instrumentation with reduced dynamic range. Once the chorus is over, the song drops back down in volume or intensity in the verse and then ramps back up in the following chorus. On the other hand, a classical choral recording and production will be very dynamic. The point is that these varying degrees of dynamic range are musical and intentional, and we want to preserve and mix to that intention as much as possible. Unintentional dynamics, on the other hand, are pretty much what it sounds like. They're not intentional. And to put it simply, these unintentional dynamics mostly come from the mistakes and or imperfections of human performances. Singers might move around in front of the mic, causing the volume to dip and rise dramatically. An amateur guitarist will often strum or fingerpick the guitar inconsistently, causing some notes to be heard way too loud or way too soft. Poor drumming performances might have kick and snare hits that are all over the place in volume. Even with professional session musicians, there will always be unintentional dynamics cause spikes and peaks in the audio. Even a professional singer with great mic technique, for example, can overload a microphone with signal because of plosives like P's or T's, especially if recorded without a pop filter or windscreen. The result of these imperfections show up in recordings in the form of transient spikes or peaks. Transients refer to the front-end initial burst of volume or energy in a waveform, like you see here. These transients are typically loudest with percussive instruments like kick and snare, hi-hats, cymbals, or any recorded instrument that has some degree of initial attack. Also, vocal consonants, the attack of guitar picks on strings, piano hammers hitting their strings, or any other plucked instrument will have this front-end transient in the waveform. You get the point. As engineers, we have the ability to control and reduce the dynamics that occur between the loudest spikes of audio, known as peaks, and the quieter segments of that audio. By getting these peaks and transients under control and reducing dynamic range, we, once again, will have more control over where we place that sound in the depth dimension. Typically speaking, the more dynamically reduced a sound is, the lower we can put it in the mix, while still being able to hear or discern that instrument. Again, one of the most important points I can make right now is that there are varying degrees of dynamic intent for different styles and genres of music. Because of this, there is no one-size-fits-all approach to controlling dynamics. You have to serve the music you are mixing. If you understand the why behind the concepts and tools I'm about to show you, you'll be able to achieve virtually any sound you're aiming for. Keep in mind that this is not an overnight learning curve. Professionals will readily admit that this aspect of mixing was often the very last for them to grasp and feel like they had control over. The most important thing is that you spend adequate and consistent time experimenting with and learning the tools we're about to go over. In addition, it's vital that you spend time critically analyzing dynamics and this depth dimension within your favorite music. This way you can start to hear how these tools are translating in the real world of released music. So how do we actually control dynamics in our mix? There's volume, which includes the volume fader, gain, or trim. There's compression, clipping, and limiting. Compression, clipping, and limiting are the three dynamics processors that automatically allow us to control volume and help reduce dynamic range. When I say volume as a tool, on the other hand, I'm referring to things like the volume fader or a gain or trim plugin. With these tools, we control dynamics manually. Volume, as we already know, is the simplest out of all of these tools to use, but we need to break down just a few ways that we can utilize volume-related tools to control dynamics. One way is through clip gain automation. Clip gain automation, in my opinion, is one of the best ways to initially control dynamics on instruments that have a wide and sometimes unintentional dynamic range. This allows us to more naturally reduce dynamic range before applying the other dynamics processors like compression, clipping, and limiting. I mostly use this process with vocals, but you can use it on anything you want. With clip gain automation, we separate different sections of the actual audio waveform in order to raise or lower the volume of each of those different sections. I'll do a more in-depth demo of this later on in this section, but listen to how much better we can hear this vocal cut through the mix after applying clip gain automation.
Well, I never dreamed that a car ride with you is something I'd give it all up just to do. Yeah. Well, I never dreamed that a car ride with you is something I'd give it all up just to do. Yeah.
We can also accomplish the same thing by putting a gain or trim plugin as the very first processor in the signal chain. In order to use this approach, we would need to create an automation lane to draw in these volume changes over time.
I'm seeing now, it's all over this town, the highs and lows.
The point in doing this type of dynamic control manually is to help feed a more even volume level into our dynamics tools. Our dynamic processors will all react differently depending on the volume level feeding them. Especially with compressors, feeding that tool a very dynamic signal can result in more unnatural and undesirable pumping sounds. Here's an extreme example of what this sounds like.
Couple years in hell, all by myself. Hearts are moving on. Had to face all my biggest fears. I was here all along.
Now, maybe unnatural is a sound that you're after, and that's great, as long as you're always trying to be intentional with the tools to get there. Happy accidents are always encouraged, though. I'll elaborate on this when I demonstrate the difference between compression, clipping, and limiting. One more thing I want to point out that is super important is that the volume fader only controls volume after all the processing is done. So we can't use it as a method to control dynamics going into compression. This has to do with the way signal flows and is routed through each channel in Logic and in most DAWs. The first stage of volume control, once audio is actually in your DAW, is in the waveform itself. This is known as clip gain, just as I mentioned with clip gain automation earlier. So any processing that you choose to apply on your channel happens after clip gain, but before the volume fader. This should be the case for most DAWs, but you'll want to double check the signal routing for your specific DAW. Automating the volume fader is simply called volume automation. Once you've added EQ and controlled dynamics and achieved the sound you're after with all your plugins, you can then take that processed and polished audio and further automate the volume of that sound by using the volume fader. I'll show you that in action very soon. All right, in the demonstration we're about to get into, I'm going to break down the difference between controlling dynamics with compression versus clipping versus limiting, and explain when and why to use one over the other. Make sure to come back to this section as much as you need to remind yourself of the why behind these tools and when to use them. For most people, it's not going to sink in all at once. Let's dive in. Let's talk about and demonstrate the differences between compression, limiting, and clipping. All three of these processes accomplish the same goal, and that is they reduce dynamic range, but they do it in slightly different ways. As a refresher, dynamic range has to do with the difference between the loudest and quietest parts of an audio signal. Again, we want to reduce dynamic range of our various instruments so that we can better place things at consistent volumes in the mix and hear them more consistently. And the best way that I know how to explain the difference between these is to actually show you what happens to a waveform when we apply these different processes. I'm going to explain what the parameters of a compressor do, as well as, in limiting and clipping. And I'll do that in more detail in a moment. But before I do that, I want to speak to the parameter that all three of these processors have in common. And that is that they all have a threshold. A threshold refers to a specific volume that we set, which if exceeded, then reduces that volume. That's all that these processors are doing. So whenever the volume of your audio exceeds that threshold, then the dynamics processor, whether it's a compressor, a clipper, or a limiter, will turn that volume down. It's that simple. That's all compression, clipping, and limiting is doing. We're going to get into how much it turns it down by in a moment, but let's go ahead and just show you what happens between three different types of processors. So here I have a drum groove. Let's go ahead and play this. Simple kick, snare, hi-hat. Lots of transient information here so that it gives us a nice visual of what happens when we apply these three different processors. What I want to sort of mention is that Compression and limiting both turn down or reduce the dynamic range by simply turning down the volume. They turn it down. They actually take the volume and turn it down. It can do that at a certain speed, right? Depending on what we're doing with the tool. But with clipping is set apart because rather than just turning down the volume, what it's doing is it's actually chopping off the top of the transient or waveform. And I'll show you that by zooming in. Let's go ahead and show you the difference. Here I have after compression, the volume is reduced, as we can clearly see here. The volume is reduced in all three of these, right? The different shades of red are the after processing. So with compression, it's just turning it down. And we can see that here. So here's the original before compression, and this is after compression. You can see that the waveform has just gone from this to this. It's just turned it down. Same with limiting. Here's after limiting, before limiting. It's gone from this down to this, right? So the shape of the waveform looks the same, but just smaller. Now, if we go to clipping, watch what happens when we zoom in here. Something interesting. We have a different kind of shape. This is much more of a squared off waveform. Basically, what's happened is we've turned down the threshold to this level, right? Which in the case of this processor, this is the clipper I'm using. You can see the red portion of this waveform is the portion that has been clipped or chopped off. It's literally just chopping that off. It's not turning it down. It's just saying, okay, once the volume goes over this threshold, in the case of a clipper, it's called a ceiling, right? So we have this ceiling, which I've set to about negative, well, actually I changed it. I actually turned it to about negative 8.8 or 9. And we can see that in red, it's chopping off the waveform. And you can see that here. So this is just a full-on, like, hard cutoff. Whereas, again, with the compression and limiting, it's not a hard cutoff. It's reduced it by just simply turning down the volume very quickly. It's doing that super, super fast. There's different variations of that fast, right? There's slower and there's faster. That's a spectrum, and I'll get into that in just a sec. But that's just to show you visually what's happening. With compression, what's interesting is that we have different types of compressors. And clippers are pretty much all the same. There's different types of clippers, but they're relatively all the same in that they just kind of quickly, they chop off the transient, and that's going to give it a certain sound. And so the type of sort of process going on under the hood actually contributes to the sound of that dynamic reduction, that gain reduction. So let's go ahead and just listen to how these differ. Let's turn this up a little bit. Okay. I actually need to turn off this compressor. And then let's go ahead and kind of match the perceived volume. Listen to how tonally different this is compared to this. Listen again. We're sort of hearing more of the quiet details because those come closer to the louder parts. So now the louder parts are quieter and they're closer to the volume of the quieter parts, right? So in between these kicks and snares, we have a hi-hat, which used to sound like this. But now the hi-hat sounds closer in volume to our kick and our snare. the perceived volume of this track is louder, right? Let's go ahead and listen to the difference between, before limiting and after limiting. We'll turn this one down again. We're going to match the output. Similar. Let's listen to the difference between compression, after compression, and after limiting. More kind of grit. It's like dirtier sounding. There's just more tone kind of happening between the compression and the limiting. Okay, let's listen to the clipping. Lots of grit and kind of punch. Or I should just say there's just a lot of tone, but the tone is actually only happening on the drum hits, the big drum hits themselves. And it sounds louder. It's clipping at the same, or it's actually reaching the same volume here as the limiting and as the compression, but it sounds louder. Kind of a fatness going on here in the compression. It's almost like the most transparent is this limiter, right? And the clipper is getting us a louder volume, but we're also getting a dirtier kind of front end transient with the kick and the snare. Now, that's because we're clipping a lot more than I would normally clip when it comes to, transient heavy information. But I digress. The point is that they're all different. And what you need to do is you need to experiment now that you know what's happening with all three of these, like what the result is. Now you need to experiment with them and play around with them, so that you become intimately familiar with how they sound, because there is a sound. And that is going to be what dictates when and how we use these tools. What's nice about limiting and clipping is they often can be the most transparent on transient heavy information like drums and percussion when used sparingly. When you take a completely raw, unprocessed drum signal or percussion signal, it's going to look a lot spikier than even this original. This is not an unprocessed drum loop. This has some dynamic control already, quite a bit. And that's actually why when we apply this clipping, we're applying about 9 decibels of clipping. We've chopped off about 9 decibels of clipping. And so it's going to give us that dirtier, gritty sound. But we can actually get some more loudness without losing that sort of front end punch. It still feels punchy. We're not losing that. We're getting a lot of loudness. So, okay. Maybe clipping is something that is used to get more loudness out of our tracks. And that's totally true, right? And so when we're clipping something, I typically like to clip things that have a lot of transient kind of spiky detail, right? And you're going to get that with a raw, unprocessed drum track. If you get drums from an actual mic'd up drum kit, those things are going to come with a lot more dynamic range than this drum loop here. What you would see is a continuation of this transient. It would actually continue to go up. And I would bet that it would go up quite a bit. So this has been limited. Maybe there's a combination of clipping and limiting and compression, but that's all done very purposefully. All right, let's go ahead and move now into kind of explaining the parameters of a compressor. And then we'll talk about a little bit about the different compressor types as well. In order to do that, we're going to go ahead and walk through the parameters using the stock logic compressor here. And you're going to find a lot more controls on this digital compressor than you will on many hardware compressors, like famous hardware compressors that are heard on countless hit records. And having a lot more control can be great, and sometimes it's not necessary. Sometimes there's other compressors that literally have 2 controls, and that's all you need. So I'll give you an example of that. One of the most famous hardware compressors for things like vocals and bass guitar is the LA2A by Universal Audio. So if I pull this up, really basic compressor. This is actually not the unit. This is a different version of the LA2A. Let's go to the silver. Where is it here? There we go. So here, there's really 2 parameters. There's gain, which is kind of the same as this makeup gain knob here. And then there's peak reduction. So this is essentially like a threshold. And this is a gain. This is a gain and threshold. That's all there is. And that's all you need on something like this. This compressor is amazing. And I'll kind of explain what that does or what's going on under the hood in a moment. Again, we're going to find way more control on like a stock digital compressor like this. And so that's why I want to use this to explain what all the parameters are. The threshold, as we explained, is the point at which the compression starts to kick in and start reducing the audio in volume. So if we increase this to 0 dB, we're not actually going to get any compression because this audio is actually only peaking at -1 dB. So you can see it's barely moving at all. It's not really compressing. So it's not until I go over that threshold that we start to see a little bit more compression. Okay, so that's simple enough. This graph here, by the way, shows us the gain reduction, how much gain we're reducing, right? And as I increase this threshold, we get more compression. Right? Because now that I've decreased the value at which this is going over, now it's going over a lot, right? This is peaking, like I said, this was peaking at -1 before the compression. So it's feeding -1 into a threshold of -21. So that's going over by 20 decibels. So we're going to get a lot more gain reduction. All right. So how much are we going to turn the audio signal down by? That's decided by and controlled by the ratio that we set here. So this is a 2-to-1 ratio, but I can change this all the way up to 30-to-1 or as little as 1-to-1, which would be no compression. So I can decrease this threshold as much as I want, and I'm not going to get any gain reduction, right? So 2-to-1 ratio says I'm going to turn the audio down by half, right? If I go 2 decibels over the threshold, I'm going to only let 1 decibel pass through. So if I increase this, that's going to mean more compression versus 2-to-1. Less compression. So just remember that. More compression with a higher ratio, less compression. And if I go all the way up to 30, that says that for every 30 decibels we go over the threshold, we're only going to get 1 that goes over the threshold. So we'd have to go way, way over, right? In order to only let one pass through. Now, this is actually a good time to explain what a limiter is, because a limiter has a lot less controls. You'll see here that we only have a threshold and what's called an output ceiling, right? So, or output ceiling, out, same thing. So this is basically telling me where I want audio to stop passing through. So audio will never pass through this ceiling that I set here. All right, so at -1, right, the audio is peaking at -1 here before any limiting that's happening. And as I bring down the threshold, you'll start to hear the volume increase, but it won't go over -1. Let's bring this back up. Yeah. So we're getting a lot of gain reduction. This is showing us the gain reduction here. That's the same as what this is showing us here in this meter with this needle. Can you hear the energy being brought up, right? Because we're increasing all the volume information that's low. That's being brought up, but it's not going over that threshold. It's not going over that ceiling. It's not going over that at all. So I can keep pulling this down and the audio will continue to push into that ceiling, but not go over it. You can start to see that even the small amount of audio here, if I were to bounce this in place, you'll see just how the information in between is being brought up in volume, right? Now, different limiters are going to react different. Let's see what happens when we use a different kind of a limiter here. Let's go for the L2, Pro L2. I'm going to bring this down. Same thing, -1. So this one actually has the potential to go louder. This is like this Loud Max is a free plugin. The L2 is paid. Doesn't mean that it's better necessarily, but I can get more volume out of this if I wanted to crank it for whatever reason. Versus this. So it's bringing up a lot of energy, right? So now if I were to bounce this in place, it's going to look a lot beefier. The audio, the smaller waveforms here will now look bigger. Look at this hi-hat is now this right here. So let's go ahead and get rid of these. Just delete these here. There we go. What's happening? Well, a limiter basically has a ratio of infinity to 1. Which says it will take infinity amount of audio going over the threshold in order to let 1 pass through. Well, we all know that infinity is impossible to reach, which simply says that no audio is going to go over that ceiling or output ceiling that we set. So let's continue on. Again, that's our ratio. That tells us how much we want to turn the volume down by when it goes over the threshold. Our makeup gain is, okay, after we lose some gain because of the compression, we want to make that back up. So it's literally just another stage of volume or gain, okay? So if you lose 2 decibels of compression, you can make that back up right here, right? The knee, this is, okay, let's show a graphical image here of compression to explain knee. This shows us input, and this shows us output, right? So the vertical axis is output, the horizontal axis is input. And now let's go ahead and turn this knob and notice here at this kind of corner section how this changes, right? Soft, kind of, and then a hard transition. So this is the transition from no compression to compression. This is called a hard knee because it's a harder looking knee. And then this is called a soft knee, which just means a more gentle transition that might yield in a more transparent kind of compression where you're not noticing that as much. A harder knee is going to be what you would get in something like a limiter. We want that to happen very quickly, right? We want things to compress or reduce the gain extremely fast, right? So that's going to contribute to sort of the variability, of that transition from no compression to compression. All right, let's move on to attack and release. This tells us how fast do we want things to react. Our attack knob is how quickly we want the compressor to react and start compressing and reducing the volume. Our release is how quickly we want it to let go. So, depending on how you set these things, you're going to get a different tone. A fast attack and a fast release is going to be more limiting style compression. A slow attack with a fast release means that we're going to let some of the front end energy through the compressor before it clamps down. But then when it lets go, it's going to very quickly let go with a fast release, which means that energy is going to come up and we're going to get this pumping, really energetic tonal effect. Let's go ahead and demonstrate that. Best way to do that, though, is with this Studio VCA or the Studio FET. Let's go ahead and get a lot of compression going. So we'll bring the threshold down quite a bit and we'll start compressing. We'll make up the gain. So let's just start here. We're going to go ahead and do a fast attack first. That's actually going to give us the greatest amount of sort of tonal quality, and then we'll slow the attack down. The best way to experiment with compressors is to start with extreme settings. So go all the way fast and then all the way fast on the release as well, right? And then do opposites. Do fast attack, fastest attack, and then slowest release, right? So do those extremes, and then while keeping one the same, move the other one all the way back and forth and start to listen. Make sure that you're compressing a lot to really hear what's going on, and that will start to help you build what's called a sense memory for the tones that come from different parameter settings. So right now we're really cranking on the compressor. Let's turn this down a little bit. So do about 12-ish or so of gain reduction. Now what we can do is bring the makeup gain up for what we've lost. And look, we still have headroom. It's only hitting at -4. So now we're back up to where we were before, which was about -1. Let's go ahead and hear before and after compression. So now we've really brought up, because we've brought down the loud parts by 10 to 12 decibels, those are lower. But now that we've made up the volume, all the stuff underneath that was low in volume is now 11 decibels louder, like our hi-hats and all the little, audio details that maybe we weren't hearing before. And that translates to a really aggressive, energetic tonal quality. Let's go ahead and decrease the attack, right, to a slower attack so that we let more of the front end transient through. And what will happen is we'll get more perceived punch. We'll also now go over volume wise, because we're letting some of that volume through. So we're going to end up clipping digitally, but that's okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and turn this down. So let's turn this down to about there. So it only took about 7 milliseconds, right, or a change to 7 milliseconds to really start to hear the attack come through. Let's see if we can see that in action. So let's go ahead and do a fast attack and watch what happens to the transient information on the kick and the snare. There you have it. Much like we have here in this after compression example. We've really changed the shape of this kick and snare, right? Now, if we were to increase the attack to a slow attack, let's say even 20 milliseconds, let's see how that changes things. Bounce that in place. Now, we get an exaggeration of the front end attack of that sound. Let's bring this down a little bit so it's not going over. All right, so here is before and after. More emphasis on the attack. So now we can say, okay, if we want more punch on something, then we should probably let some of that attack be a little slower so we can let some of that transient information through. There's no right or wrong when it comes to compression settings. There's only what do I want and how do I get there? And becoming really familiar with the differences in tone and what happens, how the audio reacts to these different settings is going to help you to get really good at compressing in a way that you want and getting the sound that you're trying to achieve. So you can really use this and start thinking of compression not just as gain reduction, but now you're looking at this as a totally different tool. It's a tone quality. It's a character, right? It's altering the character and the transient information, the kind of attack envelope, the entire envelope of the sound, right? The attack, sustain, decay, and release. Those are kind of, sound design terms, attack, ADSR, attack, decay, sustain, release. So again, this is giving us a lot of tone. This compressor, this specific studio effect compressor is giving us a lot of tone, but attack and release, how fast we want things to react and start compressing, and then how slow or fast we want to let go of the compression. And then the parameters on the right here, there's some additional parameters that you don't typically get in compressors, like hardware compressors. This is our output gain. So after we've done all of our compression, we can either turn up or down the volume of that compressed sound. So that just gives us an additional stage of gain. This mix knob here gives us the control over a completely 100% compressed sound versus 100% uncompressed or dry sound, right? So if I go back to here, so that's all compressed sound. That's slammed to smithereens. And then I can say, cool, I want some of that tone, but I don't want all of it. I want some of the original dry signal. We can blend that. And now we have something that's aggressive while also retaining some of the, original dry character of the sound. Cool. All right, so those are the basic parameters. We have distortion, which allows us to clip, which is cool. So I can actually clip the signal here. Let's go ahead and turn this on. Actually, we don't need to turn this on. This is just the on-off switch for the limiter. So I can go to clip. That's and then there's a soft clip and there's a hard clip. And then, I'm not sure exactly what the difference is between this and the soft and the hard. Soft clip is a rounder kind of cutting off on the edges. When we showed you how things were clipped here in the audio waveform, let's go ahead and zoom in again. We have this totally chopped off signal. Sort of the way in which this is, chopped off. With soft clipping, it's a little bit more round on the edges, and with hard clipping, it's a lot more hard on the edges, I think, like we have here. Okay. All right, let's go back to here and see how that can change the sound further. So let's go back to 100% here. Let's do a slow attack so that we can get the kick coming through nice. Okay, and because it's on clip, we're not going to go over 0, but with it off, you're going to see it go over 0. Now it's at 4.2. So clip is great because that gives us the ability to not go over that digital ceiling. Let's switch between soft and hard and see if that changes things tonally. Let's turn it down a little bit. Okay. Interesting. I love having these tonal options. So this is a little bit more transparent, and these two just have a slightly different character. For some reason, the soft is sounding more aggressive than the hard right now. But those are just, again, different tonal options. And this is really cool because now I can actually compress and get tone and quality and then clip all in the same setting here. With different clippers, you can have control over the output, right? Like the ceiling that it's clipping into. And so I've got that here on this guy. I actually can control the ceiling to where it starts to clip. But here it's just set to clip at 0 dB. And then this is our limiter that we can turn on as well. And let's go ahead and turn this off. So really kind of crazy. We have a limiter, clipper, and a compressor all in one, which is really, really cool. But the point is, I'm never going to tell you how to set these parameters. I can give you like a starting point, right? More aggression, drive things harder into the compressor by turning down the threshold and, giving kind of extreme settings with like a slow or fast attack. Fast attack is going to give you, again, immediate clamping down with a fast release, bringing that energy back up really quickly. This is going to give you a much more aggressive sound than a slow release. A slow release will be slower to release the compressor, so it's always going to be compressing. What this is used for is more of like a glue type compression. So we're going to talk in just a moment about that. What glue compression is. Essentially allows us to bring cohesion to our mix. That allows us to have that effect. Let's now go through different compressor types. So again, like I said, these are all modeling different famous hardware compressors. This is a Studio VCA, which is modeling the famous Focusrite Red compressor. Okay. This is the Studio FET, and this is modeling the 1176 style compressor that you'll see in a lot of studios. right, by Universal Audio. Classic VCA, this is modeling a DBX 160, it's either 160 or 165. You'll have to just double check that for me. But basically, this is a really famous compressor used on all kinds of instruments, drums, bass, guitar, vocals. This is a vintage VCA. This is modeling the famous bus compressor, the SSL G bus compressor, known really well for exactly what I said, bus compression. So the SSL 4000 mixing console has a bus compressor on the bus channel, which is basically all the channels feeding to that master bus channel, so you can compress the entire mix, all the channels feeding into that bus. And so it's is really famous, used to bring, again, that glue, that cohesion, glue type compression, getting those instruments to really sit together so things sound like a record, a finished record. That's what you get with this type of bus compressor. Vintage FET, this is another 1176 style compressor. This is the kind of silver face Universal Audio compressor. This is the black face Universal Audio compressor. So both these FET compressors, Studio FET and Vintage FET, are both 1176 compressors by Universal Audio, and they're used on anything that you want an aggressive kind of tonal character on. Okay, this vintage opto compressor is one of the greatest compressors for things like bass and vocals. Really famous compressor. If I pull up what it looks like, the hardware version looks like this. And the hardware version actually has way less parameters. It's literally just gain and peak reduction, right? So let's go ahead and see what that sounds like. Okay, so I can hear that it's got a slower attack. Trying to gain match it to -1. I think that'll suffice. Not the greatest for me on drums. That's not to say that you can't get it to work. Maybe a little bit of compression on like a drum bus might be kind of cool. Let's bring this down. But again, typically this is used for things like vocals. This is legendary on vocals. I almost use this every time on vocals because it just works. And this is what's called an opto compressor because it uses an optical photo light sensor that when the amplitude that's fed into it increases, the light increases, and then there's a photosensitive cell that then will cause the compressor to reduce the audio. And so what results from this, for whatever reason, I don't claim to know every single detail in terms of the circuitry and all that. All I know is that you can really feed a vocal a lot of signal into this, and it doesn't sound like you're hearing the compression. It just works really amazing. Whereas there are other compressors that are more noticeable in that you can hear the compressor working on the vocal. And I don't necessarily want to hear that. I want that to be more transparent. But that's not to say that other compressors can't be used for vocals as well. Again, it's just what do you want? And as long as you know what sounds these produce, then you get to be the one to decide how to use them. Really quickly, VCA stands for voltage controlled amplifier. Okay. FET stands for field effect transistor. And those are just the different circuit types. Just know that. You can do a little bit more research on that if you want outside of this. But just know that those are different circuitry types, which are going to lend to a different kind of tonal characteristic. VCA style compressors tend to be a little bit more clean and transparent than FET compressors. So a lot of times if you want like grit and dirt in your drums, a FET compressor like an 1176 is really, really great. But you can actually get a VCA style compressor to be dirty as well. You just have to kind of manipulate the controls to do that, right? It's just VCA style compressors typically have kind of more parameter control, on the hardware units in order to give you more versatility, more tonal options, right? If you want clean, you can do that. You can get that sound. If you want more heavy kind of tonal compression, you can do that as well. Now that we have a basic understanding of the 3 tools used to control dynamics, I want to take the time to discuss the transformative power of compression in mixing. Compression is not just a tool for controlling dynamics, it's an essential ingredient for sculpting the character, enhancing the cohesion or glue, and amplifying the punch of your tracks. We'll explore how to wield compression to match and elevate the dynamic intent of your music using practical demonstrations and insights. Character in music production and mixing refers to the distinct sonic qualities that give a track its unique personality. Compression can significantly influence this character by smoothing out dynamics and adding warmth or aggressiveness, depending on how it's applied. Try using a vintage-style compressor on a bass track to explore this concept. Vintage compressors can often impart a tonal coloration that can warm up a track, giving it a more analog feel. First, insert a vintage-style compressor on a bass track. For this example, use an LA2A emulation or any other opto vintage compressor. The great thing about this compressor is that it can compress really heavily without you hearing any unpleasant pumping compression. Also, an LA2A happens to be really easy to use because it only has 2 parameters, gain and peak reduction. Observe how the compressor adds warmth and presence to the bass, enhancing its character within the mix. The bass will feel more alive while being more stable and consistent, contributing to the foundational role it should play in your track. For another example, insert a FET compressor such as an 1176 emulation on a drum bus. Set both the attack and release to all the way fast or close to it. Set a high ratio starting at least around 8:1 and pull down the threshold until you get at least 10 decibels of gain reduction. Then make up the gain lost with either a makeup gain or an output knob, depending on what's there on your compressor, and observe just how much energy and character and vibe is brought up into the sound. A/B that with the original sound and you'll hear it. The concept of glue in mixing refers to the process of making disparate elements of a mix feel like they belong together, creating a cohesive whole. A VCA-style bus compressor is typically used for this purpose, gently compressing the mix bus or subgroup buses. To experiment with this type of compression, route your drum tracks to a bus and insert a bus compressor. An SSL-style compressor is renowned for its gluing capability. Apply a light compression ratio such as 2:1 or 3:1 or something around that to gently massage the dynamics of the entire drum bus. Set the attack to a medium fast setting to let some transients through, preserving the natural punch of the drums. The release should be set to auto or a setting that feels musically responsive to the material. Notice how the drum tracks now feel unified. as if they're playing together in the same acoustic space. This subtle compression makes the mix sound more polished and professional. This type of compression has been on countless hit records. Punch in a track refers to the impact and clarity of transient elements, like kick, drums, and snares that give the music its rhythmic drive. Strategic use of this compression can enhance these elements, making them more pronounced in the mix. Also, this is what really can bring elements of your mix close and right up front to the listener. Or, in other words, up front in this depth dimension. First, apply a compressor to your snare track. Use a compressor with a fast attack and release capability for this example. Any 1176 FET compressor or Focusrite red compressor could work well. Set a higher compression ratio around 6:1 or 8:1 or even higher to really clamp down on the snare's transients. Adjust the attack to be fast enough to catch the transient, but not so fast that it squashes it completely. This balance is key to retaining the snare's natural character while enhancing its punch. The release setting should be quick to restore the signal's level before the next hit, maintaining the energy and drive of the rhythm. The result is a snare that cuts through the mix with clarity and force, driving the rhythm forward with punch. In summary, compression is a versatile tool capable of not just controlling dynamics, but also shaping the sonic character, cohesion, and rhythmic impact of your music. Understanding how to apply compression effectively allows you to enhance the dynamic intent of your tracks, ensuring they convey the emotion and energy you envision. Now we move on to the next 3 lessons, which will be live demonstrations of applying dynamics processing to the track we've been working on, and we'll do that on the 3 levels as done before. Welcome to Level 1 Live Dynamics Demo. Again, this is where we have only a 2-track instrumental right here in blue and our vocal in yellow. So we're going to apply dynamics processing at a really high level and then work our way through to levels 2 and 3, which will give us greater control over individual stems and then the individual tracks. Before we jump in, I want to just point out that in this particular production, a lot of dynamic control has already been done in the production session. So things have already been controlled dynamically to some degree. In other cases, you might have a much wider dynamic range to deal with things like the instrumental, particularly one that has a lot of transient heavy instrumentation like drums and percussion. And then especially with vocals, when vocals are given to you raw and completely unprocessed, those can be much more dynamic than the ones that you see right here. They'll have a lot more spiky kind of transient information. And really seasoned vocalists that I've worked with that have, done this for a while, that have been recorded through, some outboard compression on the way in, those are going to have, more dynamic control than other, amateur vocalists recorded raw with no compression. But I've even had vocalists, that have been recording themselves for a while that still come in extremely dynamic. So it really just depends on the situation and who it is that is singing in front of the mic. It's just going to be different all over the place. And your job is to control and rein in those dynamics, just as we have listed here in step 1. And that has to do with taming rogue transient peaks and spikes. We're trying to get things kind of feeding into our enhancement type compression or, enhancing to the dynamic intent, whether that's with compression or limiting. However you want to deal with that is totally up to you. I'll show you what I do, and what I want to do is really try to draw your attention away from the tools and more so focus your attention on the concept so that you can go and do whatever it is that you want to do to achieve the sound that you're going for. There are, of course, certain methods that, certain vocal producers and mix engineers kind of stick to with certain genres. So there'll be like common vocal chains for rap or for, hip hop and rap for, country or pop, etc. But you really just need to learn the tools well enough to feel confident in kind of your own decisions in coming up with your own vocal chains, right? Ones that are going to accomplish, your unique goals and targets. So let's go ahead and just jump right in. I have here our vocal, and I can see the first thing that I want to do is kind of point out, okay, where are the biggest area where dynamics could be controlled? And what I'm going to do is play it, see where it's peaking at on my meter here, and then I'm going to use some initial tools to, get just a couple of decibels of dynamic control, of gain reduction before going into, enhancing. And I like to use a combination of either super fast attack compression and or limiting. In this case, I think what I'm going to do, because we're really well controlled, I'm going to do just like a dB or 2 at the most of some dynamic control in our chorus. And then the rest, what we're going to need to do is either automate our settings so that we're inputting into compression here in the verse different than we are in the chorus, because if we were to just slap on our limiting or compression on the chorus here, it'll trigger and go over the threshold we set in the chorus, but not react or not allow the compressor to react in the verse. So we need to, probably what we need to do, and I'm just kind of thinking out loud in real time here, is just separate the chorus from the verse. So let's go ahead and actually do that really quickly here. So I'm going to, okay, so we want to pick up on that breath there. We'll go ahead and, let's see. Okay, let's go ahead and nudge that right up to where they start singing again. Right there. That's good. We'll come over here, do the same thing. Looks like there's no breath in this one.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient.
So we can get away with that. Okay. And we have a lot of processing already baked into this recording. So we do need to be careful and make sure that we're not overdoing things, because we're going to kind of mess with the balance of how, like the delay or any other kind of processing that we're hearing was initially intended to be balanced in that vocal. So I'm most likely probably going to stick with just limiting, but we'll see. Always need to just try things out and see what works best. Okay. Cut it off there. And this one tails out so we can... Cool. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this track and pull down our chorus vocals. Do you want to move track automation data? Sure. Let's see and make sure that these are exact. Cool. You always want to make sure that when you move things around that you're moving them, and not messing with kind of where they are in alignment with the, original, on the original track. Great. So what I'm going to do here is focus on the vocal first, and I'm going to do what I said. I'm going to go ahead and just use some limiting. Normally I would use some clip gain automation. If this was really dynamic, I would clip gain automate different sections. So I would come in here and section this off from this and make these things more consistent with just, clip gain. So I would turn things up and down depending on, how dynamic this was. But because this is already controlled really well, I don't really need to do that. And usually when I do clip gain automation, it looks, pretty much like this after I've done that. So now I just get to focus on using either fast attack compression or limiting. So when I say fast attack compression, what I would do is actually limiting style compression. So if I were to use a compressor, might come up to the stock standard Logic compressor, and I would use something that gives me a super fast attack so that I can set it to act like a limiter. And the tool that I like to use for that just works really well, is the Studio FET, right? And I'm not looking to get tone out of this at all. We talked a lot about kind of tone and how this affects the tone and can give you a lot of grit and aggression with drums and other things. And if I wanted to, I could use this to get some additional kind of tone, but I'm not looking for that because all the tone has been baked into the processing that was done in the production session. So here, what I'm going to do is I'm looking for, again, 1 to 2 decibels of some additional dynamic control, just to kind of even out and bring down the higher peaks closer to kind of these average lower peaks here. All right, so let's do that. What I do is I set this to act like a limiter. And well, if you remember in our discussion about compression versus clipping versus limiting, all a limiter is a compressor that has a really fast attack and a really fast release. Sometimes they give you control over release. And then the other thing is it's an infinity to 1 ratio. So I can't quite get to infinity here, but I can really crank it up so that it acts like a limiter. And what I really could do with this particular limiter, and if your limiter, with this particular compressor, is actually turn the limiter on, right? And then pull down the threshold. But let's go ahead and do without that for now, just to show you kind of how we would use this without that feature. Let's go ahead and focus in on, okay, so we do have this section here that we're going to want to deal with a little bit differently.
Picked you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing.
All right, let's go ahead and turn this down, the stereo out.
Picked you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feeling.
We go fast attack, super fast release.
Picked you up and I'm staring Lululemon.
So now it's grabbing. You could see that just by changing the attack. From here, it was,
Picked you up.
there's only a couple, there was only a couple decibels.
Picked you up and I'm staring Lululemon.
But as I sort of increase the, or I should say decrease the attack time, make it shorter,
Picked you up.
it's grabbing the front end transients, so it's actually chopping off more of those transients. So now I have to adjust the threshold and bring that down so that I'm only getting 1 to 2 decibels of peak reduction.
Picked you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feeling.
Okay, so before it was clipping, or it was peaking at.
Picked you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing.
Actually, let's go ahead and adjust this. I'm going to turn off auto gain. Auto gain is turned on, so it's actually making up the gain automatically. I want to turn that off.
Picked you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feelings that I don't want. Picked you up and I'm staring Lululemon.
Okay, so that's peaking at negative 14.4, and with compression.
Picked you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feelings.
Negative 17.7, so that's a whole like 3 point something decibels of compression. That's a little bit more aggressive than I want, but I'm just going to listen and see, okay, is that too much? Because we just use our ears. And it looks like it's probably grabbing this one the most. So let's play here.
Lululemon that you're wearing gives.
So those are only hitting about 2 decibels of gain reduction. I'm going to bring this down just like a half dB.
Lululemon that you're wearing gives. Day night. Picked you up and I'm staring Lululemon. Day night. Picked you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feelings that day night. Picked you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me day night. Picked you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feelings.
Cool, I'm just listening for the tone.
Day night. Picked you up and I'm staring Lululemon that day night. Picked you up and I'm staring Lululemon that
I feel like it's kind of warming it up a little bit.
day night. Picked you up and I'm staring Lululemon day night. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon.
Yeah, I feel like the top end is actually a little bit more tame, which is fine. I mean, it's a very subtle thing, and you might not hear that. Go back and listen to that again, like when I did the before and after. But it is giving it a little bit more warmth, meaning it's slightly taking some edge off of the high end, and I'm okay with that.
Night. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me night. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feelings that
And, I'm willing to be wrong and feel, maybe there's a placebo effect going on. That does happen, even to the best of us. But now what I want to do is show you how to set things up with the limiter. So we get the same result, basically. Let's shoot for about the same kind of gain reduction, about 2.5 decibels. So I'm going to turn this compressor off, and I'll go for my L1 limiter. This is just a very standard, simple limiter by Waves. Pretty affordable, actually. And I'm going to go ahead and find out, okay, where are we hitting here without compression?
pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon.
So again, negative 14.4. So I'm going to go ahead and bring this down until I get about 2 decibels here and see that we're peaking, around the same that we were with the compressor.
Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feelings that I don't want to fight.
So we're already, so that last word is a rogue transient there that it's grabbing, negative 3.1. And because that's the only one,
Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feelings that I don't want to fight.
I'm going to be okay with that. Okay. I'm going to let that hit, 3 decibels there.
Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feelings that I don't want to fight. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that
Okay. Let's go back to the compressor.
pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me
So this is giving me more control. It's interesting.
pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feelings that I don't want to fight.
Okay. So same thing there. So maybe I just need to match that a little bit more, maybe to there. Turn off the compressor.
Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feelings that I don't want to fight.
Great. Okay.
Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives
And then the compressor.
pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me
For some reason, I feel like the compressor is giving me some tone. And so I'm not going to use it. I'm just going to use the limiter. I usually don't use a compressor for this type of thing, but you can do that. If you have just a standard stock compressor, you can set it up to be really high ratio, super fast attack, and super fast release. Set it up like a limiter, and you can get that dynamic control, no problem. All right, so let's go ahead and follow this up with, now that we've controlled dynamics, made this more even, let's go ahead and follow that up with kind of more, enhancement style compression or dynamic control. So what I'm going to do with to do that is use this LA2A. We've shown you this already in the compression versus clipping versus limiting. Really simple compressor. It's got 2 controls. This is like a threshold or peak reduction, as it says. So this allows us to increase compression, and then this allows us to make up the gain or decrease whatever we need. All right, so let's go ahead and get just a couple more decibels and kind of squeeze the remainder of this.
pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feelings that I don't want to fight.
And you can actually really crank this. Watch what happens when I crank this. It's really nice and transparent. But let's try to listen for the tone. Bring this down.
Pick you up and I'm staring
I'm going to try to gain match.
pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feelings that I don't want to fight. Pick you up and I'm staring
Here's without.
pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feelings that I don't want to fight.
Here's with.
Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that
It's got a thicker kind of a vibe. I don't want that much. So I'm going to go ahead and bring this down.
Picked you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing.
Let's go with like,
Picked you up and I'm staring. Picked you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing. Gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight.
great. Let's go ahead and bring this down to match.
Picked you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing. Gives me feelings that I don't want. Picked you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing. Gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight.
Cool. So now we're peaking at around where we were originally, but this is going to sound louder, right? So let's go ahead and take off the processing.
Picked you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing. Gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight.
Okay, it was peaking at negative 13, right? Which is louder. But with this dynamic control, the limiter and this, it's going to sound louder. It'll be less in volume on the output.
Picked you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing. Gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight.
So I'm going to match the perceived volume, or actually, let's go ahead and just blend this in with the instrumental here.
When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy. Yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Picked you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing. When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy. Yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night.
Okay, so we want to turn this down in this particular section here. Now, we're not going to be getting any gain reduction in this section here. I don't know that I'm necessarily worried about that because it's very consistent. This is more spiky information. Let's go ahead and just listen to this.
Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down. Yeah, we're living in it cause we're chilling, we're not here to sell out. When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing.
Cool. Yeah, I'm not concerned with this. If I wanted to, I could spread that or split this out into the different different sections of this verse, have one track, compressing a different way and this one a different way. But we're going to show you that in level 3, probably level 2 as well. But this is just to kind of give you the idea of what's going on.
Second verse.
Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit.
Okay, let's go ahead and listen to the verse and make adjustments to volume now that we've kind of done things. I'm going to use this gain plugin, I think, to adjust the volume. Let's see. So again, we're adjusting volume after all of our processing. So we're bringing that processed sound to a certain level. And we're going to use this to create an automation lane so that we have control over our verse and our sort of this verse here, the second verse.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way.
Okay, let's bring it down. We do have this automation lane. So let's bring this. I'm going to go ahead and do Control Command Delete, deletes that automation, and then I can reset it to there.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way. On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it, cause I ain't about to quit it, hey, hey. And everybody about to see me feeling steezy, cause I'm up in the cloud.
Here's without.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way.
And with.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way.
So let's bring in things more forward.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way. Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down. Yeah, we're living in it cause we're chilling, we're not here to sell out. When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing, gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight.
Okay, cool. Let's move on to, I'm happy with that. Let's go ahead and move on to our chorus vocal here and do the same thing. This is, again, really controlled dynamically already. I would say that this was arguably the most kind of spiky, right? With rogue spikes. But let's see what happens when we do the same thing. I'm going to put a limiter and look for a couple decibels of gain reduction.
Fake it, I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around, I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shake it, showing everybody I can make it. Feet on the ground, I'm on top, I ain't coming down, ready to bounce.
Cool. So I did have one kind of rogue spike that went up to, almost 3 decibels, just under 3 decibels of gain reduction. I think it was right here.
I'm on top.
Yeah, this word right here where he goes, I'm on top. So that high one is going to get a little bit more than the others, and that's fine.
I'm on top.
Here's before.
I'm on top.
We're not hearing that.
I'm on top.
It's such a fast, it's such a fast kind of transient there that we're not going to hear that working that hard. So after that, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to put the LA2A opto compressor on and get a couple more decibels of gain reduction. So
Fake it. Fake it. I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient.
let's go ahead and take that down.
Fake it. I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around, I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shake it, showing everybody I can make it.
Great. Now we can blend this into taste.
Fake it, I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around, I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shake it, showing everybody I can make it. Feet on the ground, I'm on top, I ain't.
Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out. Check it out.
Fake it, I'm better than the
That feels a lot better. So let's just make sure that things are hitting the right way by listening to a little bit more of, let's go from the second verse into the second chorus.
Bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy. Yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing. Gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around, I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shake it, showing everybody I can make it. Feet on the ground, I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce.
Let's see where we were before.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around, I'm on top, I ain't coming down.
Okay, and after.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient.
Notice how it's bringing up the vocal, it's bringing it forward without really increasing volume on our output here.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around.
So we're peaking at negative 14.7 without compression.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around, I'm on top, I ain't coming.
We're peaking at negative 13.7. So we're getting louder and saving a little bit of headroom there.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around, I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shake it.
we're chillin', we're not here to sell.
I'm going to bring this down just a hair, actually. Let's go ahead and do to about there.
Fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it, cause I ain't about to quit it, hey, hey. And everybody about to see me feeling steezy, cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it, check it out. Check it out.
Actually going back and forth. I think the vocal can be just a little bit louder here. I think that's fine where we had it.
Fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my. And everybody about to see me feeling steezy, cause I'm up now.
I'm happy with that. Let's go ahead and move on to our instrumental. So our instrumental has some rogue spikes. We have one here. We have one, our biggest one is right here. Let's kind of see where that peaks out at. So negative 7.3, but the cruising altitude is around negative 9, negative 8. So I want to try to get everything with these drums going on. I kind of want to get everything to be where it is here in this section, which is about negative 9. So here, what I'm gonna do here is actually put on some clipping. And I like to use clipping on drum buses because the drums are what are creating all of these spikes. And so that's not going to affect really any of the other instruments in a negative way. So I can do just a couple decibels of clipping using my standard clip here. Venn Audio free clip is a free clipper you can use as well. What I'm going to do is I'm going to turn my output ceiling down until I can see that I'm getting just a couple decibels here. So we'll turn our ceiling on. Maybe half a dB less. Let's keep going less than that. I don't want to do too much. Let's get it to be around negative 9 or so. A little bit less. Okay, so before and it's no less punchy, but we've saved a couple decibels of headroom there. So that's great. Now this is going to be more even. Right here, we'll have a little bit more, and that's okay. All right, before, this is going to peak out around 7 on the meter here. And then after... So now that everything's more even, I can kind of give this a little bit of like glue compression. So I'm going to do that with the, let's see, the VCA compressor. And that is where's my bus compressor? There we go. This is the SSL bus compressor. What I'm going to do is actually use this sidechain high pass filter. What this does is it filters out the low end from hitting the compressor, so I don't have all this low end energy triggering the compressor. I want to leave that low end punch intact. So I'm going to go ahead and turn this up to about 100 or so, and maybe even a little bit more. Let's go to like 120. And I'm only looking for just like 1 to 2 decibels of squeeze there. Notice how it just kind of tightens the instrumental with the, with the drums. It makes it feel like they're all together as one. So that's before, this is after. Makeup gain, so I'll bring it up a dB. So before. By the way, I'm using just a standard kind of attack here. I want to keep it slow-ish. You can go really slow, right? On something like a hip-hop track or anything where like the bottom end, the low end transients are really important. You don't want those to trigger their compressor. You can do a super slow attack. Auto release is really great. It's program dependent, meaning it's just kind of intelligently releasing the audio based on the program material feeding into it. Let's go ahead and listen before and after our dynamics processing. So here's before. After. In fact, I'm going to bring this up just a hair more. The dB more here. After. Just feels kind of like polished and tighter together, everything working together really well. That's great. In the next sections in levels 2 and 3, when I have more control over the drums separately, I'm going to probably be a little bit more aggressive and do some tonal things with the drums to get even more kind of aggression out of those drums. But this is what we have to do. I can't go crazy because that's going to affect the tone of everything else, and I don't necessarily want to do that. Okay, so again, that's just to show you that when we only have access to, the overall 2-track, we're limited to what we can do. One move is going to, one move to enhance one element is going to potentially kind of ruin another, part of that 2-track. All right, let's go ahead and blend these two together. Now that we've processed dynamically, let's bring in our vocal and kind of readjust everything. Now I kind of want to bring this down. Let's go ahead and, or let's maybe bring up the instrumental instead. Just a hair with the output here.
Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down. Yeah, we're living in it 'cause we're chilling, we're not here to sell out.
Cool. Let's see how things sound before and after, our processing with dynamics processing. So I'm going to go ahead and remove all of them.
Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down. Yeah, we're living in it cause we're chilling, we're not here to sell out.
Okay, and then here's with. We'll just listen to the verse first.
Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down. Yeah, we're living in it cause we're chilling, we're not here to sell out. When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night.
So we're peaking at, our output is peaking at -7 right now, but it sounds louder, right? So let's go ahead and turn this off.
Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down. Yeah, we're living in it cause we're chilling, we're not here to sell out. When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing, gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight.
Okay, it's peaking at -8.4 without that dynamics processing. So let's go ahead and try to match this, kind of gain match everything.
Hit that shit, yeah.
Yeah, so we really just need to bring it down like half a dB to do that. Let's go ahead and put a gain plugin on right here.
Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down. Yeah, we're living in it cause we're chilling, we're not here to sell out. When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing, gives me feelings that.
Okay, and then before.
Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down. Yeah, we're living in it cause we're chilling, we're not here to sell out. When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night.
Now we're peaking about the same.
Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down. Yeah, we're living in it cause we're chilling, we're not here to.
It is subtle, but it makes a difference. Everything is more controlled and more cohesive to my ears. Go back and listen to that again. Okay, so that's it for this demonstration. This is a little bit quicker because we're only working with a couple of tracks, but you'll see that as we move into controlling things individually, we'll have more control over doing things like enhancement type compression or enhancement type kind of dynamic control, where it's not just about controlling dynamics, it's about choosing kind of tonal characteristics from different dynamics processors. So we'll see you in the next one. Welcome to our level 2 demonstration of dynamic control using stems only. So now that we have the individual groups of instruments, we can tackle any problem, rogue transients, spikes, peaks, and tame those without affecting any other group of instruments. Likewise, we can enhance, each of these individually to the intent that we want without affecting any other instruments. So this should theoretically give us a better result. Let's go ahead and jump right in. We're going to control dynamics. So that means, again, taming rogue, transient, peaks, and spikes. We're going to do that using either volume, compression, clipping, or limiting, depending on what we're doing. So first thing that I want to do is go ahead and treat the vocals dynamically. We did that on the first level 1 demonstration. So we'll just go ahead and repeat that process. Typically what I like to do is actually take care of the rogue transients and spikes and peaks before going into any EQ. And then I'll kind of slot my enhancement style compression after these sort of EQ moves that are enhancing the track. So let's go ahead and do that first with the dynamic control of these transients. Here, as you can see, again, we've got these different sections of the song. I'm going to go ahead and split those out like I did last time. So let me go ahead and do that just real quick here.
Now, fake it. I'm better than the rest. I'm never patient.
Alright. Second verse. Alright.
All right, we'll go ahead and chop it there. Try to get right up to it.
Alright. Second verse.
Hit that shit, yeah.
Okay, we don't need whatever that is. Just get rid of that while we're at it. Okay, nice and snug up to the transient there, or to the front end of that waveform. And since there's no information on the bridge, we can just leave this the way it is there. Okay. So we got our verses and our chorus. So I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this. And just make sure that whatever we've done here, there's a nice seamless transition there. We wouldn't want these overlapping in any way, because that would tell us that we've messed with the alignment. So we have to be careful there. So what I'm going to do is just start with the verse here. Mainly what I need to do is kind of compensate for the fact that there's a layer of vocals in the second half of this second verse here. So if you listen to this,
Hit that shit, yeah, you
and then
got
you listen to this,
bustin' and you see me and I make
so there's kind of a double effect there. So I'm going to treat that slightly differently, and then I'm going to bring this down in gain just a hair. Probably only like a dB at the most. There we go. Let's go ahead and listen to that now.
here to sell out. Yeah, we're living in it cause we're chilling, we're not here to sell out. When I'm bustin' and you see me and I make
Cool. Now I can kind of apply everything that I want to on the same track. And what I'm going to do is hit it with some limiting. I already showed you how we can kind of do the same thing with compression, but since we've already shown you how to do that, I'm going to just jump right into our limiter. So if we go to dynamics and just a standard run-of-the-mill L1 limiter by waves. You can use pretty much any limiter for this type of thing. So let's go ahead and just do a couple decibels of gain reduction at, this is really what I want over here.
picked you up and I'm staring Lululemon that Picked you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight.
Okay, I think I can go a little bit more than that.
Picked you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight.
Okay, great.
Picked you up,
I'm gonna go a little bit more actually.
picked you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight.
And so we've gained now some headroom there, and we're not hearing an audible difference.
Gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight. Gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight. Gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight. Gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight.
Well, I can hear a difference. You might not. That's okay. But what we're doing is just controlling, it's actually the word fight that you can hear the difference there. So I'll go ahead and do that one more time. Here's before. Listen to how the word fight becomes more even with the rest of these words.
Gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight.
Okay, so again, this is without
Gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight.
and with.
Gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight. Gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight.
It's subtle, but it all is going to help, especially when we go into, enhancement type compression. I'm going to use an LA2A to follow up with that. So I'm going to put the LA2A after our pull tech. I'm not sure what this is doing here. I'm going to get rid of this EQ. And then I'm going to put LA2A silver. So now we can kind of hit all of this with more even volume. We can hit our compression, our enhancement type compression with, a more even volume. So let's go ahead and set this up.
Fast check,
Bring this down.
fast check, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. Bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Picked you up and I'm staring, Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight. Bustin' and you see me and I'm
I'm going to go for about 3 decibels at the most of gain reduction.
bustin' and you see me and
This calls it peak reduction. Same thing.
bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Bustin' and you see me and I make it
Let's go ahead and kind of gain match here.
bustin' and you see me and I make it bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night.
Maybe a little bit more.
Bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Bustin' and you see me and
Let's go ahead and
bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy. Bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday.
Cool. So listen to this. I'll go ahead and do a before and after again, but also watch how our meters are, we've saved a decibel there of headroom.
Bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy. Bustin' and you see me and I make it
Yeah, let me go ahead. It's kind of triggering things weird, so I'm going to go ahead and
when I'm bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy. When I'm bustin' and you see me and I make it
so it's speaking about -16, and now
when I'm bustin' and you see me and I make
-17. And it's about the same volume in terms of intensity.
when I'm bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy. When I'm bustin' and you see me
Just more control.
hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down.
Okay, I'm going to go over here.
Fast check, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way.
Okay,
Gotta get back in it cause I ain't a
let's go ahead and listen in context.
fast check, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it cause I ain't about to quit it, hey, hey. And everybody about to see me feeling sleazy cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it, check it out. Check it out.
Great. Let's go ahead and do the same thing with our course. So I'm going to go ahead and just clip a little bit, not clip, but limit before we go into our EQ.
Fake it, I'm better than
And so these are the transients here, these kind of like bigger spikes right there. Let's go ahead and turn it off and see where we're peaking at.
and I won't stop till I'm winning. Shake it out, I'm on top.
So we're peaking at as much as 11.5, negative 11.5. And with this, let's go ahead and bring this down.
I'm on top, I ain't coming down.
Yeah, we'll give it a little bit more.
I'm on top, I ain't coming.
So now it's peaking at negative 13. So we've gained 2 decibels of headroom there.
Fake it, I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around,
down, and I won't stop till I'm winning. Shake it.
And I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to now feed that into, again, I don't know what this is doing here. Let's get rid of this EQ and put a compressor LA2A here.
Shake it.
Turn this down.
Shake it. I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around, I'm on top, I ain't coming down, and I won't stop till I'm winning. Shake it, showing everybody I can make it. Feet on the ground, I'm on top, I ain't coming down, ready to bounce.
Cool.
Every Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight.
Let's turn this do down just a little bit.
Every Lululemon that you're wearing. Every Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight.
I liked where it was.
Every Lululemon that you're.
Plus, I accidentally turned down these backing vocals here.
Every Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feelings.
Let's see if I can hit the right volume here.
Every Lululemon.
I guess I liked where it was. Okay.
Feelings that I don't wanna fight.
Yeah, more control. In fact, I'm going to bring this up just like a half dB more.
Feelings that I don't wanna fight. Feelings that I don't wanna fight.
I'll just go all the way.
Feelings that I don't wanna fight.
I like it. I'm going to go ahead and move on. I think that's good. I had the thought of using an 1176, but I think this is working. Usually, or sometimes on something that's more aggressive, where I want a lot of the detail of the attack of some of the words, right? Some of the transients coming from the vocal. I'll do a kind of a slower attack. I guess like a medium slow attack with an 1176 to give me some grit and character with a really fast release. So that kind of gives it a feeling of aggression when we have a really fast release combined with a kind of a slower-ish attack, right? Because the slow attack means the compressor is going to, it's going to allow some of that front-end attack information from consonants, from different, transients from the vocal. All right, so the background vocal, I don't need to do anything here dynamically. I can let this be what it is. It's not super dynamic, so there's no control necessary.
Bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy. Yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you up and I'm staring through.
I take that back. I do want to maybe make it just more solid and more even so that I can hear it. Because with things that we tuck back in the mix, you're going to want to compress more sometimes so that they stay nice and solid. You can hear it at all times. I'll go ahead and let me see what's going on here. Okay. Okay. We're going to treat those differently, actually. So I'm going to cheat a little bit here. I'm going to put this on a different track and compress this And I'll just use, same thing, I'll just use or you know what, I'll use a limiter. Bring it way down. And what I'm doing by pulling down on the link, by pulling up and down here, it adjusts these two together. So I can bring otherwise if I don't, it'll just get louder, and I don't want that. I want the volume to stay the same. So this allows me to link these in a way that gives me the same perceived volume, right? Or the same kind of loudness output. So he goes, woo, woo, wee, there's my falsetto. The ooh, wee, oo. It's on that wee, oo that we get the volume kind of spiking up. So that's where I'm going to watch and get like 3 decibels or so of gain reduction there. And then we can bring the volume up, right, to compensate. Cool. So now that we're peaking -28 before, we're peaking at -25, we can go ahead and bring up the volume a couple dB. Cool.
And I'm set. When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday. When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing, give me feelings that I don't wanna fight.
Cool. I'm down with that.
When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing.
So when he goes down, we don't lose that completely.
When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing, give me feelings that I don't wanna fight.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down.
Cool. Next thing I want to do is work on the drums. So we're just going to kind of go down in the order of things here. So the drums are already very controlled dynamically. What I want to do is actually use some clipping here. There's a rogue spike here, a rogue spike here, and one here. What we're going to do is just pretty much chop those off with a clipper. All right. So I'm going to do that using, and you can put the clipper before or after your EQ. Don't overthink that. I'm going to put it before. That's just typically what I like to do. So let's go ahead and find our standard clip here. So we'll find out where it's clipping. Okay, so it's clipping at -9. Cruising altitude. Now those are natural kind of transitional hits. So we don't want to be too aggressive with that. I'm looking for just like a dB or 2. I'll probably just do like a couple dB of clipping. Cool. Yeah, maybe even a dB just to kind of match everything else there. Because everything else is very consistent. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to go ahead and bring the clip ceiling down here to about there. So now this is acting kind of like a limiter. Let's go ahead and do before. Watch where the output goes to. Goes to -9.3, and now negative 10.2, so about a decibel there that we're saving with headroom. In fact, I'm tempted to actually bring this down just a little bit more. Now I'm barely just getting the tips of the rest of this. Okay, and especially there, it gave us a lot. Let's go ahead and change it to, let's see, if I instead use the ceiling, so it's a little bit more, let's see. Yeah, it's pretty much doing the same thing. In fact, you know what I want to do is now that I'm thinking about it, I do want to put, here's what we'll do. We'll put two sort of instances of dynamic control, right? One before and one after compression. One before and one after EQ. Because what's happening is we're adding dynamics, right? With these EQ moves, right? Our EQ moves, we're adding some dynamics just by adding some top end here. And so what we need to do is actually put the clipping both. Let's go ahead and actually remove this and see what's going on. Yeah, let me go. I mean, it really doesn't matter which one you use here, either the clip or the ceiling, as long as ceiling is on when you use that. Sounds exactly the same. We're getting a lot of headroom there. Okay, so, but when we turn this on, it's adding, right, some of that. So I'm going to go ahead and use a limiter after that. You can use another clipper even if you wanted to, but just for fun, I'm just going to use, I'm just going to do like a dB and shave off. Cool. So if I go before, that was negative 8.3 is where it was peaking, but now after, it's negative 10. So over 2 decibels of headroom that we're gaining, and it doesn't sound any less dynamic or less punchy. Let's go ahead and do a before and after on the drums. We've just done kind of problem solving. We just really have been controlling dynamics. We're not doing any enhancement. I'm not looking for tone or any of that. Okay, so we're really controlling things, and we've gained overall, after EQ, we've gained about 3 decibels of headroom, which is great. And you shouldn't hear that in the context of the music. And everything already kind of feels glued together. So as far as enhancement type compression, I don't know that I necessarily need anything there. Everything sounds kind of glued together. I don't need to do anything there. So sometimes it's a matter of knowing when and when not to sort of enhance, right? Because it doesn't, to my ears, it doesn't really need anything. We could come in here and get super aggressive. Let's just play around with that for a second, see what we could do maybe with like an SSL bus compressor. Or you know what, let's pull that up and kind of audition a couple things here. We'll do 1176. Maybe what we'll do here is introduce a little bit of the idea of parallel compression. I'm going to go just use the standard stock 1176. That's the Studio FET here. This is a model of the 1176 compressor. And I'm going to do a slower attack. So about there, we'll start there, and a super fast release. And then I'm going to, let's see. Let's just like really slam this. We have a mix knob here. So what I can do is turn this down and blend this in. This is going to allow us to blend in the wet signal, right? Wet meaning the affected signal, which would be our compression, right? If this was a reverb plugin, then we'd be mixing in the reverb signal as we increase the percentage. But what we're doing is we're mixing in the compressed signal with the dry signal as we increase this percentage. So 100% wet means we're getting a completely compressed signal. This would be 50%, which would be 50% dry versus 50% compressed signal, right? So original versus compressed signal. So I'm going to leave it at 0. I'm going to start to really kind of aggressively compress, get some, gain reduction upwards to about 10. Turn up my ratio to about 6. Actually, maybe go even more aggressive and just go maybe 20 to 1. Let's feed the input gain a little bit. And then we want to go ahead and remove this auto. No, we can leave, yeah. Take off auto release and take off auto gain so it's not making up the gain. So here's all the way compressed. So we're leaving that kind of front end transient in there. If we go all the way fast, listen to how it changes the tone of the front end transient. Especially that kick, it really kind of distorts that kick. And maybe that's what you want to blend in. I do not, so I'm going to go ahead and change this back to 20 or wherever I had it. Let's go ahead and do a little bit faster. Okay, and then we'll blend that into taste. Let's see, we need to change the output. Okay, so we're 2 decibels under the original. Let's go ahead and bring it up back 2 decibels here. Yeah, not really doing it for me. Let's go halfway, 50-50, or maybe a little bit less than that. And then let's maybe put on this limiter here, or let's go with the hard clip. And then what we'll do is we'll really drive it hard into that. So I'm going to bring this down. And then we'll put the makeup gain up. So we're starting to get some more character now. Okay, let's bring up the volume to match. A lot more aggressive. We've actually gained some headroom here too. That's interesting. Let's go ahead and do a little bit less. Let's see what that's done for us in the mix. We're gonna have to adjust the volume and bring it down now. Maybe like there. It's a little too splashy for me. So I'm going to go reverse and go back. I don't necessarily know that we need any of that. You know what? Maybe I do want just a hair. Let's listen in context. Yeah, sure, let's leave it. Let's see how it sounds though in the beginning.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it, cause I ain't about to quit it, hey, hey. And everybody about to see me feeling sleazy, cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna...
I don't like it in this section, so this is a good opportunity to point out that we would want to treat our chorus differently from our verse. I don't want all of that energy the way that it's coming out because there's not as much going on. And so I want a more dead sound versus a livelier sound. And this compression is making it more lively.
But about to see me feeling dizzy 'cause I'm up in the clouds.
Right. So it's going to be bigger when we all of a sudden have this big compressed sound in the chorus. That's how we create contrast and create that sense of dynamic, right? So dynamics is just as much about changing kind of the energy in the tone than it is about actually controlling the volume, right? Okay, so let's listen to this transition with and without compression. Here's without.
I'm gonna shred it, check it out. Check it out.
And here's with.
I'm gonna shred it, check it.
Actually, I'll go ahead and turn it on right when we hit the chorus.
I'm gonna shred it, check it out. Check it out.
I don't like it. I've changed my mind. I've gone back and forth a few times, but I don't necessarily want more of that energy. I think it's fine where it is. Let's actually see if we can't get just a little bit more snap out of the drums with, let's say, this SSL compressor. So this is going to be like less kind of aggression and tone, and just we're looking more for like a transient design type thing. So I'm going to go kind of medium ratio here, 4:1. Let's go with let's see, the attack can stay around 12 o'clock here. Auto release typically works really well. And then the threshold will bring up. I'm going to look for about, 4 or 5 decibels at the most of gain reduction. Maybe you stick with like 2 or 3 even. See if we can get a little bit more. Bring this up. So what I'm doing is I'm making up the gain lost in the compression. Do a slower attack and see what that does. So we're losing a little bit of headroom, so let's go ahead and bring this down maybe just a little bit. A little bit more compression. Okay, here's before. let's gain match it a little bit more. This is about a decibel louder now, so bring this down. One more. Yeah, that's great. I actually prefer to use this on the drum bus. This is essentially, the drum bus or drum stem. So we've gain matched pretty well, and let's go ahead and do a before and after now that we've done that. And you'll just listen for kind of the snap of the drums, hearing a little bit more of that transient kind of punch in the snare especially. Okay, here's without. And with Cool. Let's try something else just for fun while we're here. I'm going to use I have in my dynamics the precision maximizer. So this is going to give me a little bit of a cheat code here with some saturation. This shape knob gives me some saturation as well as some dynamic control with the limiting here. So what I'm going to do is bring the output ceiling down to kind of where our target is, which is about 11. Turn the limiter on here. So there's a limiter section that I can use, which is really cool. I'm going to bring that down to about there. There we go. And then I'm going to drive the input. I'm going to go ahead and turn the shape knob up. I can't see any gain reduction happening here. Versus the SSL. I'm going to turn the mix down so I'm not getting it, so it's not too aggressive on the shape here. Let's go ahead and turn that off. Okay, I got to give my ears a break because I've been listening to this over and over again. So you got to really be careful and make sure that you observe, like, is my hearing kind of, a lot of the splashiness in the high end of these cymbals is really starting to fatigue my ears. So I'm actually going to take like a 5-minute break and come back.
5 minutes later.
All right, so just taking a quick little 5-minute break. Let's go ahead and listen to this again, compare between the SSL compression, the bus compressor, and this precision maximizer. here's the compressor.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shaking, showing everybody I can make it. 2 feet on the ground. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce.
Okay, again, UAD, I'm going to actually bring the volume down just a touch with this. Let's go ahead and not feed it so much.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shaking, showing everybody I can make it. 2 feet on the ground. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce.
And the compressor.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shaking, showing everybody I can make it. I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around.
I actually can't decide. I like them both for different reasons. I do like the way that the drums, for the reason that this is used a lot on records. I like the way that it feels like it's creating some cohesion.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shaking, showing everybody I can make it. 2 feet on the ground. I'm on top, I ain't
We can obviously get things louder with this because we're limiting and we're giving it some saturation. I don't know that I necessarily want it louder just for the sake of louder.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shaking, showing everybody I can make it. 2 feet on the ground. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce. Showing everybody I can make it. 2 feet on the ground. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce.
What about to see me feeling still?
I'm gonna stick with the compressor here. This is not always the decision that I would make, but I just in this case I'm gonna use this bus compressor.
What about to see me feeling dizzy 'cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out. Check it out.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient.
Let's listen again.
What about to see me feeling dizzy 'cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out. Check it out.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't
I can't decide. You know what? I actually think I might like the precision maximizer. These are very small percentage kind of differences here, in the end. But, that's something you might kind of go back and forth with your client on.
What about to see me feeling dizzy 'cause I'm up in the clouds. And then you see me and I make it look so easy. Yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing. Give me feelings that I don't wanna fight.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top. I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning.
Oh, no, I like the SSL. Very, very flip-floppy here, but that's okay. We'll go ahead and move on and just keep it where it's at with this. Let's go ahead and move on to our bass. With our bass here, again, we would probably want to separate this out from verse to chorus and give us verse compression versus chorus compression, or dynamic control, I should say. But look at the waveform here. Very consistent across the board, especially in the verse. I am not going to touch, because this has already been compressed, probably with some limiting. I believe I can remember us kind of applying that in the production session. This is already, look at how even the dynamics are here. So what I'm going to do is actually put on some compression for the chorus and make it work only in the chorus. And I might just use a limiter. I think that's what I'm going to do, and just basically shave off these transients here. So I'm going to go ahead and do that with the L1, and we'll just get it down. Couple dB, that's all I'm looking for. Not looking for tone, I'm not looking to enhance anything here. So I'm just looking for dynamic control.
Check it out.
Notice how there's no change in the tone or anything, and that's why I wanted to use a limiter. If I wanted to enhance the tone with this at all, then I would do that. I'd probably use like a LA2A, something like that just controls dynamics really well in a transparent way, kind of thickens up bass lines. That's what that opto compressor is known to do. But I don't want to do anything other than just kind of chop off and control some of these transients here. Yeah, the more I listen to kind of the the SSL bus compressor, I'm liking it more in this case. If these were hip hop drums or EDM, I might go, for a little bit aggression, louder type approach with this. But in this case, I'm just looking to sort of bring some snap, some cohesion. It's a subtle thing. Let's move on. That's pretty much all I want to do there. Not a lot. If this was completely raw and unprocessed, I would come in and do some additional layers of dynamic control, and then maybe look to do some enhancement type compression with the LA2A, but we don't need to do much there. Our effects, those don't really need any control dynamically. We want these to swell. That's what this is there for. They're only kind of popping in and out at certain critical moments. And, as long as these things don't peak too high, but they're not playing during any super dense sections. So I'm not looking to control this end peak here. I'm just going to let it kind of grow naturally the way that it is.
Check it out.
Let's look at our pads here and see what's going on there. Might use a limiter just to get a little bit of control. Sure, why not? Let's go ahead and use a limiter there. Maybe get a dB or so. Yep, so we got a little bit of, all of these peaks are going to add up over time. So we control these and we're going to get more headroom. So that's good. I'm going to go ahead and leave it at that. Actually, let me just do a little bit more. I'll just make it an even. And that's not changing the tone or anything. We're just controlling dynamics there. This one little rogue right there. Here's it before, after. I'm not hearing that it's less dynamic or anything. Again, it's more utility based dynamic control. Let's go ahead and move on to our synths here. Gonna kind of let these bounce around the way that they are. I'm not looking to shave off any transients there. There's not too much in terms of spiky information. Maybe right here in this section. That's clipping it or hitting negative 16.8 there. So let's maybe do the same thing where we're just kind of shaving it off, making it even so that when it hits this, we're just doing really subtle amounts. So that was 3 decibels of gain reduction. And it's not any quieter or anything like that. It's just, again, we're just giving it a little haircut there. Okay, so the rest of it is going to be it's great. That's all I want. In fact, we could do just a hair less. And that's it. So let's go ahead and do, there's not going to be a huge change here, but let's just kind of see before and after all of our compression, what things sound like. So not a massive difference here. In fact, it's subtle. It's going to be more subtle to more of an untrained ear. But listen to this again and pay attention to the way that the vocal sits in with the instrumental and just how much more kind of cohesive and polished it sounds. When I say polished, it just sounds closer to like a finished record. Like everything just kind of like tightens up and sits with each other more like a record would. So listen to this again. So there you have it. We've enhanced this, we've controlled dynamics, and again, those vocals are sitting just like tighter in with everything. We've actually gained overall like a decibel of headroom in the process of controlling dynamics. So a decibel overall, and we would do some further dynamics processing in mastering. So we're controlling little by little here to make some gains to give us more headroom for things like loudness, but we're also like the drums have a little bit more punch and just a little bit more glue, and everything seems to be tighter, more polished, fitting together. So that's it for this lesson. Go back and rewatch that kind of before and after as much as you need, and listen for those things that we've talked about. And in the next lesson, we'll dive into the individual tracks and control transients there, and we'll see you on the next one. Welcome to our Level 3 demonstration of dynamics, where we'll have access to all the instruments and tracks in our mix, giving us even greater control when it comes to taming rogue peaks, transient peaks, spikes, and enhancing to dynamic intent. What's cool about the way that we've set things up here is that we obviously have access to the individual tracks and instruments to control dynamics and enhance, but we also have an additional level of control on the bus or group level with all of these bus channels that we have set up. And often I find myself adding an additional layer of dynamic control on the bus level to give me even more headroom and more enhancement when and where necessary. Well, let's go ahead and jump right in by just playing the track. We're going to observe with our ears, but we're also just going to sort of scroll through here and make note of any kind of spiky areas that we can address within each instrument. And then we'll go and get to work.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it, 'cause I ain't about to quit it, hey, hey. And everybody about to see me feeling dizzy, 'cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it, check it out. Check it out.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around, I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shaking, showing everybody I can make it. 10 feet on the ground, I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce.
Second verse.
Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down. Yeah, we're living in it, 'cause we're chilling, we're not here to sell out. When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing, give me feelings that I don't wanna fight.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around, I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shaking, showing everybody I can make it. 10 feet on the ground, I'm on top, I
Very cool. Okay. So everything's sounding pretty good, pretty decent. A lot has been done, as we mentioned in the other levels 1 and 2. A lot has been done to control dynamics in the production session. So especially with a lot of kind of hybrid electronic, music, there's a lot that's done in the production session to kind of like control transient information. You can see that the tips and the tops of, like if this was an acoustic kick, let's go ahead and play this. So that being an electronic kick, it has a lot of kind of like compression already. You can see the tops of these transients are nice and flattened out, right? Versus like if you look at other drum transients, there's a lot more information at the front end of the transient. Right? So drums are going to be where I often will use clipping and things like limiting to control really spiky information. Clipping can be a combination of, one or more of the following. You can do tape saturation, or not tape saturation, but basically the clipping that happens from driving the input of a tape machine or tape emulation. There's some natural clipping that happens. All clipping is whenever you drive the input of a system hotter than it can actually handle, right? If you input audio into any kind of system, plugin, emulation, more than what it's capable of reproducing, it'll break up the audio and it'll chop off the transients, right? So I'm going to demonstrate that here with the drums. I've actually already placed the J37 tape machine and a clipper, right? These are two forms of clipping that I'm essentially doing. One is doing some tone, right? The J37, and the other is just doing some, rogue peaks, rogue spikes that might occur. So let's go ahead and focus in. I'm going to take off the standard clip here. Let's go ahead and just solo the drums in the chorus section here. Okay, I'm going to turn off this channel strip here because that's going to show us how things are outputting before and after this J37 here. So before, so it's getting as much as, we're going up as far as -4.4. And with this on, let's see where we peak at after. So we've gained about 3 decibels of headroom just by adding this to the entire drum bus, which is great. And we're not noticing, I don't notice any less impact. In fact, there's a little bit more bottom end thump that comes from driving drums particularly into, a tape machine. So I'm going to exaggerate this input here. On the J37, this is the input stage right here. And with this turned on, all right, that's off, this is on. This is actually bringing the output down simultaneously. It's hard to say that word, simultaneously. As I drive the input, it automatically compensates and level matches by bringing down the output. So I'm going to go ahead and really crank this. And then I'm going to, let's see where I'm at here. So it's at 0 dB. you can start to hear this interesting breaking up of the kick drum, right? Because that's what's hitting the needles slamming hardest, you can see with the kick. But now look how much we're actually clipping the signal. We're clipping it even further. Even further. Now we're getting about, let's see, a total of 15 decibels of gain reduction. And we may or may not want that sound, right? Maybe that's something you could blend in and mix, but this is just to show you an example of one type of clipping that can happen. So standard clip, on the other hand, is just straightforward clipping, but there's also this little soft clip saturator that can give me an additional sort of bit of saturation and grit and tone. But without that turned on, it's just clipping. So watch what happens when I turn this down further. A similar breaking up kind of happens because what we're doing is we're lowering the ceiling, this clip ceiling, which is the point at which we're going to start clipping the audio. And so everything above -23 is being chopped off. So let's bring this up to here. So these sound different. There's a different tone here going on. Let's compare. Now that we've kind of level matched them, let's compare them. Compared to the tape. They're just different tones. We get a little bit more preservation of the bottom end thump here on this clipper. I hear just kind of more punch from the low end of the kick, less squashing there. So, but that's going to be a specific sound that you may or may not want with this. I'm doing a little bit of both so that I can get a little bit of tone from this as well as do an additional bit of clipping from this. So I'm going to bring this back up to where it was, which was 8, and then bring this back to 0. So I'm getting about 3 decibels here of clipping on, this tape machine here, and then an additional bit here. So let's see what this amounts to. So here's before. I'll take off the SSL EQ because that's adding some transient. Barely getting the tip top of these transient peaks right there. So without this clipper, I think it was hitting about -7. So we've gained another almost decibel there. I could probably bring this down another, just a hair. So combined with our EQ, getting some of that top end from the high mids, about 5.73K and above, I'm adding some kind of transient information back by adding to that top end. So those snare hits and any other transient heavy information is getting a little bit more kind of that top end frequency volume added back into the transient. So it's kind of introducing a little bit more, I guess, of that dynamic back. And if I wanted to, I could put another clipper after this, or what I could do is just simply slide this on over here, which is, I think, what I'll do. Now you're going to see this working a little bit harder, but we're not overdoing things here. We're only clipping, maybe 1 to 2 decibels. So that's actually a smarter move, is to move that after the SSL EQ. So there's just a quick little like live demonstration lesson on how clipping is being used, right? In 2 different ways here. One with this J37 tape. It's just to prove to you that clippers are not the only way that you can clip. You can clip by driving any input too hot. When you do that too hot, especially analog emulated gear, right? Even an EQ that is driven too hot will distort and will break up and will cause clipping to occur. May or may not be the kind that you want. As you could see, the clipping produces different clippers, different ways of clipping will produce a different result depending on what's going on under the hood. But that's a little demonstration for you. All right. So I am basically done with the drums. I'm not going to do anything else to these drums. I might consider adding the SSL like we did on the, what did we do that on? I think it was level 2. Yeah, I think that gave it kind of a nice bit of extra punch or smack slightly, and a little bit of cohesion, a little bit of glue. So I'm going to see if that works here. Bus compressor. So what I'll do is turn down the threshold here. I'm going to turn up this sidechain high pass filter. What this is doing is filtering out any low end so the low end doesn't trigger the compressor. What will happen is low end, because low end carries the most energy, it will trigger and cause the compressor to work too hard and react too much to the low end rather than grabbing and compressing the other parts of the frequency spectrum. So this gives me a more kind of natural, even compression. So watch, if I compress a lot, if I pull down the threshold more. So this is with the side chain high pass filter off. And if I turn this all the way up to, let's say, 300 or so, it only goes up to 185. We get less compression because the kick is now not triggering the compressor because I've filtered out that low end, if that makes sense. So I'm going to bring it to about here. It's a little too much. I'm going to do about there. I'm going to go just a little bit less. We'll make up the gain just about a decibel or so. Cool. Just more control, tighter, just feels like it's like there's that cohesion there. And I left the release on auto. Auto just seems to always work for me. But you can, decrease the release time to have a faster, when I say, decrease the time, I'm going backwards in my head. But if I lower the release time, so it's a faster release, that's going to provide more aggression because, again, the compressor is letting go, which is letting energy up again, right? It's letting go of the audio, which means the energy is coming back up quicker. And that provides kind of an energetic, an energetic kind of pumping sound, which could be desirable if you're doing more aggressive styles of compression on drums or parallel compression. We'll get into that in another lesson in another section. But for now, just so you know, longer releases are going to be for gluing because we're compressing more longer. And so it's grabbing everything and kind of squeezing it together. It's holding on to the audio and squeezing that and not letting go. It's letting go slower. So it's going to have the feeling of glue. Let's go ahead and just demonstrate that. All this talking and no action. So let's see how that works. So here's a super fast. Let's make this a little bit more pronounced and aggressive so we can hear the difference. So here's, we'll leave the attack the same. We're going to experiment here with a fast release and a slow release and see what that does. And truly, to see if we get a gluing effect. So here's fast. Really cool sound, by the way. And then here's slow. Fast. Slow. So I don't know how else to describe that other than those two words, cohesion and glue. And you might think, oh, glue is such a overused term or word. It's like really the best word to use. It just kind of connects everything together. Again, that cohesion just kind of like sticks everything together in a way so that it all sounds like it belongs together. This is one way that we get tracks to come together in a cohesive way. So it all sounds like it belongs together in the same mix, in the same song. Okay, so hopefully I haven't exhausted that, but I just wanted to point that out so that as I'm saying these words, you know what to listen for and you know what to expect when we change those parameters. All right, so I'm going to bring this back to where it was. I'm going to go with an auto release. And I'm going to go, leave the attack the same and bring this back down. Cool, I dig it. We'll go ahead and move on. So there's our drums. There's nothing else inside the drums that needs dynamic control. If you look, there's a lot of sample-based. I have no reason to compress this or to limit this, right? No reason at all because it's already controlled. Everything is the same exact volume. If this were an acoustic kit, different story, right? And perhaps we'll do a video that's totally separate from this course where we walk through drum mixing, just literally going through and mixing drums, acoustic drums, that is, because that's a totally different ball game that would take and require a lot more time. All right. So because there's a lot of samples here and we do have acoustic drums, but a lot of the acoustic drum kit information has been dynamically controlled. So if we look here, Where is drums live? Right here, drum snare. Okay, you can see there's this sort of bleed from the kick drum, and that's the snare. Okay, here's another track that we have, the overheads. Dynamically controlled. There's a lot of dynamic consistency there already. Don't need to do any more than that. So let's see if there's anything else. All right, these are just like one-time crash hits. You might think, okay, well, we've got this like spike here. That's fine. That's like really high-end information. And I want that there. Okay. Again, more samples, right? Already consistent. Maybe we do just a touch of limiting here. I might not end up with that, but let's just do it anyway. Let's go with my limiter here.
Gotta admit that you're down.
So we're picking about -20, so we'll bring it down to -21 to get about a decibel.
Gotta admit that you're down. Yeah, we gotta admit that you're down.
Nah, I don't want that. It's I want to have that percussiveness come through. So again, these are all pretty well controlled dynamically. I'm not too worried. Again, I think I remember actually adding some compression or limiting in the actual production session on this track. So we don't need to do that here. But if this was like all over the place and one was louder than the other, but they both sound the same in terms of loudness, I would want to get those more under control, particularly when we're dealing with more electronic, type elements.
Gotta admit that you're down. Yeah, we're living in it 'cause we're chilling. We're
Kind of want to bring out this breath here. I'm going to go ahead and do that.
gotta admit that you're down. Yeah, we're living.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm going to bring that up even more, just a half dB more.
Gotta
For good measure.
admit that you're down. Yeah, we're living.
Really cool. All right. Anything else? Let's check these out. Drums, hat, and cymbals. A big crash. I don't need to control anything there. Cool. Looking good. So I'm going to say that the drums are pretty much the way that I want them. So let's go before and after all of this processing on the drums. After. That's the only word I've got is just that cohesion, that glue. It's everything feels tighter, feels more together. There's more a sense of consistency in the drums, and just the drums kind of sit in with the music better. That's the effect that we can kind of get out of dynamic control. And we've already enhanced to dynamic intent with this SSL bus compressor here. This was used to kind of get that effect, that gluing, that additional kind of tight cohesion that we're looking for. All right, let's continue on. Usually I'll do the vocals first when it comes to dynamic control, but just decided to since I already had some of this processing on there on the drums, I decided to just kind of walk you through that. So let's go into our vocal. We've already kind of shown you what we would do here on levels 1 and 2, so we can do this quickly. I'm going to do the same thing where I limit first, and then I will do some sort of enhancement type compression, sort of a thickening with the LA2A emulation by Universal Audio. So let's go ahead and do that. And now that we've got these tracks separated, I don't need to do that. I don't need to separate these out. That's already taken care of. All right, so let's start with the verse vocal. Looks like we have separate tracks for the first and second verse. And who knows, maybe I'll group these together. I may or may not. I don't think I need to. But again, everything's pretty well dynamically controlled here. So I just want to do maybe a dB or two of limiting and then going into a compressor. So we'll do that. Let's see, what do I have? Let's see. Okay, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and throw the limiter on. Now, whether I put the limiter before or after this EQ, I'm not super concerned about that, whether you do it before or after. You just need to do what feels right to you. I know that sounds maybe kind of ambiguous or confusing, but really, I'm not too concerned whether or not someone puts this before or after EQ, especially when we're doing cuts like this, right? I know a lot of people will say, well, you want to cut, frequencies out before you hit the compressor. That's totally fine. But what I'm doing here is just a very small amount of utility-based dynamic control. I'm just getting a couple rogue transients. So I could have this before or after. I don't really care. So it looks like we're going to be looking for this right here. It's peaking at negative 14 there. Let's see where it peaks at here.
On the fast track, bouncing back.
Negative 15 there.
But about to see me feeling steezy. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out. Check it out.
Okay, so it goes all the way to negative 13 at the very end here. So what I'll do is set this so that it peaks no higher than negative, let's say 15.
Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out. Pick it up where I left it, but this...
No, since I've brought this down negative to, down 3.3 decibels on the volume fader, that's not correct. I need to actually back this off.
Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out. Check it out.
Cool. So I did get 3 decibels of gain reduction at the very end there. That's totally fine. For the most part, I'm getting like 1 to 2 across the board.
Everybody about to see me feeling steezy 'cause I'm up.
Right, and that's not something I'm going to hear. Again, I'm not looking to hear anything out of this limiter. This is just peak reduction. That's it. These spiky peaks that are not going to contribute to the sound. They're just going to eat up our headroom. So I'm going to go ahead and follow this up with an LA2A. And what I'm looking for here is to get about 3, no more than 4 decibels of gain reduction. But this will do it nice and transparently.
Fast track, bouncing back, yeah.
We got a little bit more volume that we're going to need to compensate for by bringing the gain down after we control dynamics.
Fast track, bouncing back, yeah. Things are shaking my way.
You can start to hear it. You should start to hear this, depending on where you're at in your journey. It's going to be harder to hear compression in the beginning of your journey. That's okay. You need to spend a lot of time with these tools.
Fast track, bouncing back, yeah.
And train your ears. Train your ears. Dedicated ear training. Things like Sound Gym, Quiz Tones, all those things. We're not... I'm not getting paid to say that at all. It's just, it works.
Fast track, bouncing back, yeah. Things are shaking my way.
So what's cool is now that we've controlled some dynamics here, we're having to hit this not as hard. So this can work in an even more transparent and natural way.
Fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it, cause I fast track, bouncing.
Okay, let's bring this back down to where we were volume-wise and match that.
Fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. Fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. Fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way.
When we volume match, it's not going to be as noticeable of a difference, but you can really crank up the volume on your headphones and go back to that before and after, and you'll hear a difference.
Fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it, cause I ain't about to quit it, hey, hey.
Here's before and after in this section here. Before.
Gotta get back in it, cause I ain't about to quit it, hey, hey.
After.
Gotta get back in it, cause I ain't about to quit it, hey, hey.
A little bit of high end that's added.
Gotta get back in it, cause I ain't about to quit it, hey, hey. Gotta get back in it, cause I ain't about to quit it, hey, hey.
Just a little bit of top end, just bringing up more energy.
But about to see me feeling steezy, cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out. Check it out.
Great.
On the fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it, cause I ain't about to quit it, hey, hey. And everybody about to see me feeling steezy, cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out. Check it out.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on
Cool. Curious to see where we're hitting before and after the limiting.
Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out. Check it out.
So hitting at negative 13.3.
Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out. Check it out.
Cool.
Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out.
So what's happening is the LA2A is kind of letting some transient information through, and that's where we're getting these kind of additional decibels back in. But that's fine. Like, I'm really just using my ears at this point, and I don't necessarily care. I mean, if we wanted to, we could put another limiter after this and just get, take care of these, sort of that increase in decibels here that we're getting. Let's go ahead and bring this back up here to there, maybe. Maybe just get a decibel of gain reduction.
Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out. Check it out. Pick it up where I left it. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out. Check it out. Fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking.
Sure, and that's fine.
Fast track, bouncing back, hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you
Totally different tone and vibe. That's great.
hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down. Yeah, we're living in it, cause we're chilling, we're not here to sell out. When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing, gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight.
I'm going to limit both of these separately.
When I'm busting and you see me.
And I'm going to go pretty aggressive on this.
When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight.
Cool.
When I'm busting and you see me,
Because this is a layer, I'm not looking necessarily for attack information or anything, any transient information, so I'm fine to be a lot more aggressive on that.
when I'm busting,
Let's go just a little bit less.
when I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feelings that when I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you up. When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night.
I'm tempted to actually EQ more of this out
When I'm busting,
only when this comes in.
when I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night.
Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. I think I'm going to bring this, I'm going to automate this really quick.
When I'm busting and
Yeah. Bring it down like this.
when I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night.
Let's go back. Turn it back to read.
When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing.
Turn that off.
When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy.
It's more stuffy.
When I'm busting and you see me and I make it.
Not as stuffy.
When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night.
We're getting enough of that frequency in this layer here. All right, let's go on to dynamic control on this one.
When I'm busting,
Same process. I'm going to do a limiter first.
when I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're.
A dB less of that.
When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight.
Great. I don't need any more than that.
When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday.
Cool. Chopping off those little peaky, spiky areas that are coming up. I'll show you a couple of them. There. All right. Maybe this right here.
Pick you up and I'm staring
Pick you up, I think.
Pick you up and I'm
Yep, that's one of them.
Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon.
And then let's follow it up with some LA2A again. Not that one. Not sure why I keep opening that. Silver.
Pick you up and I'm staring Lulu.
Okay, without.
Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight.
Negative 16.5 is about where we're hitting, so I'm going to match that.
Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing. Pick you up and I'm. Pick you up and I'm staring Lulu. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing gives me feelings that I don't wanna fight. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that.
Great.
Pick you up and I hit that shit. Yeah, you gotta admit that you're down. Yeah, we're living in it cause we're chilling. We're not here to sell out.
Love it. I think it sounds great. Let's go on to the chorus vocal.
I'm coming around.
Same thing. Little limiter. Not gonna reinvent the wheel here.
I'm coming around. I'm on top.
That area is gonna hit harder, so it's gonna grab that. I think these are actually just duplicates, maybe. Copy paste.
I'm coming around. I'm on top. I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shake it. Showing everybody I can make.
Let's bring it down even further.
I'm coming around. I'm on top.
Great, that's fine. Follow it up with the LA2A.
I'm coming around.
Okay, don't need that much compression.
I'm coming around. I'm on top. I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shake it. Showing everybody I can make it. Feet on the ground. I'm on top. I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce.
Great.
I'm coming around.
Okay, where are we clipping at before, or where are we peaking at before this?
I'm coming around. I'm on top. I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shake it.
It's about -9.8. Let's see if it's higher here.
Feet on the ground. I'm on top. I ain't coming down. Feet on the ground. I'm on top.
Yeah, about -9.8. And then after,
Feet on the ground. I'm on top. I ain't coming down.
gaining about a dB or more.
Winning. I'm coming around. I'm on top. I ain't coming down. And I won't stop.
Yeah, more than a dB of headroom, while also like just feeling tighter, more cohesive. This is going to now sit in the track even a little bit better.
I'm coming around. I'm on top. I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shake it. Showing everybody I can make it. Feet on the ground.
Before,
I'm coming around. I'm on top. I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shake it. Showing everybody I can make it.
after.
I'm coming around. I'm on top. I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning.
Hear a little bit more energy in the vocal. It's cutting through the mix a little bit more. We're also saving a little bit of headroom. So wins all around.
I'm coming around.
I could even bring this down like a half decibel maybe.
Check it out.
I'm better than the rest. I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top. I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning.
Love it. Let's move on. Let's see. Drums, vocals, done. Bass. The only thing I really want to do here is on the bus. I don't really care to get, there's nothing to get granular about here. It's really simple just to do a little bit of dynamic control on the overall bus here. So I'm going to do same thing, limiter, compression. It's kind of been my MO. Cool. That's all I need. Maybe a little bit of LA2A again. Bring that down. Just going to touch it. Don't need to touch it in the beginning. A little bit of control, bringing up a little bit of presence in that bass. Here's before, and we're getting some headroom as well. Before. Let's hear it in context.
Check it out.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shake it, showing everybody I can make it. 10 feet on the ground. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce.
Cool. Moving on. It's going to be the same. These are basically copy pasted sections here. Let's see what we got with guitars here. Everything's pretty even. I don't necessarily see anything spiky or crazy. I think I like it the way that it is. Let's go ahead and just play them and hear it. Yeah, there's nothing I want to do here. I might do just a little bit of control, a little bit on the overall bus. Maybe like a dB or so of a dynamic control. Gain reduction. Notice how I'm playing it here because this is where the most energy is going to pile up. Move on to the synths. I think the synths are good. Maybe, let's see. Yeah, I think I'm good to really just do a couple instances of the limiter. This is where I see the most spiky information. And I'm going to listen to that in context and see if I'm losing any detail that I don't want to lose. Nope, I'm not. In fact, now that I've done that, I'm going to bring it up 2 decibels to compensate so I can hear more of it. Let's see, what did I have it at? Yeah, let's start with bring it up to 5.
When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing, give me feelings that I don't want.
Maybe just a little bit more then. Go to there.
When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that. Check it out.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shake it, showing everybody I can make.
Cool. Dig it. All right. Let's see. Let's go ahead and put one on the overall synth bus here where everything is playing together right here. And in fact, I kind of want to try a little bit of maybe saturation. I kind of want to try this out, this Magma BB tubes, or the little tube here. So it's louder, right? And we've gained some headroom. We're basically clipping, right? We're driving the input on this. It's giving us a little bit of thickness. I'm going to bring the output down a little bit. Maybe bring that down. Let's listen.
Showing everybody I can make it. 2 feet on the ground. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce. Showing everybody I can make it. 2 feet on the ground. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce.
That's great.
Dizzy 'cause I'm up in the cloud.
Just want to make sure we're not altering the sound of this section too much.
Dizzy 'cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out. Check it out.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shake it, showing everybody I can make it. 2 feet on the ground. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce.
So I'm just volume leveling now. So dynamic control, all right? A little bit of character as well, but a lot of that's dynamic control. I'm actually controlling peaks and transients that are kind of piling up on top of each other with all of these synths. Again, look at how much we've gained in terms of headroom. Here's before. Let's go here. Peaking at negative 12.4. And now it's peaking at negative 16.9. We're gaining almost 5 decibels of headroom there.
Sing a verse.
Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down. Yeah, we're living in it cause we're chilling, we're not here to sell out.
Anything I want to do on the pads? I don't think so. Maybe just the same thing. Just a touch of limiting. In fact, I'm going to do that on the entire kind of bus here, just in where we've got things going on in the chorus. What I'm trying to say is that it will only trigger really in the chorus where we have, it might trigger here actually. We got to kind of be careful and see what's hitting the most in terms of volume. That's peaking about negative 19. This one's peaking at about So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and put it on. Just put it on the bus. I mean, whether I put it on the bus or put it here, it really doesn't matter. I'm not looking to necessarily control. Actually, you know what? I'm realizing that it's louder here, isn't it? Yeah, so I'm thinking the opposite. I'm just going to go ahead and put it on this here. In fact, we might just do it on both of them. There. You have to click this for it to reset. That's fine. Put one here. The Waves L1 limiter is the winner for today. Great.
Sing a verse.
Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down. Yeah, we're living in it cause we're chilling, we're not here to sell out. When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night.
Now what I'm going to do is go to all of my buses that I haven't put anything on, and I'm in terms of dynamic control, and just tap it with either limiting, compression, or clipping. With vocals, I like to do limiting. So I'm going to put a limiter here. And when I do kind of bus level limiting with things like vocals, I tend to go for more of like a mastering style limiter, like an L2 maybe, the fab filter. Let me go ahead and do that. So I'm going to go with, there we go, Pro L2. I'm going to pull, let's see where the output is hitting here. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is have it trigger in the busiest section here.
Bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy. Yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing. Give me feelings that I don't want. Bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy. Yeah, we're sexing on a
So these peaks right here that you can see in the visual, I'm gonna tackle those. So I'm gonna have to drive the input quite a bit. I'm gonna bring the output down. Let's say bring the ceiling down to about -12. Just do like a dB and a half or so. About there.
bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy. Yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon at your wearing.
And you can start to see it working, right? All those little dips are the peak reduction that we're getting.
Bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy. Yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night.
So I'm gonna do just a touch more.
Bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy. Yeah, we're bustin' and you see me and I make it look so easy. Yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing. Give me feelings that I don't wanna fight.
Great. And then we're going to be hitting our chorus. Got to make sure that we're not. Yeah, you know what? We might need to make adjustments here. I actually like it. I dig it. We're getting just, this is nice and even.
On the fast track, bouncing back, dead things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it, cause I ain't about to. On the fast track, bouncing back, dead things are shaking my way.
Yeah, that works across the board. So background vocals, don't need to do much. Just going to go ahead and put it on the bus.
Make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing. Check it out, check it out.
Interesting. I'm not sure why that audio is not triggering. I don't have any automation on there. Do I? Strange. Okay. There's our dope. Homer Simpson dope.
Feelings that I don't wanna fight.
Cool. I think we're good there. Bass, got our dynamic control, drums done, vocals done, effects. Don't really care to do anything there. Not necessary, in my opinion. Really, because this is, I want to keep that dynamic, that swell.
Feelings that
Okay. And there's nothing going on in the chorus that would, contribute to like a loss of headroom.
feelings that I don't wanna fight.
Guitars done, synths done, pads done. We took care of this one element here, this limiter with that limiter, both of these. So we're good there. All right. Let's go ahead and do a before and after. Listen to this whole thing.
On the fast track, bouncing back, dead things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it, cause I pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out. Check it out.
Thinking I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shaking, showing everybody I can make it. 2 feet on the ground. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce. Watch out.
Sing a verse.
Hit that shit, yeah, you gotta admit that you're down. Yeah, we're living in it cause we're chilling, we're not here to sell out. When I'm busting and you see me and I make it look so easy, yeah, we're sexing on a Saturday night. Pick you up and I'm staring Lululemon that you're wearing, give me feelings that I don't wanna fight.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shaking, showing everybody I can make it. 2 feet on the ground. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce. Watch out.
Cool. Let's go ahead and fast forward.
I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. And I won't stop till I'm winning. Shaking, showing everybody I can make it. 2 feet on the ground. I'm on top, I ain't coming down. Ready to bounce. Watch out.
Great. So I'm going to go ahead and bounce everything out into one track. And what we're going to do is I'll basically take off all of the processing, all of the dynamics processing, and then I'll bounce out that so we can kind of do a before and after throughout. Okay, so I'm going to do that behind the scenes real quick. All right, what I've done here is I've bounced both versions out. Before all dynamics processing, that includes clipping, compression, limiting, everything dynamics related. So I've taken that all off and bounced that out. And then this after dynamics is with all of the dynamics processing that we've done. And just right off the bat, you can see how much more controlled the peaks are. If we look at these, the peaks are higher, they're taller. And here they're more controlled, more consistent. There's still dynamic in this, right? And so we're not completely squashing this, but we are getting more headroom as a result. So you can see this like little spike here, that's gone. A lot of these kind of spikier transients are just under control. So that's one thing you're going to notice. The other thing is that things seem to pop more forward, like certain elements, like the vocals. There's just an overall kind of energy, forward energy that seems to be coming from like high end, a little bit of high end presence somehow with all of the dynamics processing that we've done all combined together. We've just given it a little bit of a energy lift. It's subtle, but it's there. So listen to the before and after to those things. Especially, I feel like the vocals feel like they're kind of popping forward a little bit more. Let's do that again. Here's before. Okay, let's go ahead and do before and after in the beginning. It's not a huge difference, but it's an improvement. And it's an improvement in headroom. It's an improvement in certain elements coming forward in the right way. So you're going to notice a lot bigger difference, on tracks that are completely raw, right? If the tracks were not produced out, meaning they were just all recorded live, you'd notice a much bigger difference in terms of the before and after. But because we're using a lot of samples, there's been a lot of dynamic control in the production session. That difference is less noticeable, but there's an improvement here for sure. We got about 2.5 decibels of headroom, I believe. If we look at the loudest peak at the end here, peaking about negative 2.6, and then at the end, -1, and here, yeah, so a little bit more than 2 decibels. Great. That concludes this live dynamics demo on the 3rd level with all of our tracks. And you can see that I've used a little bit of everything. I've used a lot of limiting because I was looking to control just a lot of transient peaks in a very subtle amounts, but across a lot of different tracks. That's helping us to kind of control dynamics and get some headroom there. And where I felt like it needed, enhancement, to dynamic intent, we went ahead and used compression. Pretty much the only place that I did that was on the drums. Everything else was, as well as the lead vocal, I used this LA2A. The LA2A just helping to bring a little bit more kind of energy, kind of forwardness, bringing that vocal a little bit more forward, while also just clamping down on any remaining sort of like dynamics there that we didn't necessarily need. Based on this type of genre, this is a genre that's meant to be just really forward, aggressive in your face. So we're using compression to do that. So in other genres that are less in your face, less aggressive, we would do, compression to suit that, right? And have less dynamic control. So as you can see, doing this in stages is going to give you the best result. So that's it for this demonstration. We'll see you in the next section where we dive into some of the more advanced, tools and techniques to kind of bring this track to the finish line. Welcome to the final section of this mixing course, Section 4. In this section, we will cover the remaining topics that will help get your mixes to a finished and polished state. Lesson 1 will be all about spatial processing in the mix. This is where we use reverb and delay to further control the separation and placement of our sounds within our cube. This helps to create and enhance depth, width, and emotion. Lesson 2 will cover any remaining and important tools and techniques we have not yet covered. These include slightly more advanced topics like saturation, parallel processing, sidechain compression, dynamic EQ, and more. Lesson 3 will focus on workflow tips that will help optimize your effectiveness and efficiency for mixing quickly. Things like knowing your DAW well, memorizing keyboard shortcuts, creating and saving templates, timing yourself, and more will be covered here. And finally, Lesson 4, where we'll talk about the very important topic of how to make progress moving forward. There, we'll discuss the topic of ear training, mixing a ton versus watching tutorials, and staying consistent. So, let's get started. Our ultimate goal in mixing is to create a sonic world that is compelling and makes us feel something. Integrating spatial processing, such as reverb and delay, into our mixes deepens the listener's immersion and emotional connection by enhancing instrument localization. Our ears naturally seek ambient cues to discern the placement of sounds, grounding us within the audio landscape. To understand the critical role of spatial processing, let's start by imagining a mix with absolutely no reverb or delay. This scenario is akin to listening to music in an anechoic chamber, a room designed to completely absorb reflections of sound. In such a space, sound is unnaturally sterile and flat, devoid of the echo and life we're accustomed to in everyday environments. This unnaturalness illustrates why reverb and delay are not merely effects, but essential tools for creating a believable and engaging sonic space. An anechoic chamber, while fascinating for scientific study, highlights the starkness and discomfort of a world without natural reverberation. In real life, every space imparts its own sonic signature, from the subtle echoes of a small room to the grand reverberations of a cathedral. These reflections are crucial for our perception of space and depth. They provide context and help us understand our environment. Without them, sound feels isolated, detached from the world that we know. In the context of a mix, reverb and delay serve to bridge this gap. They reintroduce the natural reflections that are sometimes missing in recorded music or samples, wrapping sounds in a space that gives them dimension, life, and emotional context. Reverb simulates the natural echoes that envelop sounds in real environments, from the intimate to the immense. However, they don't always have to sound natural. They simply need to give us a sense of space and location, whether that's huge or small, or somewhere in between. Delay, on the other hand, creates echoes that can add rhythm, depth, and texture, further enhancing the spatial illusion. You heard that right, illusion. Great mix engineers, I might say, are great illusionists. We are simulating an experience for the listener. Together, reverb and delay allow us to craft mixes that resonate with listeners on a deeply intuitive level, simulating the sense of space that's so vital to our perception of sound. By carefully applying reverb and delay, we can manipulate the dimensions of our sonic cube, placing each element in its own distinct spatial context. This not only improves separation and clarity, but also imbues the mix with a sense of place and emotion. It's the difference between a collection of sounds and a coherent musical experience that transports the listener. Let's think now about how reverb and delay contribute or relate to the concept of the cube we've talked about in this course. Reverb and delay are not just tools for adding ambience and echo to our tracks, they're essential for sculpting the spatial dimensions of our mix. As a refresher, we've so far covered how EQ affects the height of our mix in Section 2. And in Section 1 and 3, we've talked about aspects of volume and dynamics, which help place elements front to back in our mix. The effects of reverb and delay are unique in that they play an important role in placing sounds within both the depth and width dimensions. For depth, reverb and delay can make sounds seem closer or further away. Sounds with longer decay times or a higher ratio of wet affected or dry unaffected signal will appear to be further back in the mix. This mimics how sounds behave in real-world spaces. Distant sounds reach us with more reverberation and fewer direct sound waves. Conversely, sounds with shorter decay times or a lower wet-to-dry mix will seem closer, as they emulate the clarity and immediacy of sounds nearby. In terms of width, stereo delays and the stereo imaging of certain reverb types can expand the perceived width of the mix. By carefully panning the echoes of the reverb tails, we can create a sense of spaciousness that extends beyond the physical limits of the speakers or headphones, enveloping the listener in a more immersive sonic field. You can take width with reverb one step further by actually adding delay to that reverb, further enhancing its stereo width. I'll show you this in a demonstration later on. By mastering the use of reverb and delay for depth and width, We effectively position elements within our mix's cubic space, crafting a more realistic and engaging listening experience. So, if both reverb and delay can have the same effect on our cube, which one should we use? When deciding between the two, it's essential to consider the mix's overall clarity and space. Delay, by its nature, can occupy less space in a mix compared to reverb. This is because delay echoes are discrete repeats of the sound, which can be timed and tailored to fit neatly between other elements, enhancing contrast without the wash of sound reverb often introduces. This strategic use of delay helps maintain separation and definition among instruments, offering a cleaner alternative that still provides depth and movement without cluttering the mix. So, in deciding on whether you use reverb over delay, it helps to think of the following spectrum. On one end of the spectrum, we have genres that use lots of reverb and/or delay to produce a more washed out and distant feeling. Genres for this include, but are not limited to, shoegaze, dream pop, and ambient. And on the other end of the spectrum would be less reverb, less delay, to produce a more vivid, crisp, and close sound, contributing to more clarity and distinctness in the track's elements. Genres for this might include acoustic folk, singer-songwriter, dance pop, other pop genres, jazz, etc. Let's examine for a moment how reverb and delay are used to achieve certain emotions and sounds in shoegaze and dream pop. These genres evoke deep, immersive, emotional landscapes, largely through their distinctive use of texture and atmosphere. The emotions stirred by these genres are often described as ethereal, introspective, and nostalgic, creating a sense of immersion in a dreamlike world. The use of reverb and delay is pivotal in shaping these emotional responses. I personally love these genres for these reasons. Reverb, with its ability to create a sense of space and depth, is used extensively in these styles to envelop the listener in a wash of sound. This effect blurs the lines between individual instruments, melding guitars, vocals, and synthesizers into a cohesive, atmospheric whole. The expansive, sometimes infinite feeling decay of reverb in these genres contributes to a sensation of floating or being suspended in a vast open space. It's this characteristic that underpins the dreamy quality of dream pop and the gaze aspect of shoegaze, as listeners are encouraged to lose themselves in the sound. Delay, on the other hand, adds a layer of complexity and texture. In shoegaze and dream pop, delay is often used to create echoing, cascading sounds that repeat and overlap, contributing to the genre's signature immersive and mesmerizing effect. The repetition and manipulation of sound through delay not only enhance the music's hypnotic qualities, but also contribute to a feeling of timelessness or detachment from the immediate surroundings. The emotional impact of these effects is profound. By extending the natural decay of sounds and creating overlapping layers of echoes, these genres convey feelings of longing, introspection, and a deep, often bittersweet nostalgia. The dense layers of sound, rich with reverb and delay, can evoke a sense of isolation or solitude, yet also a profound connection to something larger and indefinable, much like the nature of dreams themselves. In summary, the emotions evoked by shoegaze and dream pop are deeply tied to their use of reverb and delay. These effects are not just technical choices, but emotional tools that shape the listener's experience, drawing them into a lush, immersive world where feelings of longing, introspection, and nostalgia prevail. Again, this is why I love these genres and why I'm biased to talking about them right now. With all that said, let's actually look at how we might set the basic parameters of a reverb unit to accomplish this. While doing so, we're going to define what these parameters in a reverb do. The first parameter to cover is pre-delay. Pre-delay actually delays the time that it takes for the reverb effect to start. It's that simple. For the genres we've mentioned above, like dream pop and shoegaze and atmospheric, keep the pre-delay short or moderate. A shorter pre-delay can merge the reverb more seamlessly with the original signal, contributing to the washed-out effect by blurring the lines between the direct sound and the reverb tail. The second parameter is decay time, or reverb time. This controls the length of the decay or tail of the reverb. Increase the decay time significantly. Longer decay times create a sense of vastness and distance as the sound seems to linger and fade out slowly, mimicking the acoustics of a large open space. The third parameter is wet and dry mix, or seen as mix. Wet refers to the affected signal versus the dry or unaffected signal. Adjust the wet-dry mix towards a higher percentage of wet signal. This means more reverb in relation to the original dry signal. A higher wet level contributes to the sound feeling more distant and less defined, essential for achieving that dreamy, ethereal quality. Parameter number 4 is density and diffusion. Density affects how tightly packed the individual reflections are together, and then diffusion affects the way those reflections are scattered. Set higher density and diffusion to smooth out the reverb tail, making it more continuous and less distinguishable as individual echoes. This adds to the washed out feeling by creating a dense, cohesive sound. Parameter 5 is size. Increase the size parameter to simulate a larger acoustic space. This enhances the feeling of depth and distance, as if the sound is emanating from far away within a massive reverberant environment. Parameter 6 is tone and EQ. If it's available, use the reverb plugin's EQ or tone controls to roll off some of the high frequencies. This can mimic the natural absorption of sound over distance, further enhancing the sense of space and making the reverb feel more distant and washed out. If you remember in our EQ lesson, the more we roll off the high end or dampen the high end, the more distant and far away something can sound. Parameter number 7 is modulation. This affects the speed and amount of pitch fluctuation happening in the reverb tail. Adding a bit of modulation to the reverb can introduce a slight chorus-like effect, giving the reverb tail a more lively and less static character, which is often desirable in dreamy textures. By deliberately adjusting these parameters, you can sculpt a reverb sound that envelops the mix in a lush, expansive, and distant atmosphere, perfectly suited for genres like dream pop, shoegaze, or ambient that thrive on immersive, emotive soundscapes. So, if reverb can evoke different atmospheres and emotions, then there must be different reverb types that help us determine where our instruments live. Let's briefly discuss the 5 main types of reverb that we can use to do this. First, we have room reverb. Room reverb replicates the acoustic characteristics of rooms of various sizes. It's typically used to add a natural sense of space to recordings, making them sound as if they were played in an actual room. This type of reverb can range from small and intimate spaces, which add subtle depth and body to the sound, to large rooms that provide more pronounced reflections and a sense of air around the instruments. And we have hall reverb. Hall reverb simulates the expansive sound of large concert halls, characterized by its long decay times and rich enveloping tails. This reverb is ideal for adding grandeur and depth to orchestral arrangements, choirs, or any instrument that benefits from the majestic ambience of a large performance space. It's particularly valued for its ability to convey a sense of scale and sophistication. Then we have plate reverb. Plate reverb emulates the sound of a physical plate reverb unit, where sound vibrations are driven into a large, thin sheet of metal, creating reverberation. Known for its bright and slightly metallic quality, plate reverb adds a smooth, shimmering texture to vocals, drums, and percussion. It's favored for its ability to stand out in a mix without overwhelming the original sound, offering a distinct vintage vibe. Then we have spring reverb. Spring reverb is based on the sound produced by sending audio signals through coils attached to a set of springs, which then reverberate. This reverb type has a distinctive, twangy, and metallic sound, often associated with surf rock guitar tones and retro pop vocals. It's perfect for adding character and a unique, lively bounce to instruments, making them pop in a mix with a nostalgic feel. And lastly is chamber reverb. Chamber reverb recreates the sound of natural reverberations found in specifically designed acoustic chambers. These are large rooms with hard reflective surfaces that produce rich, warm, and complex reverb tails. Chamber reverb is renowned for its lush, organic sound, ideal for adding depth and warmth to a wide range of instruments, from vocals to strings, imbuing them with a classic, timeless quality. Each of these reverb types offers unique textural qualities and spatial characteristics, allowing producers and engineers to choose the most appropriate reverb to enhance the emotional impact and spatial illusion of a mix. The best thing you can do to become familiar with these reverb types is to consistently use and experiment with them. That goes for any effect or plugin. There are no hard rules for how you use these. There's only what they do and what you want to accomplish. A quick tip for adding separation in a mix is to use 3 different types of reverbs throughout the mix, ranging from short, medium, to long decay times. Doing this allows you to send varying amounts of signal to these different reverbs to further separate your sounds and provide more clarity and depth. Let's switch gears and go over the parameters commonly found in delays. First is delay time. This parameter sets the length of time between the original signal and the echo. It can be set in milliseconds or synchronized to the tempo of the track, allowing for the rhythmic repeats that align with the beat. Then we have feedback. Feedback controls the number of repeats or echoes. Increasing the feedback will result in more echoes, while decreasing it will result in fewer. High feedback settings can lead to a continuous loop of sound. You can actually make a delay sound like a reverb by shortening the delay time and increasing the feedback. Then we have wet-dry mix. Just like reverb, this parameter adjusts the balance between the unaffected dry signal and the affected wet echo signal. A higher wet mix increases the presence of the echoes, while a higher dry mix maintains the prominence of the original signal. Next is tap tempo. This allows the user to manually set the delay time by tapping a button or key in time with the music. This is useful for quickly matching the delay effect to the song's tempo. Next, we have modulation. Some delay units include modulation options, such as a chorus or vibrato, that can be applied to the delayed signal. This is basically the same thing in a reverb and adds movement and texture to the echoes, creating a more complex and interesting sound. Next is filter or EQ. Filters or EQ controls allow you to shape the tonal quality of the delayed signal. You can use these to roll off high or low frequencies, making the echoes warmer or thinner, which can help further control their placement in the mix. Next is stereo spread and panning. This parameter controls the stereo image of the delayed signals. It can place echoes in the left, right, or center of the stereo field, or dynamically move them between speakers for a more immersive effect. And then we have ducking. Ducking reduces the volume of the delay effect when the original signal is present. Then it brings the effect back up in volume when the original signal is not playing. This keeps the delay from overwhelming the mix while still providing a sense of space. Now let's move into the 4 different types of delays. First, we have analog and tape delay. These are known for their warm, decaying echoes, perfect for adding depth without muddiness. Then we have digital delay. Digital delays offer pristine repeats with precise control, great for rhythmic patterns or spatial effects. Then we have ping-pong delay. Ping-pong delay is a type of stereo delay effect where the echoes bounce back and forth between the left and right channels of the stereo field. This creates a dynamic, engaging spatial effect, as if the sound is literally ping-ponging from one side to the other. It's particularly effective for adding width and movement to a mix, making it a popular choice for leads, synths, and rhythmic elements in electronic and ambient music. Keep in mind that this usually shows up as a selectable mode within most stereo or digital delay plugins. Then we have slapback delay. Slapback delay is characterized by a single short echo with a relatively quick delay time, typically ranging from 50 to 100 milliseconds. This effect mimics the sound of a sound wave bouncing off a nearby surface and returning quickly to the listener. Slapback delay is awesome, and it's often used on vocals and guitars to add a sense of depth and space without creating the sustained tail of longer delays or reverbs, which can clutter a mix. It's a signature sound in rockabilly, country, and classic rock, giving a tight, energetic feel to the tracks. It can be used in pretty much any style to achieve depth, though. All right, now that we've gone over the effects of reverb and delay, let's see all this in action. Keep in mind that the mix we've been working on so far has some spatial processing baked into the tracks already. And you might find that you receive tracks like this, whether they be from the ambience of the room they were recorded in or effects the producer decided were essential to the sound of the tracks. We'll discuss what we're hearing in our tracks and apply any additional spatial processing where necessary. Welcome to the live demonstration for spatial processing. What I have here is some things that we're going to focus on. One, the purpose of reverb and delay. As a refresher, we're here to enhance depth with reverb and delay, as well as width. And then wherever possible, if it's necessary, we can actually apply reverb and delay for creative purposes. That's usually done in the production session. And you'll notice as we go through some of these tracks, I'm going to show you how some creative choices have been made with reverb, with things like throws, reverb throws, or delay throws, creating unique spaces and effects. So I'm going to walk through kind of what's been done already in the production session where reverb and delay and spatial processing in general has been applied already to some of these tracks. But I think there's going to be room to still further enhance this with some additional spatial processing. So what we do is use a 3-bucket approach. This is going to really help, I think, streamline your process quite a bit. When I say 3 buckets, I'm talking about 3 buckets of like the types of instruments that we're working with. So 1 bucket is our vocals, and we have a short, medium, and long reverb or delay. So it can be either reverb with a short tail, right, or decay. It can be delay with a short delay time and a short feedback, right? Or we can have medium and long. And then we're going to do that for drums as well as instruments. Behind the scenes, if I go to my mixer window, I'm going to scroll all the way over. You can actually see that I have set up buses or auxiliary channels for all 9 of these reverbs. Now, we're not going to necessarily use every single one of these. We might, but it's not always the case that I'm using all of them. But what this does is this gives us control over the front to back placement. Short decay times, short delay times is going to push sounds up front in that depth field. And then the longer we get, the more of a sense of depth we get with pushing it further back and away. So we're doing that front to back depth enhancement and placement with our instruments by doing that. But then we're also just creating separation by simply having different reverbs. Each reverb is going to sound unique, right? So let me show you what I mean by that. I'm going to show you and switch between short, medium, and long reverbs for my vocal. And you'll see just by virtue of selecting and putting different reverbs on each of these, as you can see, I've got all 3 of these are different reverbs. This is like a room type setup for the short. My long is this concert hall type. You know, if you remember what hall reverbs are, it emulates kind of a sophisticated space with a feeling of, you know, of a large space, a large concert hall. Think, you know, concerts or orchestral concerts and choir and things like that. So that's going to have a long decay, and then we have this medium chamber, right? So if you need to, go back and view those lessons again where we talk about the different types of reverbs. But just by having different reverb types, we're going to create separation. Some are darker than others, some are more diffuse than others, etc. Let's go ahead and check this out. So I've got this lead vocal, and I've already sent or created bus sends for each of those reverbs, right? The short, medium, and long. Bus 10, right? B10 stands for bus 10. That means it's going to send signal to bus 10 right here. So I have the input of this reverb channel set up as bus 10. So you have to create these bus inputs for each of these return channels or auxiliary channels, right? Using interchangeable terms there. Auxiliary channel is the same as a bus. So we're sending, this allows us to send varying levels of signal to any one of these reverbs. And that way, It saves up on CPU. I don't necessarily have to apply, an individual instance on every single instrument. Now I can send as many signals from different channels from different instruments as I want to the same reverbs and save on CPU. It's just a more efficient way to do things. Let's go ahead and just listen to the differences between these three. And then I actually have like a bonus kind of more creative spring reverb that I've set up some unique, parameters on that I'll kind of demonstrate as well. So here's let's see, this would be our EMT short reverb.
But about to see me feeling steezy
Let's go back to the beginning of the vocal here.
on the fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way.
Okay, short tail.
Gotta get back in it, cause I ain't about to quit it, hey, hey.
Okay, now let's go to our medium chamber here.
On the fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way.
Okay, go back and forth between those two.
On the fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way. On the fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way.
So it's giving us a sense that it's in a different space, right? It's giving us kind of like localization. And let's go to the next one. This one is our long, which is a Valhalla concert hall.
On the fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way.
Pretty similar to this one.
On the fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way.
So but they're different. They're both darker in tone than our room reverb.
On the fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way.
This has a longer tail.
On the fast track. On the fast track.
Can you hear that decay longer?
On the fast track.
Okay, that was the concert hall.
On the fast track.
Here's the chamber.
On the fast track. On the fast track. On the fast track.
It almost has the sense of like being in like a concrete chamber, right? In LA, Capitol Records has a very famous chamber reverb. It's an actual real space that they put, I believe, microphones or contact microphones in there that's picking up that space. And you would have an amplifier basically, routed from the microphone. So vocal would be routed through an amplifier that's sitting in that chamber. And then a microphone would be inside the chamber picking up the sound of that chamber space. Really cool. You can use these to create that further separation, right? Not just depth, but just separation because of the tonal quality of these spaces. Now, this one's really fun. This is something that I've set up kind of unique. I'm using the stock Logic pedal board to get their spring reverb. They have different styles. You can select between short, medium, and long. Super easy that way. I love that. You can go, darker or brighter with the tone here. And I've got the mix knob up all the way. That's one thing I failed to mention is that you need to have your mix knob when you're using sends, right? All these are on auxiliary channels, right? So that I'm able to send signal to these auxiliary channels. You need to make sure that these reverbs are set to 100% wet. The mix knob now becomes this send knob, if that makes sense. Now this is like a send knob. I can go less reverb.
On the fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my.
So that's totally dry, and then more reverb.
On the fast track, bouncing back, yeah, things are shaking my way.
So what I've done here is I've set up the pedal board. So we have a spring reverb here. Let me go ahead and take off this Echo Boy here. This is a delay that I've got. It's a slap back delay and it's a ping pong. So it's going left and right very, very quickly. So it's creating a sense of width. I've cut out the low end and the high end so that it's not, or we're not getting any sibilance coming through. And so this is giving us an additional sort of spread. So here's without that Echo Boy.
On the fast track, bouncing back, yeah.
Very vintage, springy sounding.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way.
And that could be kind of cool. So let's go ahead and listen to that.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way.
When I add in this echo boy, it gives us the width.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way.
I love that. So what I'm going to do is just start to experiment with these to see which one I like. I pretty much know that I'm going to like the shorter ones, which is going to be this spring reverb as well as, you know, this shorter room.
On the fast track, bouncing
So I'm going to dial it down. And one thing that I want to point out, one kind of tip, is you get it set right in the context of the music. So play it with the music. Don't isolate it because it sounds totally different when you're actually playing it and listening as you're playing. And once you get the volume of the reverb just right to your ears, actually dial it back about, 15%. And what that's going to do is make sure that you're not creating too much wash in your mix. And that's going to allow you to keep things nice and tight and remove clutter.
on the fast track, bouncing
So I want just barely a hint of this. I want this to be more on the dry side of things. So I'm going to bring this all the way down to like 25.
on the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it 'cause I ain't about to quit.
It's almost too much. I might want to leave this more dry.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it 'cause I ain't about to quit it. Hey, hey.
That's kind of cool. Maybe a touch more.
On the fast track, bouncing back.
Let's go to the room reverb and see how that sounds.
On the fast track, bouncing back there.
I think I'm going to like this better, just in the context of this particular mix.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way.
Yeah, I want this to be short, nice and tight. The spring reverb is giving me too many repeats, even though I've got things set up to be as short as possible. Right, it's set to short here, and then it's set to a really short, zero feedback, so no repeats, just one repeat essentially of both the left and right. It's just too long of a tail for this particular, but there's other instances where I love using this type of setup.
On the fast track, bouncing back there.
Still too much. I can hear the room. What I want to do is I want to feel an expansiveness. I don't want to necessarily hear the reverb.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way.
What I'm going to do is dial this back to the point where you're like, wait, I can't hear that. But then I'm going to turn it off, and you're going to notice how the vocal sits in with the mix better.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it 'cause I ain't about to quit it. Hey, hey.
Okay, listen. So we can barely hear the reverb, right? Maybe you don't hear it at all. When you're in the beginning stages of your journey with mixing, it's going to be harder to hear reverbs. It's going to be more difficult to hear the differences in these very subtle changes.
On the fast track, bouncing back there.
Maybe it's not for you though.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way.
I'm bringing it down even further.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way.
I think that's about right. I'm going to go just a touch less.
Fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it 'cause I ain't about to quit it. Hey, hey.
Okay, let's go ahead and turn this on and off. You'll hear how it changes the way it sits in the mix. So let's go off.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way. On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way. Gotta get back in it 'cause I ain't about to quit it. Hey, hey. And if you're hard about to see me feeling steezy 'cause I'm up in the clouds.
Okay, I'm going to remove, I think I added, let's see, let's go ahead and turn down our snare, or turn these off. Not ready to demonstrate our snare reverb quite yet.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way.
Okay, off.
On the fast track, bouncing back there, things are shaking my way.
Listen one more time. Here's off, and then I'm going to switch halfway through.
Gotta get back in it 'cause I ain't about to quit it. Hey, hey.
Again.
Gotta get back in it 'cause I ain't about to quit it. Hey, hey.
Very subtle, but that's what I'm going for. I want to play to that feeling of having a dry vocal, but I also want things to kind of still have a sense of sort of separation, if you will. So
Gotta get back in it 'cause I ain't about to quit it. Hey, hey.
I'm going to go just a touch less here. What I'm going to do is actually automate this. So I'm going to bring it up when we get more instrumentation.
And everybody about to see me feeling steezy 'cause
Turn
I'm
this to Latch and Logic, and then when whatever parameter I hit, it'll actually create an automation lane for me.
and everybody
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and turn this up just a couple dB just in this section here. Okay, turn this down there. Let's go about there.
gotta get back in it 'cause I ain't about to quit it. Hey, hey. And everybody about to see me feeling steezy 'cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it.
See how it sounds with and without in this section where there's more instrumentation happening. So I'm going to turn it off and on. Let's go ahead and turn this back to read.
And everybody about to see me feeling steezy 'cause I'm up in the clouds.
Off.
And everybody about to see me feeling steezy 'cause I'm up in the clouds.
On.
And everybody about to see me feeling steezy 'cause I'm up in the clouds.
Off.
And everybody about to see me feeling steezy 'cause I'm up in the clouds.
On.
And everybody about to see me feeling steezy 'cause I'm up in the clouds.
Maybe just a hair more here.
And everybody about to see me feeling steezy 'cause I'm up in the clouds. Pick it up where I left it, but this time I'm gonna shred it. Check it out. Check it out. I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient.
Killer. Let's keep going. I'm going to keep it there. I really like that. What you can do is set up a template so that you have all of your reverbs and everything that you like and usually like to use already set up with all the sends selected already, but you would just have them turned off. So all you have to do is, power it on and start dialing in the knobs. That makes things a lot quicker for mixing, for starting a mix project. All right, let's go ahead and see where there's any other vocals we can treat here. Here's our chorus. Let's go ahead and show you actually that there's already spatial processing on here. I don't think we're going to need to do any more.
Fake it, I'm better than the rest, I'm never patient. I'm coming around,
Listen for the repeats. There's a subtle amount of repeats. There's delay repeats going on.
fake it,
Go right here.
winning,
Winning. And there's a bum, 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 bum.
winning, winning,
So that's going on the whole time, that delay.
showing everybody I can make it.
And we're getting some width here. What I've done is I've turned on a gain plugin and I've got mono turned on so it can give us a sense of what it's like without that width.
Okay, I actually need to pause you right there because unfortunately, YouTube has a 12-hour upload limit. So what you need to do now is hop on over to our website and keep watching there. You don't need to enter your email address or anything like that. You can simply click over and start watching. Then if you want to save your progress and stay in the loop about new free courses in the future, you do have the option of creating a free user account. We have a bunch of other in-depth courses over there on EQ, compression, reverb, vocals, along with replays from all of our virtual events, which are full mixes and masters where you can watch everything come together. So if you want to keep watching this course, you can just go to mastering.com and click free courses or click the link in the bio and it will take you straight there. Okay, see you there.